Chapter 305, Zero Wing's Might. The sudden loss of almost 200 healers stunned everyone from world dominators. It's an ambush. Run. Faced with several hundred assassins so close without any protectors by their side, the only way the healers of world dominators could escape death was to run towards the main army of world dominators. However, healers were inherently slow. The assassins from Zero Wing quickly caught up to them. Originally, if these healers had worked together to retaliate against the assassins from Zero Wing, they could have at least offered some semblance of resistance. It would not have been so easy to kill them. However, their decision to run immediately created chaos, and those who could have originally survived died as well. Without any healing or resistance, these healers were lambs to the slaughter. Zero Wing's assassins killed them arbitrarily. By the time the rear guards of world dominators came to the rescue, a majority of their healers were already dead. Just as the surviving healers thought they were safe, they quickly discovered several thousand players charging in their direction. Every one of these players was like a ferocious tiger as they crashed into their enemies' ranks, and the several hundred players who served as world dominators' rear guards were instantly dispersed. This situation allowed the assassins to continue their slaughter of the healers. Guild leader, not good. Our rear line has been ambushed, and we've lost over half of our healers already. These newcomers are fierce, and the rear line needs help to hold them off, one of the team leaders defending against Zero Wing's ambush hurriedly reported. What? Who are these people? Blood Halberd had been busy issuing commands from the front lines all this time. The moment he received the report, he immediately turned to look. He discovered that there were actually several thousand players charging and killing into their ranks, and anyone from world dominators who tried to block their charge instantly died. These newcomers were like a sharp blade, instantly splitting world dominators' forces in half with their precision charge. World dominators currently fought a desperate battle against Ouroboros, and the damage they received from such an ambush was self-evident. Without the healers' support, the shield warriors and guardian knights who stood on the front lines rapidly fell, one after another. The front line was also continuously forced into a retreat, and within moments, over 100 players from world dominators had died. Damn, just who are they? To actually dare start a war against world dominators, do they not want to live anymore? Blood Halberd's eyes had already become blood-red from anger. He wished he could immediately chop their ambushers into 1,000,000 pieces. Guild leader, they're wearing a six-winged emblem on their chests. They should be players from Zero Wing, a ranger reported. Zero Wing? Weren't they fighting Dark Star? Why have they suddenly appeared here? Questions filled Blood Halberd's mind. However, he halted his thoughts as he spoke through the guild's war channel. These losers have actually dared ambush us. They're simply overestimating themselves. Everyone, turn around and focus all your attacks on Zero Wing. Wipe these fools from Zero Wing out first. Blood Halberd was one of the upper echelons of world dominators, and he had experienced many battles that involved tens of thousands of players in the past. Thus, he was very clear on what actions he needed to take right now. World Dominators was no longer a match for Ouroboros in this battle. Now that Zero Wing had ambushed them from behind, launching a pincer attack with Ouroboros, World Dominators was in a fatal situation. If they continued this battle, they would suffer total annihilation. The only options they had was to either break through from one side, or defend their positions and wait for help. Since the second option was clearly not viable, the only option they had left was to break through and escape this battlefield. However, it was clearly impossible for them to break through from Ouroboros' side. That left them with annihilating Zero Wing. Regarding numbers and total combat power, World Dominators was above Zero Wing by leaps and bounds. Meanwhile, on Ouroboros' side, Gentle Snow very quickly noticed that someone had ambushed World Dominators. Moreover, the ambush came from directly behind World Dominators. Although Gentle Snow did not know who launched the attack, this was a great chance that she could not miss. They might even be able to give World Dominators a huge blow in this situation. Everyone, charge forward. Don't let World Dominators reorganize their formation. Gentle Snow commanded her forces. wearing a faint smile on her face. To readjust their formation, world dominators turned around to attack Zero Wing. Unfortunately, that decision came at a high price. Unwittingly, world dominators lost thousands of their members. Blood Halberd's heart bled at this sight. Although they had fought Ouroboros for a long time, they had only lost around 1,000 or so players. Now, in just a few short minutes, they lost several times that amount. Kill. Annihilate Zero Wing. Blood Halberd bellowed through the guild channel as he pointed his sword at Zero Wing's 3,000 members. Currently, world dominators still had close to 10,000 players alive. It would be an easy task for them to deal with just 3,000 players. Both sides immediately entered a desperate struggle, flames and arrows filling the skies. A few independent players that stood a distance away were thoroughly shocked when they witnessed this scene. This battle was far more realistic and shocking than any movie they had watched before. Sounds of smashing and swords clashing filled the surroundings. There was also the constant stream of spells bombarding the land, sending debris and dust flying into the air. This was truly a bloody battlefield. In this battlefield, personal strength was insignificant. When struck by hundreds of fireballs and frost arrows, even the most powerful MTs would die instantly. Very good. It should be about time to use them now. Shi Feng closely observed the battle through the live stream from Aqua Rose. After watching both sides clash for some time and seeing how closely packed the players on the enemy's side were, Shi Feng commanded in the guild channel, "Use all your frost grenades and magic scrolls now. Hold nothing back and use all of them at once." The members of Zero Wing who had long since hungered for this moment immediately tossed the frost grenades in their hands. This time around, the members of Zero Wing only used basic frost grenades. Moreover, frost grenades were only half as effective when used against players, so each basic frost grenade only dealt 100 damage to players. However, with several thousand players using them simultaneously, the accumulated damage could easily exceed 10,000 points. Currently, a majority of the players in God's domain were around level 15, and even top-tier experts would be level 20 at best. Meanwhile, a level 20 shield warrior or guardian knight would only have around 3,000 HP. In the face of so many basic frost grenades, these players were cannon fodder. They could die at any given moment. Shortly after the basic frost grenades were thrown, a large swath of players from world dominators died. As for those lucky enough to survive, they transformed into pure white ice sculptures. Immediately, the reinforcements from world dominators who were just about to charge over were stunned stiff on the spot, intense fear permeating their hearts. As for Gentle Snow who stood at a far distance, she had only noticed the center of the battlefield suddenly transforming into a snowy field. In this lush, green land surrounded by blistering hot temperatures, this white contrast made for relatively beautiful scenery. However, Blood Halberd was not in the mood to appreciate this pleasing sight. Zero Wing's combined frost grenade attack had instantly killed over 1,000 players. Adding in the follow-up control effect of the frost grenades and Ouroboros' continuous assault from behind, the death toll in this brief moment was at least 3,000. Moreover, even without this wave of frost grenades, Blood Halberd had discovered something very important. Although Zero Wing only had around 3,000 members, a large majority of them were elite players. Not only did they possess high levels, but their equipment was also of good quality. With these two advantages, these players could easily take on 2 to 3 average players. If the 10,000 or so players of World Dominators faced off against 3,000 average players, it would not take them very long to annihilate the latter and break out of this pincer attack. However, it was a completely different story if they faced 3,000 elite players. There was absolutely no way to break through this hurdle in a short time. Not to mention, they also had to pay a huge price to do so. It was the same situation when World Dominators had initially hindered Ouroboros' advance towards the Silverleaf Forest. At that time, they had only used several hundred elite players to block Ouroboros' army of 2,000 players. Now that World Dominators faced 3,000 elite players, in addition to the previous Frost Grenade attack, Blood Halberd began to consider suicide. If he had known about this earlier, he would have chosen to break through the pincer attack through Ouroboros' side. It would have been much easier that way. How did Zero Wing come into possession so many elite players? Blood Halberd could neither understand why nor did he try to understand it, as there was only one thing he could do right now. Everyone listen to my command. All of you use return scrolls and leave this place immediately. Blood Halberd shouted reluctantly in the guild channel. This could not be helped. If they received several more waves of frost grenade attacks from Zero Wing, in addition to Ouroboros' assault, world dominators would be annihilated. There was only one thing they could do now. Escape. Although it would be both costly and time-consuming to use return scrolls, and even more people would die, it was a much better alternative than suffering total annihilation. Guild leader, this is not good. This area has been sealed. We can't use return scrolls. Chapter 306, The Price of Being a Passerby. His subordinates' reports stunned Blood Halberd. Do they really intend to fight to the bitter end? Blood Halberd's eyes turned crimson, his current mood similar to an imminent volcanic eruption. With the entire area sealed off, preventing the use of return scrolls, world dominators had no way to escape. The steep slopes on both sides of this area left only one line of movement available. One could only advance forward or retreat backward. There was no third option available. Right now, however, Ouroboros blocked the road back to the city, while Zero Wing blocked the road to the Silverleaf Forest. Originally, Blood Halberd felt only contempt for Zero Wing's attempt to launch a pincer attack on world dominators. Now that he had personally witnessed Zero Wing's strength, however, Blood Halberd no longer dared underestimate Zero Wing. Whether it was Ouroboros or Zero Wing, neither of them was easy to deal with. Blood Halberd's current situation could be perfectly described as being stuck between a rock and a hard place. However, inaction would similarly result in world dominators' complete annihilation. Originally, world dominators had come to this place simply to aid Dark Star in delaying Ouroboros' advance. Now, however, they had become the center of the war. Everyone, defensive formation. Blood Halberd commanded after a bit of thought, not daring to delay any longer. The members of World Dominators immediately formed a circle to repel attacks from both sides and reduce their losses. Meanwhile, Blood Halberd sent out a communication request to Lone Tyrant. Originally, Lone Tyrant was still joyous over locating Fire Dance's group. However, he suddenly received an urgent call from Blood Halberd. Vice Leader Blood, I will definitely send over the compensation after this entire matter is dealt with. Please stop rushing me, Lone Tyrant said, slightly annoyed. Compensation? Blood Halberd's anger boiled over when he heard this word. Originally, Dark Star was the one responsible for dealing with Zero Wing. However, World Dominators now had to handle both Zero Wing and Ouroboros, placing Blood Halberd's guild in such a dangerous situation. Was this something mere compensation could make up for? Guild Leader Tyrant, I promise to help you delay Ouroboros, not to start an all-out war with them. Now, not only have you let Zero Wing's forces run away, you're even making World Dominators face two guilds at once. Meanwhile, you, Guild Leader Tyrant, only know how to utter the word compensation? Guild Leader Tyrant, you're good. You're very good. The more Blood Halberd spoke, the angrier he got. He felt that Lone Tyrant had plotted against World Dominators all this time. First, Lone Tyrant had let them fight it out with Ouroboros. Then he had allowed Zero Wing's forces to escape. In order to escape, Zero Wing could only pass through the area where World Dominators and Ouroboros were fighting. In the end, Zero Wing had no choice but to start a fight with World Dominators. With this plan, Lone Tyrant could kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Success meant that 3 of the top 6 guilds in White River City would receive a huge blow, with Dark Star the only beneficiary of this chaos. Lone Tyrant was certain that there was a misunderstanding the moment he heard Blood Halberd's words. After all, he had not intentionally allowed Zero Wing to escape. Instead, the players from Zero Wing had left on their own, and they just happened to encounter World Dominators on their way back, which resulted in World Dominators suffering a pincer attack. Everything was simply a coincidence. As for Zero Wing's decision to directly oppose world dominators, any normal person would not do that. Currently, Dark Star was in an all-out war with Zero Wing, a war that would end only when one side was completely annihilated. Just before, Black Flame had even publicly declared that he would make Dark Star pay the price of 30,000 people. So, why would they suddenly go and provoke a first-rate guild like World Dominators? Only a person who wished to die a quicker death or a person with brain damage would declare war simultaneously on two of the top 6 guilds in White River City. However, no matter what Lone Tyrant said now, Blood Halberd definitely would not believe him. Hence, Lone Tyrant hurriedly said, "Vice Leader Blood, I truly know nothing about this matter. I'll send my army over there right away. If we execute a pincer attack, I'm sure we can wipe out Zero Wing." "Well, come quickly then," Blood Halberd shouted in rage. The more he listened to Lone Tyrant speak, the more disgusted he was with this person. Lone Tyrant had actually used world dominators as bait. However, the priority right now was for the guild to escape this predicament. Everything else was secondary. "Okay, I'll have them head over immediately." Lone Tyrant ended the call and promptly contacted his troops stationed outside the Silverleaf Forest. Of the 6,000 players there, Lone Tyrant sent 5,000 over to deal with Zero Wing, while the remaining 1,000 stayed behind to continue blocking the exits of the Silverleaf Forest. However, as time slowly passed, World Dominator's situation turned grimmer and grimmer. Zero Wing's 3,000 elites were incredibly zealous. After several consecutive charges, although Zero Wing lost several hundred of their members, World Dominators lost at least 3 to 4 times that number. Not to mention, Ouroboros was also madly assaulting them on the other side. After gathering up his courage, one of the team leaders of the elite teams, Lonely, walked up to Blood Halberd and asked in a soft tone, "Guild leader, if this situation continues, we'll definitely be finished. Are the reinforcements from Dark Star not here yet?" If the elite members of World Dominators were to lose 2 or 3 levels, in addition to most of the weapons and equipment on their bodies, World Dominators would definitely not be able to compete for White River City any longer. "I know that, but they still need around 10 minutes before they can arrive." At this moment, Blood Halberd's heart was bleeding in pain. However, he was helpless in this situation, unless of course Zero Wing or Ouroboros showed mercy and let them go. Blood Halberd's eyes shone when this thought occurred to him. He was not out of options yet. World Dominators and Ouroboros were bitter enemies, so it was obviously impossible to ask Ouroboros to show mercy. However, there was a slight possibility of success with Zero Wing. After all, World Dominators had never come into direct conflict with Zero Wing before. Also, Zero Wing's main enemy was Dark Star, while World Dominators was simply a passerby in this matter. Hence, Blood Halberd immediately tried to contact Shifeng. "Vice Leader Halberd, to what do I owe this pleasure?" Shifeng asked, a smile on his face. When he received Blood Halberd's call, he had chosen to accept it right away. "Guild Leader Black Flame, the war between our guilds is just a misunderstanding. World Dominators has a feud only with Ouroboros. We came here simply to fight Ouroboros, and we truly never intended to fight your guild. In regard to the losses and inconvenience caused to your guild, I can compensate you on behalf of World Dominators. As long as Zero Wing stops attacking us right now, I will immediately have our guild's finance department send over 1 million credits to serve as compensation. What do you think, Guild Leader Black Flame?" Although Blood Halberd had tried to speak casually, he could not completely hide the panic in his tone. After all, at least one elite member of World Dominators was dying with each passing second. 1 million credits. In past virtual reality games, even well-known gaming workshops needed a month's time to earn such a sum. Hence, Blood Halberd's offer of 1 million clearly showed his sincerity. So it was all a misunderstanding. Shifeng acted as if he had come to a sudden realization, letting Blood Halberd feel a hint of hope. However, before Blood Halberd could even feel joy, Shifeng's tone changed abruptly as he said, "I am moved by Vice Leader Halberd's generosity. Sadly, one of my shortcomings as a person is that I am extremely headstrong. Since it is a misunderstanding, let us just continue this misunderstanding, then. You're making an enemy out of world dominators. Aren't you afraid of our retaliation? Blood Halberd screamed in anger. Vice Leader Halberd, what's there to get angry about? The moment we started playing this game, we were bound to meet with some trouble. If you aren't even prepared to suffer such a small setback, I think it is better for you to retire sooner rather than later. Although World Dominators is only playing the role of a passerby in Dark Star's plan this time, by provoking Zero Wing, you also have to pay a terrible price. Shi Feng chuckled. However, don't you worry. Dark Star will soon be joining you all. After Shi Feng disconnected the call, he then contacted Aqua Rose, saying, no need to be polite. Leave none of them alive. Show everyone the consequences for those who dare to be a passerby and have thoughts about Zero Wing. Chapter 307. Famous in a Single War. Damn. This black flame is practically a mad dog that bites anyone it sees. Blood Halberd cursed. I'll definitely remember this matter. If there is a chance in the future, I'll definitely not let him off. Vice Leader, we've lost too many healers. This long battle is also taking a heavy toll on the remaining healers' mana. They can't leave their combat status to use the magic spring, so they can only rely on mana recovery potions to replenish their mana. However, most of them have already consumed all the potions they have. If the reinforcements from Dark Star still don't arrive, we will definitely be finished, Lonely reported hurriedly. Naturally, Blood Halberd was aware of this matter. Before Zero Wing's intervention, World Dominators had been able to split its healers into two teams, with one team healing the players at the front and the other falling back to replenish their mana, and rotate them accordingly. However, Zero Wing's ambush had taken out over half of World Dominators' healers. If World Dominators were to insist on maintaining the rotation system, its death toll would at least double. Damn that lone tyrant. If he had not goaded me into hindering Ouroboros, we would not have fallen into this situation. Blood Halberd also hated Lone Tyrant greatly at this moment, regretting his decision to listen to him. If he had known that Zero Wing was so powerful, and also how insane Black Flame was, he definitely would have chosen to watch this entire affair play out from a safe distance. In the end, he now suffered from his own decision. Originally, there had already been a gap between World Dominators and Zero Wing in overall combat power. Now that World Dominators had lost the support of its healers, that gap had widened further. Following the crippling of World Dominators' healers, its players were like wheat being reaped, their lives effortlessly harvested by the members of Zero Wing. In contrast, Zero Wing's healers carried out their task with great zeal. The frontline players of Zero Wing found it hard to die even if they wanted to. Within moments, the mortality ratio of the two guilds soared to frightening heights. When Zero Wing initiated their ambush, the mortality ratio had only been 1-3, with World Dominators having the higher number of deaths. Now, however, that ratio had risen to 1-8 and would soon approach 1-9. In other words, for every player Zero Wing lost, World Dominators would lose 8 or 9 players. On the other front, the players from Ouroboros were fighting valiantly as well, and they had succeeded in pushing the original mortality ratio of 1-1, 2 up to the current ratio of 1-3. No, we can't wait any longer. At this rate, we'll be completely annihilated by the time the reinforcements from Dark Star arrive. Both anger and grief filled Blood Halberd at this moment. World Dominators had started this war with over 10,000 members. Yet now, only 5,000 or so members remained alive. Immediately, Blood Halberd shouted in the guild channel, "All of you, charge together with me. We're leaving with as many lives as we can." At Blood Halberd's command, everyone from World Dominators commenced a desperate charge while ignoring even the magical bombardments from enemy mages. Naturally, such an exodus only made it much easier for Zero Wing and Ouroboros to kill them. The price these two guilds had to pay also lessened greatly. However, with 5,000+ players desperately trying to escape en masse, it was also impossible for the two guilds to kill every single one of them. In the end, Less than 500 of the 10,000-plus members world dominators had started this war with made it out alive. Everyone else died. After suffering such a massive loss, world dominators no longer had any chance of competing for dominance in White River City. Zero Wing really is amazing. Although they only number around 3,000 or so, a large majority of them are actually elite players. After obtaining victory in this battle, Zhao Yueru had a renewed opinion of the guild called Zero Wing. With only around 5,000 members in Zero Wing, its total member count was not even comparable to a third-rate guild's. However, after Zhao Yueru witnessed the combat power its 3,000-plus members displayed in this battle, she no longer found it strange for Zero Wing to be considered one of the top 6 guilds in White River City. Zero Wing was indeed worthy of its fame. Second-rate and third-rate guilds would be no match for Zero Wing at all. Moreover, the destructive force displayed by the frost grenades that Zero Wing had used was simply too shocking. If not for those tools of mass destruction, this war might still be ongoing right now, while the price Ouroboros had to pay would also be greater. Snow, your foresight is as diabolical as always. Zero Wing is indeed not a simple existence, Zhao Yueru giggled. Although world dominators managed to escape with a few hundred of its members, its heavy losses this time means it no longer has any chance of fighting over White River City. Without this old nemesis of ours, Ouroboros has a greater chance of becoming the overlord of White River City. Gentle Snow rolled her eyes at the giggling Zhao Yueru. The girl actually dared describe her in such a way. However, Zero Wing's performance had truly surpassed her expectations. Although Zero Wing had a mere 3,000 or so members on their side, in the face of world dominators' overwhelming numbers, Zero Wing had lost only a paltry 1,000 or so members. This was definitely a brilliant battle record. If the beginning of this battle had not been so intense, the peak of mortality occurring during this period of time, Zero Wing would have lost at most 500 or 600 members in this entire battle. Meanwhile, world dominators had lost over 10,000 players. One could just see how powerful Zero Wing was. After the end of the battle, both sides started distributing the spoils of war. Even leaving aside the equipment that was originally dropped by both sides, the number of weapons and equipment dropped by the 10,000-plus players from world dominators remained quite considerable. Very quickly, Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow agreed to split the loot in a 2-to-8 ratio based on the total value of all the equipment dropped. Zero Wing would receive 20% of the total loot, while Ouroboros would receive 80%. However, Zero Wing would mainly receive equipment of bronze rank or higher. Aqua Rose settled for such an unbalanced ratio due to Shifeng's arrangements. As to why Shifeng would propose such a division, firstly, it was his form of gratitude for Ouroboros' aid. Secondly, they had no use for that many pieces of equipment. The reason being, most of the equipment left behind by world dominators were not even bronze rank. As for mysterious iron equipment, there were only a pitiful amount of them dropped in this battle. Arming the guild's normal members with such poor quality equipment might be fine, but for the elite members, Shifeng had yet to fall to such a low standard. Hence, he was satisfied as long as he could obtain some bronze-ranked weapons and equipment to arm the newcomers of the guild. Meanwhile, after the battle involving tens of thousands of players ended, the independent players who had been observing it uploaded recordings of the entire battle to the forums. The battle instantly became a sensation in White River City. Nobody could have ever imagined that Zero Wing was actually so fierce. Its battle record was also brilliantly amazing. However, Zero Wing's decision to fight world dominators confused many. Instead of killing the members of Dark Star, they had chosen to annihilate world dominators, which had played the role of a passerby. Many people posted about Zero Wing's ruthlessness for such a decision. In regard to this, Shifeng did not offer any explanation. Even when Aqua Rose raised this matter to Shifeng, he only laughed it off without saying anything. In truth, Shifeng really did have his own motives for making such a decision. On one side, there was Dark Star, a guild supported by a gigantic existence like Underworld. On the other, there was World Dominators, a first-rate guild with an extraordinary background. If these two guilds cooperated to suppress Zero Wing, such an alliance would be detrimental to Zero Wing's development in White River City, even with the help of Ouroboros. After Shifeng found out that these two guilds had joined hands, the first thing he thought to do was to annihilate world dominators in White River City. Although World Dominators was a first-rate guild, their main force was not based in Star Moon Kingdom. There were countless cities in God's domain. After World Dominators spread its forces widely, it had only a few experts in each city. The guild would only make a small investment in a small city like White River City. However, everything would change if World Dominators truly had a good chance of becoming the overlord of White River City. At such a time, the guild would definitely increase its investments greatly, and then, World Dominators' power in White River City would grow several-fold, making it even harder to deal with. In the past, Blood Halberd had achieved amazing feats in White River City. He also had the help of a first-rate expert like Lonely, so he had managed to develop the guild to the point where it had the possibility of becoming the overlord of White River City. As a result, World Dominators had boosted the number of experts and funding it sent over, in order to solidify its influence over White River City. Thus, the guild's power in White River City greatly increased, and it became even more powerful than the current Ouroboros. Now that World Dominators had decided to oppose Zero Wing, Shifeng definitely could not allow it to develop in White River City. Otherwise, they would have to face a powerful foe in the future. This was also the reason why Feng Xianyang decided to annihilate Zero Wing without hesitation, after Shifeng rejected Feng Xuanyang's proposal. Although Feng Xuanyang's decision was due in part to his vicious personality, the more important reason was how very great a potential a guild that possessed a guild residence had. If he did not destroy Zero Wing while the guild was still in its infancy, he would be raising a tiger to serve as his future enemy. Shifeng's actions were exactly the same as Feng Xuanyang's. He was killing a powerful opponent that was still in its cradle. Meanwhile, World Dominators starting a fight with Ouroboros at a place with only one escape route was the perfect chance for Shifeng to do so. Naturally, Shifeng would not let such a rare chance get away. Shortly after the battle with World Dominators ended, Fire Dance and the others also arrived at the location Shifeng had appointed. Guild leader, we've already arrived at the location you specified. What are we supposed to do next? Fire Dance said in the team chat after confirming her group's location. Chapter 308, Black Flame and Yifeng. Good, I'll head over there now, Shifeng said. Standing atop a tree, he inspected his surroundings before jumping off the tree and proceeding towards the meeting point. Now that Fire Dance and the others had accomplished the difficult first step, what remained depended solely on luck. If his plan worked, then Fire Dance's group would succeed in escaping. As for directly confronting Dark Star, choosing to face over 3,000 elites from Dark Star was simply suicidal. Someone's coming over. While Shifeng was traversing the forest, his keen five senses suddenly picked up on movement a short distance away. He promptly jumped up onto a tree. Towards the west side of the forest, a team of over 100 elite players was currently searching the vicinity as they moved. The majority of these players were red names, creating a very eye-catching sight. Moreover, none of them tried to hide their presence, which made it very easy for Shifeng to discover them. Uncle Southwolf, Zero Wing has played a significant role in the war between Ouroboros and World Dominators this time. We also can't overlook the combat power Zero Wing displayed. It is definitely not as simple as it appears in the video recordings of their battle. If Zero Wing had not suddenly ambushed World Dominators from behind, World Dominators would not have lost so overwhelmingly. Now, World Dominators in White River City is only an empty shell of its past self. Blood Halberd is also continuously lambasting Lone Tyrant with a barrage of curses. However, since Lone Tyrant does not dare to become hostile with Blood Halberd, he has no choice but to suffer in silence. Black Flame is truly decisive with his actions. Not only did he eliminate World Dominators from White River City, he has also severed a large portion of Dark Star's support. In addition, The post he made before declaring war on Dark Star has led to the war between Zero Wing and world dominators receiving widespread attention. Using only 3,000 players to defeat a first-rate guild like world dominators, with such a brilliant battle record, Zero Wing has instantly risen to fame from this single battle. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Even I am starting to admire this person named Black Flame. The commentary of the female summoner walking beside Southwolf on Zero Wing's battle was eloquent. She spoke as if she knew every little detail of Shifeng's plan. This girl was around 20 years old. She had a pair of beautiful eyes that was both bright and dazzling, making it difficult to discern the girl's thoughts. Her cherry lips were currently tilted up slightly, while her eyelids were curved into small crescents. The girl exuded a calm and mysterious aura. During the few occasions when she giggled, she would also reveal a noble and elegant temperament that drew the attention of others despite themselves. Yulan, you are Underworld's female Zhuge. How can you uplift others' prestige while downplaying your own worth? That Black Flame simply got lucky. He definitely isn't as smart as you make him out to be. Southwolf felt that Yulan overestimated Black Flame, who Southwolf believed was simply an arrogant and despotic person. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's victory in the war this time and the subsequent trouble that visited Dark Star were simply coincidences. There was nothing worthy of their concern. Maybe I am overthinking things, Yulan laughed, having no intention of refuting Southwolf's words. Although Zero Wing has risen to fame with this single battle and they have also managed to cause us some trouble, their core team is still trapped in this Silverleaf forest. We have them completely surrounded now. Even if Ouroboros and the rest of Zero Wing rush over here right away, they will still be too late to change anything. As long as Zero Wing's core team is annihilated, the guild itself will receive a fatal blow. At that time, we'll see how Black Flame can continue acting rampantly, Southwolf scoffed proudly. Zero Wing had only managed to garner the reputation it had today due to their continuous monopoly of the top 10 positions on the ranking list of White River City. The 8 experts of Zero Wing were known by all, and they still occupied the top 8 positions on the ranking list until this day. Nobody had managed to threaten their positions all this time. If these 8 players died today, they would definitely fall out of the top 10. Subsequently, Zero Wing would also lose the fame and prestige it possessed. I guess this could be considered a flaw of guild leader Black Flame. Players have always worshipped the strong. Although occupying the top position on the ranking list would bring him great benefits, if he fails to maintain this position, it would instead become a sword that will stab him in the heart. Yulan nodded. In the middle of Southwolf and Yulan's conversation, an assassin suddenly spoke in the team chat. Brother Southwolf, I've found them. Assassins were not only proficient in the art of assassination, they were also proficient in the art of tracking. Hence, assassins were definitely the best choice when hunting for players. But even the heavens are aiding me. I will bring an end to Zero Wing. Blade, immediately inform guild leader Tyrant of this and have them come quickly. We'll go ahead and delay Fire Dance's group. The moment everyone arrives will be their time of death. Southwolf laughed. It is a pity Yi Feng isn't with them. Otherwise, I will definitely make him regret making a mockery out of Underworld. Regardless, I will use the deaths of Zero Wing's core team members as a greeting gift to him. Yi Feng? Uncle Southwolf, are you referring to the God-ranked expert of White River City, that Yi Feng? Yulan suddenly grew interested. What dog's fart expert? If he had not hidden himself, I would have already made him kneel and beg for forgiveness by now, Southwolf said in disdain. Yulan entered a deep contemplation after hearing Southwolf's words. Suddenly, a smile appeared on her face and a hint of joy glimmered in her eyes. It was as if she had found a new toy to play with. Laughing lightly, she said, "First, there is Black Flame, and now there is Yi Feng, a God-ranked expert. Zero Wing is truly an interesting existence." Just as Southwolf's group was closing in on Fire Dance and the others, Shifeng hid himself within the dense treetops, waiting for Southwolf's group to approach him. Guild leader, we're ready, Fire Dance said through the team chat. Good. Fire Dance, you and the other assassins sneak over to their healers and prepare an ambush. Make sure to maintain a certain distance from their group and be careful of detection. Although it is unlikely that any of them have learned a stealth erasing skill, we cannot rule out even the slightest possibility. Wait until they have entered Blackie's attack range, then make your move. No matter what, do not let them discover our tracks, Shi Feng said quietly. After Shi Feng had discovered South Wolf's group, he had immediately contacted Fire Dance and ordered them to ready themselves to get rid of these players. Shi Feng had chosen to do so mainly because it was of utmost importance that Dark Star not find out where they were going. South Wolf's elite team consisted of over 100 players. All of them possessed relatively good quality equipment. Although there were a few bronze equipment mixed in, most of them were using mysterious iron equipment. This team was definitely one of Dark Star's core teams. Conversely, although Shi Feng had only around 30 players on his side, every one of them was an expert. It was not exactly impossible for them to eliminate these 100+ elite players in a short amount of time. Not to mention, Shi Feng still had plenty of basic frost grenades and Tier 1 magic scrolls on him. Naturally, he had distributed quite a lot of them to Fire Dance and the others. In addition, if they could kill all these elite players, the deaths would cause significant damage to Dark Star. So, why not? Leave it to me. Saying so, Fire Dance immediately led 5 assassins and snuck over. Although South Wolf's group consisted of 100+ elite players, their levels were only around level 17, with level 19 being the highest. Meanwhile, Fire Dance was currently level 21. Fire Dance's techniques and equipment also surpassed these elite players by leaps and bounds. All these factors combined allowed Fire Dance to effortlessly sneak up on the enemy's healers. The 5 other assassins accompanying Fire Dance were not weaklings either. They were all core members of Zero Wing, sporting equipment of mysterious iron rank or above, and were also at level 20 right now. When they snuck up on the healers of Dark Star, none of them were detected. So when South Wolf and his group walked into Blackie's attack range, they all remained unaware of the looming danger. Kill! Shi Feng commanded through the team chat, and immediately, everyone sprang into actions. Chapter 309, Boss Ranked MT. The 10 healers from Dark Star did not detect the presence of the 6 figures swiftly closing in on them at all. Fire Dance was extremely quick. She crossed the distance of 8 yards within an instant. The level 19 cleric that Fire Dance approached had no clue whatsoever. The cleric did not sense even a threat of danger as a snowy cold dagger stabbed into the back of his head. Before the cleric could even feel pain, another dagger, this one scorching hot, slashed his neck. After placing the level 19 cleric in a fainted state, Fire Dance immediately followed up with a flurry of attacks. Backstab. Shadow Strike. Quadruple Assassinate. A series of frightening damages appeared above the cleric's head. Fire Dance was currently using the pair of fine gold rank daggers she had received from Shi Feng. In addition, the equipment she wore consisted of fine gold and even dark gold items. For her, dealing with a cloth armor class like a cleric was a piece of cake. She instantly killed the level 19 cleric, who did not possess even 1,800 HP. The other 5 assassins that moved with Fire Dance performed similarly well, killing their targets almost as quickly as Fire Dance had hers. They actually dared to lay an ambush on us. What a bunch of suicidal fools. Everyone, do not panic. Guardian Knights, cast Protection Blessing on the healers. Rangers, mark those fools immediately, absolutely do not let them disappear again. Elementalists, use Ice-type magic to restrict their movements. Everyone else, charge at them. South Wolf quickly issued commands after discovering the deaths of 6 of their healers, a cold sneer on his face. The shield warriors and berserkers closest to the healers reacted quickly. They used charge on the 6 enemy assassins in an attempt to save the remaining healers in their team. Simultaneously, the Guardian Knights of Dark Star cast Protection Blessing on the 4 remaining healers, reducing the physical damage they received by 50%. One could not help but admit that the Dark Star elites were truly skilled players. Their response made it practically impossible for Fire Dance's group to kill the remaining 4 healers now. In the face of the shield warriors and berserkers' charge and also the barrage of frost arrows sent by the elementalists, Fire Dance and her fellow assassins promptly used wind steps, gaining more than a second's worth of invincibility thanks to the skill's effect. All 6 of them then turned around and ran, leaving behind only the corpses of the 6 healers they killed as they plunged into the forest. Despicable! Assassins, chase after them. Make sure you don't lose track of them. South Wolf bellowed, anger filling his heart. Their team consisted of 100+ elite players. Yet, not only had they lost 6 of their healers in an ambush by 6 assassins, they had even allowed these ambushers to escape. Wouldn't they become laughingstocks if others were to find out about this matter? Before the elites of Dark Star could set off in pursuit of Fire Dance's group, the female summoner, Yulan, suddenly shouted loudly, "Do not chase after them. Everyone, scatter immediately." The moment Yulan finished speaking, she promptly sprinted away from this part of the forest. South Wolf was confused by Yulan's actions, failing to understand why she would do such a thing. However, he still chose to listen to her advice and started running. At the same time, in the distance, Blackie finished chanting the final verse of his spell's incantation. In the next moment, an enormous, golden magic array appeared in the sky, covering a large part of the forest. Shortly after, a dazzlingly brilliant star appeared from the magic array and plummeted towards the forest. One after another, the Dark Star elementalists with quick reactions responded by immediately activating instantaneous movement. Meanwhile, the other classes also activated their own life-saving skills while doing their best to escape the effective range of the attack. However, there were a few players from Dark Star that failed to respond appropriately. Moreover, Blackie's stars of light possessed a very large effective range. Hence, when the first star impacted the ground, the blast caught over a dozen Dark Star players. The continuous bombardment of the stars of light easily wiped out even shield warriors that possessed more than 3,000 HP. To put it simply, all those within the stars of light's effective range died. What an amazing skill! Now that I'm seeing it in person, this skill is extraordinary as expected. Aside from Black Flame and Yi Feng, the top ranker of White River City cannot be taken lightly either. Although Yulan had managed to avoid the bombardment of the stars of light, she still could not help but marvel at the terrifying destructive power of the skill. Yulan, if not for your reminder, we would have lost more than just a dozen or so members. At this moment, South Wolf had yet to recover from his shock. After all, he had originally been standing at ground zero of the attack. If he had not escaped as quickly as he had, he might have been among the dozen or so players who had died. Uncle Southwolf, please contact Guild Leader Tyron immediately and have them on the lookout in their vicinity. Make sure they don't split up, as the ambushers from Zero Wing are definitely not limited to just those 6, Yulan said in the team chat after surveying her surroundings. Yulan, you worry too much. Although we have lost some of our people, this team of ours consists entirely of Dark Star's elite. Fire Dance's group has only around 30 or so members remaining. In a direct confrontation, they stand no chance against us at all. The most they can achieve right now is an ambush on us. Now that they have revealed themselves, it is the perfect chance for us to pursue them. So, how can we choose to wait for our deaths in this place? Southwolf felt that Yulan was panicking slightly after seeing the stars of light. Originally, Yulan had wanted to dissuade Southwolf. However, the latter was simply too impatient. He also did not wish to miss this great chance to get rid of Fire Dance and her group. Hence, before Yulan could say anything more, Southwolf had already led the team off, charging in the direction where Fire Dance and the others had disappeared. Just in time. Seeing Southwolf and his team running over, Shifeng revealed a smile as he waved his hand. At Shifeng's gesture, Kola and the other plate armor classes immediately charged forward to meet with the Dark Star members. The moment Southwolf's group noticed the dozen or so Zero Wing members charging at them, they too did not hesitate to hasten their steps, their eagerness to get rid of Kola and the others showing clearly in their eyes. Kola was the chief MT of Zero Wing, and his current level was at level 21. In addition, Kola was mostly geared with fine gold equipment, secret silver being the purest quality for the items he had on him. The Arclight Guard in his hand was also a dark gold ranked shield. With such good items, Cola's HP exceeded the 3,900 threshold, and his defense was likewise frightening. When a flame explosion sent by one of Dark Star's elementalists landed on him, the spell barely managed to deal slightly over -300 damage. The caster of the spell goggled from shock when he saw such a low damage, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Meanwhile, an arrow shot by a ranger from Dark Star dealt only around -100 damage. The attack could barely be considered a scratch on Cola. To make matters worse, Cola also excelled at dodging. In the face of a sky filled with spells and arrows, Cola actually managed to dodge over half of these attacks. Meanwhile, standing at the rear, Violet Cloud merely had to gesture with her delicate hand, casting a basic recover on Cola. Instantly, the spell fully restored the 400+ HP Cola lost, returning the Guardian Knight to full health. Moreover, recover was a skill that restored the target's HP once every 3 seconds for a duration of 15 seconds. Seeing this scene, everyone from Dark Star was immediately dumbfounded. What kind of healer is she? I am a cleric as well, yet my recover can restore only around 200 HP each time. She's already comparable to the top 5 healers of Dark Star. A cleric for Dark Star commented in shock. Originally, they were already having a hard time trying to kill Cola. Now that there was also an amazing healer supporting him from behind, it was simply impossible for them to kill him. Shortly after both sides started confronting each other, the players from Dark Star suddenly discovered a shocking matter. Cola's HP had actually risen past 5,000. Moreover, the heals he was receiving had also increased from the original 400+ to 500+, making him even more impossible to kill. Unknown to the members of Dark Star, Cola's sudden upgrade was all due to the Arclight Guard's passive skill, Sound of Life. Every time Cola received an attack, he would receive a stack of Power of Life. Each stack of Power of Life increased Cola's maximum HP by 3% and the healing he received by 2% for 1 minute, and Cola could accumulate a maximum of 10 stacks of Power of Life. Hence, Cola suddenly became much more powerful. Kill him. All ranged classes focus fire on him. Southwolf knew that if Cola did not die, it would be a huge blow to the team's morale. Therefore, killing Cola had priority. Immediately, half a dozen berserkers surrounded Cola, while the ranged damage dealers sent a continuous stream of attacks at him. They no longer treated Cola like a player but a boss monster. In response to their actions, Cola simply smiled in disdain. He then activated Protection Blessing, reducing the damage he received by 50%. Now, the highest damage the players from Dark Star managed to inflict on Cola did not exceed -200 points. A majority of the attacks were even below -100 damage. In the face of Cola's 5,000+ HP, such damages were simply insignificant. However, due to the large number of attacks, Cola's HP quickly fell below the 50% threshold. Right then, Violet Cloud took action again. She casually cast Guardian Shield and Recover on Cola. At Violet Cloud's current level, her Guardian Shield would provide her target with a buff that could absorb over -700 damage. She followed up with Healing Light. In the next moment, a healing value of +1,600 appeared above Cola's head, in addition to the 500+ HP regenerated with Recover. Cola's HP instantly went back up to full again. Chapter 310, Reversal. Originally, the Guardian Knight Cola was already a huge headache due to his high HP and defense, and Dark Star's players exerted quite a lot of effort in order to reduce his HP by over half. Yet, in the next moment he was now back to full health. Southwolf nearly popped a vein when he witnessed this scene. Although Cola was an MT, the damage he dealt was not one bit low. A casual slash from his sword could deal around -300 to -400 damage to Dark Star's shield warriors. If Cola used a skill, he could even deal -500 to -600 damage, which was even higher than that of the berserkers of Dark Star. Moreover, Cola could tank 4 berserkers simultaneously, all by himself, and he even managed to send them flying back. Meanwhile, such a boss-ranked MT was now immortal due to a single cleric from Zero Wing. However, this still was not the end of South Wolf's headache. The MTs in his team were relatively high-ranking MTs in White River City. But the two berserkers named Lonely Snow and Water Buffalo still sliced them up in no time. For example, one of the Guardian Knights of Dark Star had come under the combined assault of the two berserkers. At first, the Guardian Knight had received 2 normal attacks from the berserkers. Unfortunately, both attacks had achieved a critical hit, with Lonely Snow dealing over -1,400 damage and Water Buffalo dealing over -1,300 damage. Without leaving any gaps, the two then followed up with Beheaded, both of their skills dealing over -1,000 damage each. As a result, even though the Guardian Knight had 2 healers focusing on him, his 3,000 HP was still reaped away within an instant. Meanwhile, Fire Dance was even more amazing than the two berserkers. After dishing out a flurry of attacks, she followed up with a 7-star Eviscerate that achieved a critical hit, dealing over -2,300 damage. Within moments, one more Guardian Knight of Dark Star died. South Wolf had even begun to suspect that the members of Zero Wing were no longer playing the same game Dark Star's players were. After all, whether it was Zero Wing's MT, healer, or DPS, all of them were so powerful. On the other hand, the players of Dark Star were like paper, dying from just a touch. With merely a brief exchange, South Wolf's team had already lost 9 members. It should be known that all these players were core members of Dark Star. They were not random noobs that could be found anywhere on the streets of White River City. Each and every one of them was a skilled player, and they all had a good sense for battle. Although they were not comparable to experts, neither were they far from one. Yet, even so, these elite players still died with barely any resistance. As the battle continued, the players from Dark Star grew more and more frightened. They had yet to kill a single player of Zero Wing, even until now. This was definitely a huge psychological blow to the elites of Dark Star. Don't panic. We outnumber them thrice over. Assassins and Rangers, take out their healers first. As long as the healers are dead, the others will soon follow, even if their combat power is superior. South Wolf was no idiot, and he immediately sought to utilize Dark Star's advantage. Zerg Tactics. It was the easiest tactic for obtaining victory in any virtual reality game. As South Wolf had the numerical advantage, he could afford to divide his troops into 2 groups, one to pin down the enemy forces, and another to circle around and strike at the enemy's weak point. Very quickly, over 20 assassins and rangers from Dark Star flanked Zero Wing's forces and immediately charged towards Violet Cloud's group of 5 healers. Contrary to expectations, however, even when Violet Cloud's group noticed Dark Star's players charging towards them, none of them chose to run away. Instead, they continued healing their allies at the front, paying no attention to their attackers at all. In regard to the healers' lack of reaction, Dark Star's players did not give it too much thought. They simply continued charging forward, having concluded that Zero Wing's healers had already given up on escaping. When there was only a short distance of 8 yards between the assassins and Violet Cloud's group, an intermediate frost grenade suddenly landed, exploding in the midst of the assassins. Dark Star's rangers, who stood 30 yards away, also received an intermediate frost grenade of their own. In the blink of an eye, both groups were frozen solid. A damage of -400 also appeared above each of their heads. Although the 8 assassins immediately used Vanish to escape the freezing effect, they were still unable to advance as an ice wall appeared, blocking the path between them and Violet Cloud's group. Meanwhile, the person responsible for casting this ice wall was one of the 5 demon generals that Shi Feng had recruited, Ice Queen Su Qianlu. Ice Wall was the perfect skill for this scenario. Without magic immunity, if the assassins were to charge into the ice wall, their movement speeds would slow to a crawl. At that time, their fates would be as good as sealed. Although Ice Wall had a short duration of only 2 to 3 seconds, it still provided the healers with a brief, but important, moment of respite. As for the Rangers of Dark Star, None of them had any skills that could be used to dispel the effects of control skills, and neither did any of them possess any life-saving skills. Hence, they could do nothing but stand there and watch. At this moment, Shifeng used silent steps and suddenly appeared behind these frozen rangers. To Shifeng, a group of immobile players was entirely negligible. Shifeng was currently at level 23. He was also equipped with the newly acquired 7 Luminaries ring and had recently received the Golden Stigmata. His overall attributes surpassed these elite players manyfold. Moreover, Shifeng currently had the aura of fire activated, the aura effect increasing his damage by 30% while also reducing his target's defense by 30%. Immediately, Shifeng sent a level 8 thundering flash at the group of rangers. Green arcs of lightning crackled as they instantly pierced the bodies of these rangers. Damages of -1,102, -1,528, and -2,140 appeared above each of the 12 rangers' heads. Although none of Shifeng's attacks had achieved a critical hit, these rangers had only around 2,000 HP. Meanwhile, Shifeng's thundering flash had dealt more than -4,700 damage in total, far surpassing the rangers' maximum HP. The members of Dark Star saw Shifeng killing all those rangers with a single strike. Each and every one of the witnesses was completely dumbfounded, their jaw hanging wide open. Southwolf nearly had his eyes pop out of their own sockets. The 12 rangers simultaneously collapsed to the ground, their actions in complete unison. In the next moment, piles of weapons and equipment were scattered around their bodies. In this chaotic battlefield, this scene was both striking and shocking. The 12 rangers were all either level 18 or level 19 players. Most of the equipment they used was also level 15 mysterious iron equipment, and every one of them had more than 2,000 HP. Yet, they were killed off so easily. Moreover, it wasn't just one person that got killed but an entire group. For a moment, Southwolf believed that he was dreaming. He even considered giving one of his subordinates a slap and then asking said subordinate if it hurt, to confirm whether or not this was a dream. As for the assassins of Dark Star who had been waiting for the ice wall to disappear, after witnessing this unforgettable scene, they had completely forgotten their original task of dealing with Violet Cloud's group of healers. They idly stood there as they watched their ranger companions die, their minds empty of all thought. They then swallowed a big gulp of saliva as they suddenly recalled an important matter. With the number of murders they had committed so far, if they died as well, not only would they lose 2 to 3 levels, they would even lose all the equipment on their bodies. Watching from a distance, Blackie was similarly astonished by the instant deaths of the 12 elite players. However, he had long since grown inured to Shifeng's horror-inducing feats, so he quickly regained his composure and threw a basic frost grenade at the still-dazed assassins of Dark Star, freezing them once more. This time, none of the assassins could use Vanish to remove the freezing effect on them. Hence, they could only obediently stay frozen. Following which, Blackie chanted an incantation and used Hell Flame. One could easily imagine the might of a Hell Flame that was powered by the epic-ranked Staff Mavis's Guard. Damages of over -1,000 points immediately appeared above these assassins' heads, and within 3 seconds, all of these assassins turned into ashes, leaving behind a pile of shining weapons and equipment. However, this was still not the end. After Shifeng had dealt with Dark Star's rangers, he then cast Firestorm, the activatable skill of the aura of fire, at the heart of the battlefield. Firestorm inflicts 500% damage within a range of 10 by 10 yards for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. In terms of damage, Firestorm did not lose out to Stars of Light by much. However, it had a much smaller effective range. Currently, Kola was surrounded by plenty of Dark Star's elite players. Before anyone could react, a storm of flames suddenly emerged above them, and the HP of all of Dark Star's players within 10 yards of Kola fell at a crazy rate. Although Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights were classes with high HP and defense, Shifeng's equipment was simply too amazing, which resulted in his current attack power being well over 800 points. With such a high base value, Even though the Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights of Dark Star possessed plenty of damage reduction items, they still received more than minus 2000 DPS. As for the other classes, they received more than minus 3000 DPS. Even when the Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights activated their life-saving skills, which allowed them to have the damage they received, they still could not avoid death. After Firestorm ended, all of Dark Star's players caught within its effective range were reduced to cinders. Only Cola and the other frontline members of Zero Wing remained alive. Dark Star's 40 or so frontline players had died. All of a sudden, Zero Wing's side outnumbered Dark Star's. Black Flame, why are you here? South Wolf instantly recognized the person responsible for killing the majority of Dark Star's players. At this moment, South Wolf's eyes were filled with incomparable shock as his trembling finger pointed at Shifeng's crimson-red name. South Wolf failed to understand why Black Flame would appear at this place. He also could not understand why Black Flame was so powerful. Wasn't Black Flame just a forger? Originally, there had been a huge numerical difference between the two sides. However, in the blink of an eye, a strategic change occurred, all because of Black Flame's fleeting blow. Dark Star was no match for Zero Wing even when Dark Star had the advantage of numbers. Now that the situation was reversed, the end result was obvious. Chapter 311, Absolute Control. Watching up to this point, South Wolf knew that defeat was inevitable, though he was loath to admit it, and his heart was filled with indignation. Currently his team had fewer than 30 players, and practically all of them were mages and healers. He alone was the only melee class alive. With such a team composition, Dark Star stood absolutely no chance against Zero Wing's core team, which currently consisted of over 30 players. The single sword strike Black Flame had displayed far exceeded South Wolf's imagination. Not only was Black Flame inconceivably fast, his grasp of his skills had also reached perfection, as shown by his single attack's impeccable coverage of all 12 rangers. Such a feat required one to possess excellent control over the skill itself and the angle of attack as well. South Wolf was no fool, and neither was he a greenhorn that had been playing virtual reality games for only 1 or 2 years. As a representative of Underworld, he had met with and recruited lots of gaming experts before. He had also participated in a considerable number of team battles, so his experience in the virtual gaming world was quite plentiful. Naturally, he understood the strategy Black Flame had used since the start of the battle. Black Flame made the Guardian Knights, Shield Warriors, and other plate armor classes charge forward to lure the members of Dark Star into gathering around them. The female cleric, Violet Cloud, was pivotal to this strategy. Although on the surface her healing ability was only double that of the healers of Dark Star, the effectiveness she displayed during the team battle far surpassed that of 3 or 4 healers combined. Violet Cloud had an excellent grasp of the battle situation. Not only could she keep Cola alive and well, she could also simultaneously stabilize several other players' HP throughout the battle. She performed smoothly and calmly. She was definitely not an existence to be trifled with. Originally, Zero Wing already had powerful experts like Fire Dance, the team leader of Zero Wing's core team, and Blackie, the #1 player on White River City's ranking list. Now, South Wolf suddenly discovered that Zero Wing possessed not only Fire Dance and Blackie, Cola and Violet Cloud were definitely first-rate experts as well. Everyone else in Zero Wing's core team were also all experts. Meanwhile, Black Flame, who had suddenly appeared, was even more terrifying. The strength he displayed far surpassed that of all those previously mentioned. The scene South Wolf witnessed was like a replay of the god-ranked expert Yi Feng slaying the hundreds of players of Martial Union. South Wolf could not figure out why there were so many experts gathering at a newly established guild like Zero Wing. Even a guild that was newly established by a major corporation could not achieve what Zero Wing had managed in such a short amount of time. South Wolf truly wondered how Black Flame had accomplished such a feat. Although South Wolf was shocked by Black Flame's personal strength and by Blackie, who possessed a strategic-level skill that could affect the entire battlefield. Black Flame, you are indeed amazing. However, the entire Silverleaf Forest is already under Dark Star's control. Although your team of 30 or so players can easily defeat an elite team with more than 100 players, do you think you can do the same against 3,000 players? You have simply delayed the time of your demise. South Wolf laughed coldly as he looked at Shifeng, his current appearance making it seem as if he no longer cared about the many elite players that had died. Let's go. It will be their time of death when guild leader Tyrant arrives. Since his team was no match for Zero Wing, South Wolf naturally would not remain in this place and increase his losses. The fact that he had discovered Black Flame, Zero Wing's guild leader, here easily made up for the elite players he lost. After all, Black Flame's death would become a huge blow to Zero Wing's reputation and prestige in White River City. Coming and going as you wish. Do you think the Silverleaf Forest is your house? Shifeng smiled calmly, his eyes revealing a cold, killing intent. Since you've already pursued us to this place, I insist that you stay. Do you think you can keep me here? South Wolf laughed in disdain. He was an assassin, the class that boasted the greatest survivability in the wild. If he hid himself in the dense forest, nobody would be able to find him. You can try. If any single one of you manages to escape today, then I will let you go. Shifeng waved, and all 30-plus members of Zero Wing immediately charged forward, starting their hunt of South Wolf and the surviving players of Dark Star. The reason why South Wolf had never participated in the battle before was to leave a path of retreat for himself. This was a habit of his. After all, once he entered combat status, he could no longer use stealth. At that time, he would only be left with Vanish to enter stealth mode. However, Vanish was a life-saving skill, so it should only be used at the most crucial of moments. Looking at the enemy players charging at him, South Wolf revealed a disdainful expression. Just as he was about to use stealth and hide himself in the dense forest. What's going on? South Wolf suddenly discovered that he could not use the skill. Like a prisoner deprived of his freedom, South Wolf frantically called out his skill bar to look for the cause of this situation. Boss South Wolf, we can't use our skills. What are we supposed to do now? The elementalists of Dark Star asked, frightened. Originally, they had intended to cast Ice Wall to delay Zero Wing's charge. Now, however, none of them could use any of their skills, and an elementalist that could not use skills was like a lamb to the slaughter. Aside from sacrificing their lives to earn a few extra seconds for their allies, they were helpless. Run first, talk later. South Wolf was confused about this situation as well, and he suspected that something must have gone wrong with the system. Since none of them could use skills, they could only rely on their 2 feet to escape. As an assassin, South Wolf had great confidence in his own speed. However, just as he was turning to escape, he suddenly discovered that his movement speed had been greatly reduced. Everyone else from Dark Star faced a similar situation as well. Just what is going on? South Wolf started panicking as the players of Zero Wing raced closer and closer to them. However, he was simply helpless in the situation. In the next moment, South Wolf noticed a black figure dashing past Cola and the others. Like a mad gale, the figure instantly caught up with the escaping players of Dark Star. This person was none other than Shifeng himself. At present, Shifeng's agility exceeded 240 points, and there were also the bonuses provided by the equipment he wore. In terms of movement speed, Shifeng was definitely ranked at the apex of Star Moon Kingdom. Shifeng used silent steps and appeared behind South Wolf like a ghost. He then said softly, I've already said that you can't escape. Previously, while Shifeng was conversing with South Wolf, he had secretly switched the aura of fire on the 7 luminaries ring to the aura of time. Meanwhile, the aura of time reduced the movement speed and attack speed of enemies within a 100-yard radius by 20% and increased the cooldown of their skills by 20%. When its activatable skill, Absolute Time, was used, it would even prevent enemies within a range of 50 by 50 yards from using any skills or tools for 20 seconds. After Shifeng used Absolute Time to envelope this entire area, everybody from Dark Star could not use any skills or tools for 20 seconds. Dark Star's current surviving members mostly consisted of mages and healers, so this restriction had truly rendered them completely helpless. One could say that the moment Southwolf's team stepped into this region of the Silverleaf Forest, their lives passed into Shifeng's hands. Just what did he do? Southwolf's heart was filled with shock when he noticed Shifeng appearing behind him. Before Southwolf could even ponder on the subject, Shifeng's abyssal blade had already left its scabbard. Countless silver lights pierced the numerous vital points on Southwolf's body. Southwolf had only leather armor, so every one of Shifeng's attacks managed to cause over -500 damage, while critical hits dealt over -1000 damage. On the other hand, the mysterious iron-ranked chest piece Southwolf wore was like a piece of tofu. Not only was it easily pierced by Shifeng's abyssal blade, each attack it received greatly diminished the armor's durability. Just 3 strikes had nearly reduced it to scrap already. Shifeng's attacks were lightning fast, and he had brandished his sword 8 times in a single series. By the time Southwolf had recovered from shock, his 2000+ HP was completely gone. Suddenly, Southwolf's field of vision turned gray, while his body fell to the ground involuntarily. Even as he died, shock and confusion still filled his face. As Southwolf had not participated in any of the battles so far, his name remained white all this time. After he died, only one piece of equipment dropped by his body. He also lost only a single level. However, were Shifeng's attacks as simple as they looked? The reason why Shifeng had chosen not to use any skills, and had instead carried out only normal attacks, was to destroy the equipment on Southwolf's body. When Southwolf died, nearly half of the equipment on his body had already turned to scrap. Now that he had dropped yet another piece of equipment, he had definitely suffered heavy losses. Chapter 312. Diving into Danger Alone. After Southwolf died, the members of Dark Star were like headless flies. Frightened and scared, they fled in all directions. Zero Wings berserker Lonely Snow swiftly closed the gap between him and an elementalist of Dark Star to 20 yards before using charge to instantly catch up to and incapacitate the elementalist. After that, Lonely Snow used Thunderclap, Violent Strike, Suppression, and Whirlwind Slash in rapid succession, making quick work of the elementalist. Following closely, everyone else from Zero Wing took action as well. Against a group of mages and healers that could use neither skills nor tools, in addition to the fact that these classes were innately slow runners, the members of Zero Wing required no time at all to finish off the surviving Dark Star members. As these players died, they left behind piles of weapons and equipment. Ah, what a fun battle! Those bastards from Dark Star think that they are so amazing, but now all of them are dead. Cola laughed loudly as he looked at the weapons and equipment scattered all over the ground. The frustration he had accumulated from continuously running away was completely swept away now. Fire Dance nodded her head in agreement, a faint smile appearing on her face. She then said with a light chuckle, "This battle was indeed a good stress reliever. None of us died this time, while Dark Star lost over 100 players. After this battle, Dark Star will have to reorganize their plans to pursue us." If they could deal with a team of over 100 elite players in such a short time, it also signified that Dark Star would be simply sending its members to their deaths if a team had fewer than 200 or 300 players. In order to reduce its losses, Dark Star would definitely consolidate its teams and at least double or triple the member count of each team. At this moment, Blackie and the others were laughing without restraint as well. After all, they were able to kill over 100 elite members of Dark Star. This would, without a doubt, be a huge blow to Dark Star. Collect the loot. Dark Star will be arriving here soon, Shifeng commanded. The loot they obtained from killing the 100+ elite members of Dark Star was extremely bountiful. They had collected close to 1,000 weapons and equipment, and a majority of them were even mysterious iron rank. The harvest they got from this single battle far exceeded even the harvest Aqua Rose obtained from the battle that involved tens of thousands of players. Even Shifeng was somewhat moved by this harvest. Kill and plunder. Just from this battle, they had obtained the resources required to arm an elite team of 100 players. This was precisely the reason why, in the past, Many large guilds preferred to kill and plunder the core teams of smaller guilds. Not only could they increase their guild's fame and prestige by doing so, they could also make a huge profit. They could upgrade their weapons and equipment much faster this way, compared to raiding dungeons and killing bosses. However, the harvest from this battle was still insufficient to offset the losses Zero Wing had suffered. After all, the weapons and equipment of Dark Star's elites were inferior to those of Zero Wing's elite members, not to mention those of Zero Wing's core members. Every core member of Zero Wing possessed quite a few pieces of secret silver ranked weapons and equipment, and some even possessed fine gold and dark gold ranked weapons and equipment. Guild leader, why aren't you leaving? Fire Dance looked curiously at Shifeng, who had jumped onto a large tree. You guys go first. I'll hold down the fort. Shifeng was not a lord who would sit comfortably in his throne while his subordinates fought. Since he was already here, naturally, he needed to take something away from Dark Star. But, guild leader, this place is too dangerous. You're also not an assassin, Fire Dance said worriedly. You guys have done enough. Let your guild leader handle the rest. Shifeng waved them off, hurrying Fire Dance and the others to the designated location. Upon hearing Shifeng's words, everyone from Zero Wing was immediately moved. In God's domain, guild leaders who were willing to brave danger for his fellow guild members were definitely as rare as a phoenix's feather. Not to mention, Shifeng was currently a famous existence in God's domain. If he were to die, his reputation would be greatly affected. Then I'll stay behind as well, Blackie said. How could I be left out from such an important matter? Cola stepped forward. Suddenly, everyone else started voicing intentions to remain. All of you, stop making a fuss and leave with me. You all will only be a hindrance to guild leader if you stay behind. Fire Dance could feel the cold, killing intent radiating from Shifeng at this moment. She knew that he could no longer hold himself back. She then raised her head and looked at Shifeng, saying, Guild leader, you have to be careful. Rest assured I know my own limits. Shifeng laughed. He then retrieved a basic stealth scroll from his bag. This scroll allowed players to enter stealth mode. The stealth scroll's effect had a duration of 1 hour, and as long as players did not carry out any attacks during this period of time, the scroll would remain in effect. Shortly after Fire Dance and the others departed, Yulan came hurrying over to this place with a huge team of more than 300 players. Sure enough, all of them died. Yulan sighed softly when she saw the ground littered with corpses. However, she was not surprised by this outcome. Obviously, the ambush before was meant to lure them into a trap. However, Southwolf had been too eager for success, which resulted in a team wipe, as she had expected. Revive them, Yulan said to the healers in her team. Immediately, the 30-plus healers in the team started using resurrection skills. If players died outside of a dungeon, there were 2 methods for them to revive. The first method was to revive back at the cemetery. However, players were required to wait for half an hour before they could do so. The other method was to have one of the healer classes use a resurrection skill. Players could be revived immediately using this method. However, upon resurrection, players would have to wait another 10 minutes before resurrection skills could be used on them again. A short while later, all 100-plus elite players had been revived. Meanwhile, after being resurrected, Southwolf felt fortunate over the fact that he was not a red name. He had only lost 1 piece of equipment and fallen by 1 level after he died. Yet, when he discovered that most of the equipment he wore had been turned to scrap, he nearly went insane. Southwolf had been using level 15 mysterious iron set equipment, which could be obtained only from a level 15 team dungeon. In order to obtain the complete set, Southwolf had expended a huge amount of time and effort. Now, however, all of them were destroyed. Unlike field bosses, team dungeons reset only once every 3 days, and there were only a limited number of level 15 team dungeons within the region of White River City. Gathering the complete set had taken Southwolf 2 cycles. If he wished to obtain the set once again, he would have to wait through another 2 cycles. At this moment, Lone Tyrant arrived at the scene. He then asked, Southwolf, what happened here? How did all of you die? South Wolf was someone from Underworld, so he did not particularly care how many players from Dark Star had died. He cared more about himself instead. However, the same could not be said for Lone Tyrant. The strength of Dark Star determined his future as its guild leader. Now, more than 100 elites from his guild had died for no reason. The worst part was that these elites had lost most, if not all, of their weapons and equipment. The levels they lost could be recovered, but it would not be as easy to recover the equipment. We were lured into an ambush unprepared, and all of us got killed. However, I discovered something even more important. I don't know how he managed it, but Black Flame is now with the core team of Zero Wing. He has also become a red name at this point, so this is the perfect chance for us to destroy Zero Wing. Although Black Flame is very powerful, we should have no problems dealing with all of them if we send in a team of 300 to 400 players. We can still catch up if we chase after them right away. South Wolf's words immediately allowed Lone Tyrant and Yulan to come to a realization. Truly an interesting person, Yulan muttered softly, her interest towards the player named Black Flame growing. As for Lone Tyrant, his expression turned grim upon receiving this piece of information. Obviously, with Black Flame commanding Zero Wing's core team, their combat power had increased to frightening heights. Also, from South Wolf's description of the one-sided battle that took place before, Lone Tyrant also learned that Black Flame was a great expert. Not only did Black Flame possess extraordinary combat power, he also possessed a strategic-level skill. A team of 100 elite players would definitely be insufficient to deal with him. Hence, they needed to rearrange their team compositions. Each team now had to have 200 players at the very least. Otherwise, they would only suffice as cannon fodder. Black Flame, you've actually dared show yourself here. Since you've come seeking your own death, don't even think about leaving this place alive today. Lone Tyrant revealed a sinister expression. He inwardly mocked Shifeng for his foolish actions. In order to save Zero Wing's core team, Shifeng had actually disregarded the dangers and barged into Lone Tyrant's domain. Shifeng must not know how to write the word death. Chapter 313, Killing the Commander. Gather everyone immediately and surround this area. I don't believe that they can grow wings and fly away, Lone Tyrant sternly issued his command. The news of World Dominator's defeat had already spread, and very few in White River City did not know about the battle that took place. This result had greatly boosted Zero Wing's prestige. If Dark Star could get rid of not only Zero Wing's core team, but Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame, also, then they could destroy the fame that Zero Wing had accumulated up until this point. At that time, Dark Star would also garner fame themselves, killing two birds with one stone. Naturally, Lone Tyrant would not let go of such a valuable opportunity. Immediately, everyone from Dark Star started moving. Previously, they had tried to cover too large an area in their search. Now that Shifeng and the core team of Zero Wing had exposed themselves, Lone Tyrant quickly concentrated their hunt. Soon, more and more Dark Star members gathered at the stated location in the dense forest. Shifeng, who remained hidden in a tree, did not panic at this situation. Instead, he continued to wait for all the members of Dark Star to arrive. The more, the merrier, Shifeng inwardly chuckled as he saw that the number of players gathered had already exceeded 1,000. Before the battle even started, Shifeng had already considered the consequences. If he had not come fully prepared, he would not have allowed Fire Dance and the others to obliterate South Wolf's team of elites. Guild leader, our members have surrounded this part of the forest. As long as any Zero Wings members show themselves, it will be their death, a ranger reported as he walked up to Lone Tyrant. Start shrinking the encirclement. Lone Tyrant laughed satisfyingly. He then looked towards Ming Sha, the team leader of the Underworld Guards, and respectfully said, "In a moment, we will have to rely on Brother Ming Sha and your men to take care of the experts from Zero Wing. Rest assured, young Master Feng sent us to deal with Fire Dance and her team of experts. Although there is now an additional Black Flame added to the equation, the Underworld Guards can resolve this solution all the same. We won't let any of them escape, Mingxia replied and nodded his head. In order to extinguish Zero Wing's core team, Feng Xianyang had specifically sent a team of underworld guards to assist Dark Star. Feng Xianyang had gone all out on this hunt. Every underworld guard was an expert that Underworld had spent many years searching for to recruit. Underworld had also spent massive amounts of resources on nurturing these experts further. Compared to Absolute Heaven, the top-tier assassin that Shi Feng faced before, these underworld guards were stronger, not weaker. Meanwhile, Feng Xianyang had sent a team of 20 of such guards. One could just imagine the frightening might this team possessed. Even a 100-man elite team from Dark Star was no match for this team. Also, the leader, Mingxia, was an expert among experts. In the virtual gaming world, he ranked near the top. Regarding pure combat techniques, he was on the same level as the snow goddess, Gentle Snow. However, as Gentle Snow was in possession of a huge amount of resources, in terms of equipment, Mingxia was definitely no match for her. Originally, Feng Xianyang had arranged for Mingxia to go to White River City to deal with Yifeng. However, Yifeng was simply too elusive, as if he had completely vanished from White River City. Hence, Feng Xianyang sent Mingxia to deal with the top experts of Zero Wing, such as Fire Dance and Blackie. In regards to Mingxia's strength, Lone Tyrant had personally experienced its power. Even though he was clearly above Mingxia in terms of levels, and his equipment was of higher quality, he still suffered defeat at Mingxia's hands in less than 20 exchanges. On the other hand, he had only managed to reduce Mingxia's HP by 1/10. Meanwhile, after taking some time to focus on upgrades, Mingxia's equipment could now compare to Lone Tyrant's. Now, Mingxia was mostly geared with several pieces of level 15 secret silver set equipment and fine gold equipment. He also wielded a level 15 fine gold greatsword, the Bone Shatter. His equipment certainly ranked at the very top of White River City. Lone Tyrant had estimated that, if he fought Mingxia now, he would last 10 exchanges at most before his defeat. Now that he had so many players surrounding this area and a powerful team of experts like the Underworld Guard supporting him, even a top-tier assassin like Fire Dance could not escape. Just as Lone Tyrant felt confident and was about to declare that he would annihilate everyone from Zero Wing, a figure suddenly appeared in the top of a nearby tree. Someone's there. Mingxia, who possessed acute senses, immediately discovered the figure. As Mingxia turned his sights to the intruder, everyone similarly followed his line of sight. Indeed, in the top of the tree, they discovered a person quietly watching them. Black Flame. South Wolf immediately recognized the figure, his eyes burning with rage as he revealed this person's identity. At South Wolf's reminder, everyone finally realized Shi Feng's identity. After all, Black Flame had always been a mysterious existence, and most players had never actually seen Black Flame before. Now that this intruder had revealed himself, everyone from Dark Star discovered that Black Flame was just an ordinary-looking, middle-aged man. He did not even possess the type of aura that a guild leader should have. No matter how they looked at him, he was only an ordinary man. So, it is guild leader Black Flame. I didn't expect you to show yourself here. Since you have refused to walk the path towards heaven and have instead barged your way down to hell, today will be the day that you die. Lone Tyrant laughed coldly. He then commanded, "Everyone, kill him." Immediately, over 1,000 players from Dark Star surrounded and charged at Shi Feng. Their encirclement was tightly packed, and not even a fly could get past them. Faced with over 1,000 players charging at him, Shi Feng did not panic in the slightest. Instead, his eyes emanated a chilling glow as he glared down at Lone Tyrant, smiling faintly. It was as if these 1,000-plus players meant nothing to him. Meanwhile, as the recipient of this gaze, Lone Tyrant's heart inadvertently quivered. However, Lone Tyrant quickly dispelled this feeling because he did not believe Shi Feng could do anything to him while so many players surrounded him. In the next moment, however, Shi Feng vanished from the treetop and everyone's sight. This is not good. He's trying to escape. Quickly use flare. Lone Tyrant hurriedly shouted. The Rangers quickly used flare upon receiving Lone Tyrant's command, brightly illuminating the surrounding area. Within the effective range of flare, all stealth-type skills would lose their effects. Yet, even after tens of flares had been launched, Shifeng's figure still could not be found. What the players of Dark Star did not know was that, after Shifeng had activated the Ring of Nothingness, his first task was not to escape, but to leap forward and charge towards the tree closest to Lone Tyrant. Hence, the flares used to seal his path of escape served no purpose whatsoever. Damn it! He plans to kill his way over. Use Flare and Shine Guild Leader Tyrant's surroundings. When Yulan recalled the faint smile on Black Flame's face as he pinned Lone Tyrant with a glare, she instinctively felt that Shifeng aimed to kill the commander. Only by doing could Shifeng possibly redeem Zero Wing's fame and prestige. At that time, even if Dark Star managed to annihilate Zero Wing's core team, it would not damage Zero Wing's reputation if Lone Tyrant, Dark Star's guild leader, died at Black Flame's hands. After all, even though Zero Wing only had tens of players on their side, they would still have managed to kill Dark Star's guild leader while under the protection of over 1,000 players. At that time, Dark Star would be the one suffering humiliation. Why are you all still daydreaming? Yulan angrily shouted when she noticed that none of Dark Star's rangers had reacted. However, Yulan suddenly felt that something was amiss. Instead of looking towards the outskirts of the encirclement, all of these rangers stared at the space above her. Immediately, Yulan raised her head, discovering a figure falling towards her, and this figure was none other than Shifeng himself. Panic surfaced on Lone Tyrant's face. He never imagined that Shifeng would be so suicidal as to come for his life. Black Flame, if you wish to die, then I'll grant your wish. The corners of Lone Tyrant's mouth raised slightly. He then picked up his shield and sword, fully prepared to guard against Shifeng's attack. What amazing courage! Mingsha, who stood by Lone Tyrant's side, brimmed with fighting spirit right now, his eyes glowing as he watched Shifeng fall. He then retrieved the Bone Shatterer from his back and stood in front of Lone Tyrant, acting like a highly defensive wall. Mingsha secretly admired Shifeng's performance, and he deeply wished he that could properly exchange blows with this man. However, responsibilities came first, so he had no choice but to get rid of Shifeng. Even with Mingsha protecting Lone Tyrant, Yulan still felt that something was off. After all, why would an intelligent and resourceful man like Black Flame carry out such a reckless action? As insurance, Yulan hurriedly commanded, Guardian Knights, use Protection Blessing on Guild Leader Tyrant. All healers focus on healing Guild Leader Tyrant as well. Do not let Black Flame succeed. Chapter 314, True Expert. When Shifeng landed soundlessly on the ground, he was only 20 yards away from Lone Tyrant. In the next moment, sacred heals graced Lone Tyrant, one after another. Lone Tyrant was one of the top 10 players on the ranking list of White River City. He was one of the apex MTs throughout White River City as well. Although he was only level 21 at the moment, he had over 3,700 HP, and he was not much weaker than Cola. With high HP and defense, physical damage classes such as assassins, berserkers, swordsmen, and rangers would find it extremely difficult to kill Lone Tyrant. Not to mention, Lone Tyrant now had a large team of healers keeping him alive. Moreover, there was also the great expert, Mingsha, currently guarding him. Hence, Yulan was greatly confused as she watched Shifeng's foolish actions. Let me see what you are made of. Mingsha smiled at the oncoming Shifeng, and at the same time, he lifted the Bone Shatterer and slashed it down at his enemy. The Bone Shatterer was a massive greatsword, yet, Mingsha wielded it nimbly and accurately. In a single strike, he had completely sealed off Shifeng's path of advance. At this moment, the surrounding melee players of Dark Star charged at Shifeng, intending to make mincemeat of him. Meanwhile, the mages standing a short distance away also started casting their spells. As long as Mingsha managed to delay Shifeng for a few more seconds, Shifeng would receive the bombardment of hundreds of spells. Even Zero Wing's chief MT, the Guardian Knight Cola, would lose his life if he received so many spells, not to mention a swordsman like Shifeng. Yet, as if he did not see these mages readying their attacks, Shifeng continued to charge forward, showing no intentions of slowing. Just as Ming Sha's second strike was about to land on Shifeng's body, however, Shifeng's entire person disappeared. Subsequently, Ming Sha's bone shatter struck only air, generating a powerful gust of wind. The elementalists, cursemancers, summoners, and all other ranged classes that were about to launch their attacks also interrupted their chanting after they lost sight of their target. Where is he? When Ming Sha failed to find Shifeng in front of him, he could not help but examine his surroundings. Suddenly, Ming Sha felt a chilling intent coming from behind him. Spinning around, he discovered that, just like a ghost, Shifeng had soundlessly appeared behind Lone Tyrant. If not for his acute senses, he would not have detected Shifeng's presence at all. After Shifeng used silent steps to appear behind Lone Tyrant, he immediately activated absolute time. With himself as the center point, all enemies within a 50-yard radius were now unable to use any skills or tools. Shifeng then brandished the Abyssal Blade, casting Abyssal Bind on Lone Tyrant. Meanwhile, Lone Tyrant only felt a cold wind blowing on his back. Only after Shifeng started brandishing the Abyssal Blade did Lone Tyrant notice that someone stood behind him. Horrified, Lone Tyrant hurriedly leaped forward, hoping to dodge the attack aimed at his back. As insurance, Lone Tyrant even intended to cast Protection Blessing on himself. However, Shifeng was simply too fast. He had activated Absolute Time and Abyssal Bind almost simultaneously. Discovering that he could not activate Protection Blessing, Lone Tyrant's heart grew extremely anxious. In the next instant, 9 pitch-black chains bound his body, preventing him from moving even an inch. Meanwhile, the healers standing in the distance could only watch this scene play out. With their skills locked, the most they could do was provide moral support. Damn. Seeing that Shifeng was the only person standing close to Lone Tyrant, Ming Sha realized that he had been tricked. Shifeng had deceived him into leaving Lone Tyrant's side. Suddenly, a feeling that he had just been played for a fool grew in Ming Sha's mind. This was the first time he had felt such a feeling. Lone Tyrant was bound and completely unguarded right now. He was unable to resist in the slightest. If he, Ming Sha, had stayed by Lone Tyrant's side, even if Lone Tyrant were bound, he could have still helped defend against attacks. Now, however, he was almost a full 10 yards away from Lone Tyrant. If this were any other day, he could have closed the distance between them using the charge he had specifically reserved. Now, however, none of his skills would work. Even if he wanted to save Lone Tyrant, he was powerless to do so. However, he only needed around 2 seconds to close a distance of 10 yards. As long as Lone Tyrant could survive that long, Ming Sha was confident in stopping Shifeng, preventing Shifeng from dealing any more damage to Lone Tyrant. Naturally, Lone Tyrant had considered this as well. Hence, even when faced with Shifeng's Abyssal Blade and Purgatory's Shadow, he still revealed his confidence as if saying, "What can you do to me?" He was a Guardian Knight who possessed 3,700 HP. It was simply impossible for Shifeng to kill him in 2 short seconds. Unfortunately, reality had cruelly slapped Lone Tyrant in the face. When Shifeng's chop landed on Lone Tyrant, who now had his defense reduced by 100% due to the effects of the Abyssal Bind, a frightening damage of -1,500 appeared above Lone Tyrant's head. This single slash had erased Lone Tyrant's confidence. Now, an expression of fear decorated Lone Tyrant's face instead. Immediately, Lone Tyrant struggled to escape Abyssal Bind. However, no matter how much energy he expended, the bone-chilling chains remain unperturbed. This was the first time Lone Tyrant had felt so powerless. He had over 1,000 subordinates and a team of experts protecting him. Yet, Shifeng regarded them all as nothing. Now, he could not even resist while Shifeng arbitrarily slaughtered him. Shifeng lifted the Abyssal Blade high. In the next moment, the Abyssal Blade, which was covered in green arcs of lightning, descended, and 3 arcs of lightning penetrated Lone Tyrant's body. -984, -1,370, -1892. After thundering flash ended, Lone Tyrant's body fell to the ground. From beginning to end, Shi Feng had only used 2 moves to finish off Lone Tyrant, and the time he spent doing so had not exceeded 1 second. Shi Feng's attack power thoroughly shocked everyone from Dark Star. Shi Feng's performance was simply stunning. Even when faced with over 1,000 elites from Dark Star, he managed to kill Dark Star's guild leader, Lone Tyrant. Ming Sha was also stunned by this scene. He had never imagined that Lone Tyrant would die so quickly under Shi Feng's assault. "Everybody, get him! No matter what, do not let him escape!" Ming Sha bellowed as he felt unprecedented humiliation. After finishing off Lone Tyrant, Shi Feng sent a chilling gaze to his surroundings. Those who received his gaze inadvertently halted their steps, and none dared to look Shi Feng in the eyes. Shi Feng was like a king that had descended from heaven. Nobody dared compete with him over dominance. Faced with Ming Sha's glare, Shi Feng simply raised his index finger at Ming Sha. He then made a hooking motion with his finger and softly chuckled. Ming Sha's rage burned even brighter after receiving such a blatant provocation. Immediately he lifted his great sword and charged at his opponent. In reply to Ming Sha's actions, Shi Feng gently waved the abyssal blade as he walked forward. Shi Feng had the presence of a king facing an ant's challenge, his mind appearing completely at ease. When the 2 swords collided, sparks flew. The impact of the attack forced Ming Sha to retreat multiple steps before he could stabilize himself. Shi Feng, however, had not moved an inch. The gap in strength between the two was clear at a glance. Giving Ming Sha no time, Shi Feng instantly charged forward and brandished his sword. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. Shi Feng's attacks were like a violent gale. Ming Sha desperately dodged and blocked the onslaught. However, each time Ming Sha was knocked back, it was very difficult for him to stabilize his form. After receiving over a dozen attacks, Ming Sha finally failed to block an attack. He received a hit to his abdomen, and the blow sent him flying. However, Shi Feng was not done. Shi Feng's feet suddenly exerted an explosive force, creating a deep pit in the ground as his body shot towards Ming Sha like an artillery shell. While his body remained in midair, Ming Sha was unable to exert any force to retaliate or dodge. The moment Shi Feng shot past Ming Sha, he brandished his swords multiple times. Each and every attack struck Ming Sha's vital points, all of them causing over -600 damage. In the blink of an eye, Ming Sha's life was no more. The scene dumbfounded the audience from Dark Star. What they had witnessed was simply Shi Feng flying past Ming Sha, followed by silvery sword streaks wrapping around Ming Sha's body. By the time Shi Feng passed Ming Sha's body, Ming Sha was already dead. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng dove into the dense forest with a few leaps, his figure completely vanished. At this time, some of Dark Star's members finally responded and rushed in the direction Shi Feng had disappeared. "Do we chase after him?" South Wolf worriedly asked as he looked to Yulan. South Wolf was very clear about just how powerful Ming Sha was. Yet, such a powerful expert still died at Shi Feng's hands. Moreover, from beginning to end, Shi Feng had not used any skills in the exchange with Ming Sha. He relied purely on techniques to kill his opponent. This was something that South Wolf had never dared to imagine possible in the past. Now, however, South Wolf finally realized what a true expert was. Yulan shook her head and released a soft sigh, saying, "No. If Black Flame possesses such strength, even if we chase after him, what can we actually do to him? Not to mention, our speed can't compare to his at all. We should save our energy and give up." First, he had killed Lone Tyrant, Dark Star's guild leader, amidst an army of thousands. Next, while he was escaping, he managed to kill an expert like Ming Sha. This time, Dark Star had truly lost all dignity. Even if Dark Star managed to exterminate Zero Wing's core team at a later date, it would only add on to the gossip about Dark Star. This time, Dark Star had truly suffered a defeat. Chapter 315, Breaking Past the Encirclement. Are we giving up, just like that? South Wolf still held some resentment in his heart. After all, Shi Feng had killed him once before. Then what do you propose? Yulan revealed a calm smile. She then pointed towards the direction of the silverleaf forest in which Shi Feng had disappeared, saying, "If you aren't satisfied, be my guest. However, you have already fully experienced Black Flame's horrifying might. Under that complete silencing skill, he can easily kill whoever he wants. As long as the cooldown for that skill refreshes, he might turn around and start another massacre. At that time, the first target he'll go after will be you." When Southwolf heard her reasoning, cold sweat permeated his forehead as he recalled the scene of Shi Feng killing Mingsha before escaping. Even until now, fear lingered within him. But how should we explain things to young Master Feng? Although Southwolf feared Shi Feng, Feng Xianyang was not someone he could afford to provoke. "I'll deal with young Master Feng. Today, we experienced Black Flame's true strength, so consider it a great harvest. As for the other matters, let's leave those to Guild Leader Tyrant to deal with," Yulan said as she revealed a mysterious smile. She then turned around and left. Feeling helpless, Southwolf sighed and departed with Yulan. Now that both Lone Tyrant and Mingsha had died, what could he, Southwolf, possibly do? Moreover, his main task for today was to show Yulan around the guild and allow her to assess the situation at Dark Star. Hunting Zero Wing was a side task. At a lake nestled in the Silverleaf Forest, Fire Dance and the other core members of Zero Wing had been waiting for a long time now. However, even after so much time had passed, Shi Feng had yet to show up, causing them all to grow slightly anxious. "Sister Fire Dance, guild leader still hasn't shown up yet. Why don't we check on him?" one of the 5 demon generals, the assassin, Flying Shadow, asked. In the past, Flying Shadow had been a solitary person. However, his strength could rank at the very top of Shadow. Although he had not performed any outstanding feats during the early stages of the game, he had not performed badly either. In general, he had been an average player. In this life, however, after Shi Feng recruited him into the Zero Wing workshop, he immediately assigned him to Zero Wing's core team. Many in the guild had initially voiced their opinions against this matter. However, as time slowly passed, everyone finally realized that Shi Feng's decision was still as impeccable as always. It was not something the likes of them could hope to compare to. Within the Zero Wing's core team, Fire Dance had always been the publicly acknowledged #1 assassin of Zero Wing. Meanwhile, the position of #2 assassin had been undetermined. However, after Flying Shadow joined the guild, his techniques rose rapidly with each passing battle and friendly competition. Very quickly, everyone began to acknowledge him, and now he was considered the most powerful assassin in Zero Wing after Fire Dance. Since guild leader has chosen to stay behind, he obviously is confident of obtaining victory. "We will only be a hindrance if we try to help." Fire Dance shook her head and rejected Flying Shadow's proposal. In reality, however, she was also worried about Shi Feng. At this moment, a black figure pierced through the brush, landing by the lakeside soundlessly. Before anyone noticed, this black figure had arrived before them. Fire Dance and Violet Cloud were the first to detect this figure's presence. Instinctively, Fire Dance retrieved the daggers from her waist, preparing to meet with a great enemy. Soon after, everyone else discovered the presence of this newcomer as well, and they too promptly readied their weapons. Although they could not see this black figure's appearance clearly, the pressure the figure emitted was no less than a Lord-ranked boss. "Guild leader." Fire Dance quickly recognized Shi Feng's appearance, and she was greatly shocked when she felt his aura. Previously, as they had been in a hurry to escape, she had not noticed Shi Feng's change. Now that she confronted Shi Feng, face to face, she suddenly realized that Shi Feng's strength had greatly improved. Right now, even she could not determine exactly how powerful Shi Feng was. It was especially true for the sharp and frightening aura he emanated. "It seems that all of you have improved greatly recently. You actually managed to discover me so quickly." Shi Feng examined his guild members and revealed a satisfied smile. Battles in God's Domain were unlike any other virtual reality game. The improvement of a person's strength was not limited to techniques and equipment. One must also possess a bestial intuition. After all, the penalty for death was not low, so such an intuition was essential when engaged in combat in the fields. In reality, if players did not suffer death when grinding out in the fields, they could easily reach level 200 within 2 years. Yet, Shi Feng had taken a decade to reach level 200 in the past. Death was inevitable when battling in God's domain. In the past, Shi Feng had died countless times while participating in all sorts of combat. In God's domain, danger always lurked around the corner. Guild wars were only a small part of the dangers in God's domain. Thus, it was of utmost importance for a player to nurture a bestial intuition to avoid unnecessary deaths. It was also a key to leveling up quickly. People's lives in reality were simply too peaceful, so this bestial intuition had been completely buried deep in their bodies. However, as players experienced more battles in God's domain, this intuition would slowly rise to the surface. Meanwhile, the rate at which players improved also correlated to how strong their intuition became, and this was one of the main factors differentiating average players from experts. Shi Feng chose to appear so stealthily to test everyone's intuition, and the result had not disappointed him. Compared to several days ago, everyone present had improved greatly. Though, when compared to Fire Dance and Violet Cloud, everyone else's improvement paled slightly. Nevertheless, they were still much stronger than the average elite player. After Shi Feng finished evaluating everyone's strengths, he then said with a smile, "All right, let's leave this place. Follow me." Leave. This was exactly what everyone had constantly tried to do. However, it was simply too difficult to accomplish. Currently, Dark Star's forces locked down the Silverleaf Forest. With their team of slightly more than 30, it was impossible to fight their way out of the forest. In the next moment, however, Shi Feng gave everyone an underwater breathing potion. This potion allowed players to breathe underwater for half an hour. Following which, Shi Feng gulped down the breathing potion and jumped into the lake. He then dove into the depths of the lake. The team copied Shi Feng's actions, drinking the breathing potion and jumping into the lake as well. This lake was not just a pool of stagnant water. Instead, it connected to the other lakes found in the Silverleaf Forest. A player in the past had accidentally stumbled on this particular secret. This player had only managed to discover this secret as he tried to catch the silver carp found in the Silverleaf Forest. The silver carp was a precious cooking ingredient, and its flavor far surpassed the carp found in the real world. Moreover, after eating the dishes made using the silver carp, there was a very small chance for players to receive a permanent increase of 1 point to a basic attribute. Players could receive up to a total of 20 attribute points through consuming these delicacies. Unfortunately, the attribute rewarded was always random. Even so, players still valued the silver carp. Many players who were Germans and wished to increase their strength would willingly spend a massive sum of money to purchase silver carp. So, silver carp had always been short in supply, and their prices had steadily increased over time. Back in the day, plenty of players would come to the Silverleaf Forest to fish for the silver carp. There was also no lack of bloodbaths due to competition over these silver carp as well. Shi Feng led everyone through one underwater tunnel after another, gradually distancing themselves from Dark Star's encirclement. However, Dark Star still held Silverleaf Forest's exits. So, it was impossible for them to depart from the forest safely. A guild war order could seal an area for 24 hours. During this period, no one could use return scrolls in this area. In addition, if enemy guild members logged out of the game while in this area, they would receive very harsh punishment. This punishment was far more severe than even the penalty for death, as it was meant to prevent players from abusing this method to avoid the watch. However, guild war orders had a cooldown time of 2 natural days. In God's domain, that would be 96 hours. Hence, after players managed to endure and survive through the guild war order's effective period of 24 hours, they could return directly to the city using a return scroll. Shi Feng intended to take advantage of these underwater tunnels before anyone discovered their existence. By doing so, they could escape Dark Star's surveillance and wait out the seal of the Guild War Order. Dark Star had a lot of members inside the Silverleaf Forest. However, due to Shifeng's group killing one of their teams, which had consisted of over 100 elite players, in addition to Shifeng's impossible feat of killing both Lone Tyrant and Ming Sha amidst the encirclement of over 1,000 players, Dark Star no longer dared spread their forces too thin. They even called for more reinforcements to the Silverleaf Forest. Yet, even after thoroughly searching the area where the previous battle took place, they still could not manage to locate any traces of Shifeng and the others. Time passed little by little. After his resurrection, Lone Tyrant was like a madman as he sent out all members of Dark Star to hunt Shifeng's team in the Silverleaf Forest. His insanity also attracted the attention of the players in White River City. Why was Dark Star sending even more players to the Silverleaf Forest? Were the thousands of players they had sent there before not enough to deal with the core members of Zero Wing? At this time, a new post from Black Flame appeared on the forums, and within the post, there was a video. This video bore the title, Dark Star's Guild Leader, Lone Tyrant's Death. Chapter 316, Shocking Star Moon. The confrontation between Dark Star and Zero Wing had already become explosively popular on the forums. Previously, using the name Black Flame, Shifeng had declared that he would exact vengeance against Dark Star. In response, those who knew of Dark Star's strength were not optimistic about Zero Wing's chances of success. After all, everyone knew that Zero Wing had only recently established. It did not possess a significant background. However, Zero Wing was still the first guild in Star Moon Kingdom to possess a guild residence, so most considered it to have great potential. If it spent a few more months developing, it might become an existence that surpassed even Dark Star. At the moment, though, it was simply too early for Zero Wing to go against Dark Star. Yet, sometime later, such remarks about Zero Wing completely disappeared. World Dominators, veteran first-rate guild, had actually suffered defeat. Moreover, the guild had been eliminated from the competition for dominance over White River City. Zero Wing had played a significant role in achieving this feat, so it was apparent that Zero Wing was not as weak as everyone had imagined. Hence, the moment the video of Shifeng killing Dark Star's guild leader, Lone Tyrant, uploaded, its popularity instantly grew. In particular, the scene where Shifeng indifferently faced off against an army of over 1,000 elites and managed to kill Lone Tyrant by himself garnered huge amounts of attention. Shifeng's actions made it seem as if killing the enemy commander while surrounded by an army as simple as taking something out of his pockets. A scene that was only possible in storybooks had actually occurred in reality. In the face of Shifeng, the guild leader of Dark Star was like a little kid. Even as Lone Tyrant died, he had not offered the least bit of resistance. On the other hand, just a glance from Shifeng caused the thousands of players of Dark Star to freeze in fright. At that time, Shifeng was like a king. Before him, everybody else could only submit. Also, the scene in which Shifeng killed Ming Sha as he departed was even more amazing. Anybody could tell at a glance that the berserker, Ming Sha, was not just an ordinary expert. Yet even so, Shifeng killed him effortlessly. However, this did not mean that Ming Sha was weak. Instead, Shifeng was simply too strong. This Black Flame is too powerful. With his skills, he can rank on the God's Domain Experts list. Not likely. That's the God's Domain Experts list you're talking about. The Secret Pavilion has collected information on all experts in God's Domain to compile that list, and the God's Domain experts that rank on it are all monsters. Previously, even though the God-ranked expert, Yifeng, had killed over 100 players all by himself, he still failed to earn a spot on that list. The Secret Pavilion was famous in the virtual gaming world, and one could find the Secret Pavilion's presence in practically every virtual reality game available. The experts list compiled by the Secret Pavilion was also well received by many players. After all, by browsing through the experts list, one could easily find information such as the major events that had occurred in God's Domain, what kind of experts were present in the game, who the #1 player was, and more. Players had no need to go through the trouble of searching for such information through the official forums. Any player who managed to earn a place on the experts list was a target for recruitment of all of the major workshops in the gaming industry. Although nobody knew whether Black Flame was capable of ranking on the experts list, undoubtedly, he had already earned his fame in Star Moon Kingdom. In the future, whenever people talked about Zero Wing, the first thing that would come to their minds would be Black Flame. Damn it! Damn that Black Flame! Lone Tyrant burst into an uncontrollable rage when he discovered the video Feng had uploaded. His original plan to destroy Zero Wing had completely backfired, and instead, he became the laughingstock throughout Star Moon Kingdom. Have we not found them yet? Lone Tyrant bellowed. Dark Star had suffered a tremendous loss this time. Not only had it lost more than 1,000 players to Zero Wing, but Dark Star's fame and prestige had also been destroyed. Lone Tyrant's reputation had gone up in flames. To make things worse, he still had to compensate World Dominators for its losses. The amount they had to pay would definitely put a dent in Dark Star's funds, damaging the guild's development. In this war, Dark Star had suffered a double loss. However, Lone Tyrant was completely helpless about this situation. Guild leader, we've already increased the number of people searching for them to 15,000. However, it's as if they grew wings and flew away. Even after rummaging through the entire Silverleaf Forest, we still can't find any traces of Zero Wing. I suspect that they have long since left the forest. Otherwise, if Black Flame and the core members of Zero Wing were still here, Zero Wing's and Ouroboros's forces would have carved a path of blood into this forest by now. They wouldn't have dispersed and went on to do their own things. Lone Tyrant's confidant explained slowly. Before, Lone Tyrant's anger had blinded him, so he had not considered this. However, now that he thought it through, it was as his confidant said. If Black Flame, Zero Wing's guild leader, were still trapped deep in his enemy's territory, how could the other members of his guild possibly sit and do nothing? They would have charged forward in desperation. If Zero Wing had joined hands with Ouroboros, based on Dark Star's strength, Dark Star would have no choice but to back off. Yet, Zero Wing had not done so. Even the reinforcements Lone Tyrant had called in from White River City received no obstruction whatsoever from the other guild. Based on Zero Wing's inaction, one could conclude that Black Flame had indeed already left the Silverleaf Forest. Damn that Black Flame! We've wasted so much time and manpower. Lone Tyrant's eyes burned with anger. However, he was simply helpless against Zero Wing. It was no longer possible to deal with their enemy now. Previously, he had the help of World Dominators to hinder Ouroboros. Now that World Dominators was out of the competition, if Dark Star wished to deal with Zero Wing, it would have to fight both Zero Wing and Ouroboros simultaneously. Even with Underworld support, it was still not an opponent for these two guilds. Suddenly, Lone Tyrant seemed to age by several years. Pass on my command, everybody is dismissed. Those who should rest, rest. Those who wish to level up, go level up. As for the rewards and compensations, I will issue those later. After Lone Tyrant finished speaking, as if all the strength in his body drained away, his entire person became powerless. Soon after, everyone from Dark Star departed from the Silverleaf Forest, one after another. As for the seal of Guild War Order, that too had dissipated. When the thousands of players from Dark Star hunted Feng's group, having nothing better to do, Feng and the others had spent their time searching for silver carp at a lake. Currently, nobody that knew how precious silver carp were. Moreover, now that the underwater areas of the Silverleaf Forest had yet to develop, one could find a large number of silver carp in the lakes in the area. Even in the very beginning, each silver carp sold for 20 silver coins. Presently, 20 silver was worth 3,000 credits. It could compare to the monthly salaries of white-collared workers. By the time everybody discovered the silver carp's value, its price had soared from the initial 20 silver coins to 2 gold coins. To an average player, such an amount was a fortune. During the several hours Dark Star had hunted them, Feng and the others had managed to catch over 20 silver carp. They even discovered multiple treasure chests. Although they were only bronze and mysterious iron rank, it was still a considerable harvest. Guild leader, as you predicted, Dark Star has released the seal on the Silverleaf Forest, Fire Dance reported excitedly. Although everything had gone according to Shifeng's plan, when everyone witnessed the area's seal lifting so quickly, they could not help their astonishment. It was as if everything was within Shifeng's grasp. That's that. However, we are now red players. If we aren't nobles of White River City, we won't have any way to enter the city safely. Most of us are already level 20, so if we wish to upgrade ourselves further, we need to complete our class change. Let's first wash away our red names. Otherwise, we can't enter White River City to accept our class change quest. Shifeng was not particularly surprised about the seal on the Silverleaf Forest releasing. After spending so much time and manpower, Dark Star had still failed to locate any of them. As long as Lone Tyrant was not an idiot, he would definitely stop searching for them like a fool. Chapter 317 Town Capture. Guild Leader, our names are as red as blood right now. Most of us have killed more than 10 people, while Blackie and I have killed more than 100 each. We'll need to waste a lot of time to cleanse our red names completely. By the time we do, most of the players from the other guilds will have already reached level 20, Fire Dance said as she smiled bitterly. If a player wished to remove their status as a red name, they needed to remove the crime value they had accumulated. One of the most common ways to get rid of crime value was to wait, as a player's crime value decreased over time. However, if one's crime value was excessively high, they needed to punish evil and promote righteousness. However, although killing NPCs such as villains, criminals, and bandits would significantly reduce a player's crime value, there was no other benefit for doing so. Killing these NPCs would not provide players with any additional rewards or EXP. Moreover, these NPCs were very few and usually scattered all over God's domain. It would be fine if players hunted for these NPCs by themselves, but hunting as a group would be time-consuming and inefficient. Indeed. Let's forget about cleansing your red names for now. We'll raise our White River City reputation. As long as you become nobles, entering the city as red names will not have significant consequences. We should have no problems taking on the class change quest. Shifeng made his decision after some thought. Otherwise, it would take around 2 to 3 days' effort to cleanse such a high crime value. Everyone fell speechless when they heard Shifeng's decision to raise their reputation in White River City to the degree of becoming a noble. Shifeng made it sound as if becoming a noble of White River City was as easy as buying cabbage from the market. It was extremely difficult for players to raise their White River City reputation, and one needed to invest a lot of time to accumulate sufficient reputation points to become a noble. In this case, it would be much easier to hunt for NPC bandits. Guild Leader, do you have a method to increase our White River City reputation quickly? Blackie knew that Shifeng would not speak without reason. Suddenly, his eyes shone with a hint of excitement as he looked to his guild leader for answers. A noble of White River City. Currently, one could count the number of players that had become nobles of White River City on one's fingers. After becoming a noble, not only could one purchase a business stall in White River City, but one could also receive high-level quests in the city. The rewards were enough to drool over. Although the EXP rewarded was low, the monetary rewards consisted of silver coins, not copper coins. Most importantly, nobles could receive a 10% discount when purchasing items in White River City. They could also receive a 30% discount when repairing weapons and equipment. Currently, every time they went to repair items, they would always leave with a stomach ache. Due to the quality of their items, the repair fees were at least 6 times higher than the average players. If they could become nobles of White River City, in the future, they would not become poor bastards whenever they needed to repair their equipment. They might even get the chance to enter the nobles' district. Shifeng rolled his eyes at Blackie, saying, "Do you really think it is so easy to become a noble?" The team could not help their laughter at Blackie as he nearly choked from Shifeng's reply. Although it is not easy to raise one's reputation in White River City, if one wishes to increase it quickly, there is indeed a method to do so. Guild Leader, is there really such a method? Cola asked excitedly. It was an absolute nightmare for him whenever he had to repair his equipment. Out of cloth armor, leather armor, and plate armor, the repair fees for cloth armor were the cheapest. On the other hand, plate armor cost the most to repair, and normally, the fees were at least double that of cloth armor. Ah, there is one method, town capture, Shifeng nodded, revealing a mysterious smile. Shifeng's announcement stunned his guildmates. What kind of trouble was Shifeng trying to stir? They had just escaped from Dark Star's pursuit, yet, now, they were going to capture a town. Town capture? Kola was confused. Although he did not know why Shifeng suggested they capture a town, such a thing was not easy. Level 50 elite NPCs guarded every town. There were even Tier 2 NPCs protecting them. Even with their strength combined, they wouldn't be a match for even a single level 50 elite NPC, not to mention a Tier 2 NPC. That's right. However, we're not going to capture just any town. Instead, our aim is Creek Town, one of the towns within the White River City region that's occupied by evil-aligned NPCs. As long as we capture this town, we can obtain a lot of White River City reputation points. If we're lucky, there might even be unexpected rewards, Shifeng explained. However, it won't be easy. I'll need to make some preparations before we set off. Just stay here and catch some fish for now. I'll head back and make the necessary arrangements. I'll notify you guys once I'm done. After Shifeng said so, he used a return scroll. Town capture. During the middle stages of God's domain, this was a commonplace activity for players. There were plenty of small towns in God's domain, and a majority of these towns were not under the management of any kingdoms or empires. Instead, other forces occupied these towns. So long as players wished to establish their own empire in God's domain, it was a must for them to occupy towns. Meanwhile, if players wished to occupy a town, they needed to chase away the forces that occupied said town first. Only by doing so could they turn the town into their own guild town. They could then slowly develop and upgrade the town's rank. It was also not impossible for players to develop a town to surpass even Star Moon City. However, the conditions for doing so were extremely demanding, so it was very difficult for players to succeed. Moreover, capturing a town was easier said than done. Even if the current number 1 guild in White River City, Ouroboros, went all out, they should not have any clue of how to capture a town. It should be impossible for Ouroboros to capture even the most bordered and resource-poor town. On top of that, now that Shifeng had unsealed the Endless Abyss, towns had upgraded their overall strength in preparation for the assault from demonic beasts, making it even more challenging for players to capture a town. However, Creek Town, the town Shifeng had chosen as his target, was slightly special. There was a hidden quest in White River City that would greatly reduce the overall strength of Creek Town. If the town were weakened, capture would become far easier. However, in order to accept this hidden quest, at the very minimum, one must first become a Viscount of White River City. Fortunately, Shifeng just happened to be just that. After Shifeng returned to White River City, he suddenly became the focus of the entire city. Any players who saw him immediately began whispering to companions or strangers by their sides. Shifeng was a celebrity right now, and everyone in White River City knew about him. Although part of the reason why Shifeng attracted so much attention was due to his blood-red name, the actual cause for his fame was due to the name Black Flame. The video of the battle in the Silverleaf Forest was extremely exciting. The scene where Shifeng had leaped high into the air to finish off Ming Sha was particularly unforgettable. Countless players had tried to mimic Shifeng's actions. Unfortunately, average players could, at most, jump 2 to 3 meters high. Compared to Shifeng, who had managed to reach a height of 8 meters, the gap between them was simply too massive. Moreover, Shifeng had brandished his sword 6 times while in midair, and every strike accurately landed on Ming Sha's vital points. Through their attempts to mimic Shifeng's actions, everyone's admiration for him grew. Everyone knew that a player's basic attributes determined the gap between them and others. Only after making a comparison did they know just how wide the gap was between them and Shifeng. Guild Leader Black Flame. When will Zero Wing hold another mass recruitment? I've been waiting to join Zero Wing for a long time now. A level 17 male swordsman asked loudly. That's right. This little girl wishes to join Zero Wing as well. Big Brother Black Flame, please tell this little sister when you'll recruit again. It can be our little secret. I promise not to tell anyone. A beautiful female summoner asked sweetly. Everyone's eagerness to join Zero Wing grew greater and greater. If Zero Wing had not announced to the public that it had temporarily halted recruitment in order to fine-tune the management of the guild, the stampede of players might have trampled Zero Wing's recruitment area by now. The crowd's enthusiasm started to make even Shi Feng grow afraid. Without a better choice, he said, everyone can rest assured that Zero Wing will definitely recruit for more members. Moreover, we will have even more slots available during the next recruitment. As for the time and venue, the recruitment will be held in 3 days at Zero Wing's guild residence. I hope that everyone will show up for the registration when the time comes. Finished speaking, Shi Feng hurriedly escaped. If he remained any longer, he might not be able to get away. In 3 days? Great. I can use that time to improve my techniques and strength. I will definitely pass the test and become a member of Zero Wing. After receiving a specific time, everyone grew even more enthusiastic. They all swore to join Zero Wing no matter what. In their minds, Zero Wing stood out like a sacred temple of experts. Assassin Fire Dance, Guardian Night Cola, Elementalist Aqua Rose, Berserker Lonely Snow, Cursemancer Black Cloud, Cleric Violet Cloud, Swordsman Black Flame, Swordsman Yi Feng, and many other experts all belonged to Zero Wing. These experts possessed brilliant battle records in God's domain, and they were far stronger than other guilds' experts. Chapter 318, Bloodhand. Shi Feng's return immediately attracted the attention of the various powers in White River City. When these powers learned about Shi Feng's return, in addition his blood-red-colored name, they knew that Dark Star's encirclement had failed. Dark Star had dispatched over 10,000 members during this encounter. Yet, they still failed to annihilate Zero Wing's core members. This conclusion had greatly boosted Zero Wing's fame. Moreover, Lone Tyrant's death at Shi Feng's hands had also been a huge blow to Dark Star's reputation. Excluding world dominators, which had already been eliminated from the competition for the dominance over White River City, Dark Star's current reputation ranked at the very bottom of the top 6 guilds of White River City. As a result, many players who had originally intended to join Dark Star now had their sights on Zero Wing instead. As things stood, it was only a matter of time before Zero Wing surpassed Dark Star. After escaping the attention of the passionate players surrounding him, Shi Feng immediately draped a black cloak over his shoulders, covering his face and hiding his name. He then hurried towards the Adventurers Association of White River City. On the way, Shi Feng contacted Aqua Rose and had her bring around 60 core members to the Adventurers Association to meet up with him. 20 minutes later, Aqua Rose showed up at the entrance of the Adventurers Association with the requested guildmates. Every one of these core members wore equipment that was mysterious iron rank and above. Among them, many possessed secret silver equipment. The group looked dazzling when they stood in front of the entrance, invoking the envy and admiration of many passing players. Although Dark Star's ambush and the battle with world dominators had significantly damaged Zero Wing, fortunately, the guild possessed a relatively large stock of bronze and mysterious iron equipment to compensate for the loss. Only, some time was required to regain the lost levels. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose's group consisted of players that had been busy raiding dungeons while the guild war had taken place. They had not been able to make it in time to help. Big Sis Aqua, why do you think the guild leader called us here? A female cleric called Snow Goose asked curiously. Isn't it obvious? Dark Star caused us trouble, picking a fight. Our guild leader obviously wants us here to plan our payback, a berserker said, laughing. That's great. The dungeon we raided before was too far away, so we couldn't join in the guild war. Now, I'll get to teach those bastards from Dark Star a lesson. Snow Goose giggled as she waved her delicate fist around. Watching this scene, Aqua Rose could not help but laugh, saying, "Snow Goose, aren't you a little too aggressive?" Although the guild leader hasn't expressed his plans for us yet, I feel that he called us here for something else. Otherwise, if we start a war against Dark Star with the few numbers we have here, we won't even fill in the gaps between their teeth. Stop guessing blindly. In any case, we'll know what he wants us to do soon enough. Hearing that their guild leader had called them here for something else, Snow Goose's mood dampened slightly. The others also revealed disappointed expressions. Shi Feng finally arrived after Aqua Rose and the others had waited at the Adventurers Association's entrance for a short while. "Guild leader, why are you still wearing a cloak? Are we not allowed to expose ourselves in this operation? Should we leave and sneak back over here?" Aqua Rose could not help her confusion when she saw Shi Feng hiding his face. At this moment, Shi Feng looked like a wanted criminal who was afraid of being discovered. "I hadn't intended to use it. However, being too famous doesn't help me either. If I removed my cloak, I don't think I will get further than the front door of the Adventurers Association," Shi Feng said, laughing bitterly. "Forget about it. Invite me to the team and let's get down to business." From Shi Feng's brief explanation, Aqua Rose imagined the comical scene of a horde of players mobbing Shi Feng. Involuntarily, Aqua Rose's lips hooked up into a bright smile. The dignified guild leader of Zero Wing had been fearless even against an army of thousands. Yet now he was actually afraid of his fans' enthusiasm. After Aqua Rose invited Shi Feng to the team, she passed the team leader position to Shi Feng. After becoming the leader of the team, Shi Feng immediately examined everyone's level, and he could not help but feel proud at what he saw. A majority of the team was level 19, while a small portion had already reached level 20. This was unimaginable in any other guild. As the various large guilds competed over the first clear of the 3 great dungeons, naturally, they would not hurry to level up. In truth, the guild's actions were similar to putting the cart before the horse. Although obtaining the first clear of the 3 great dungeons was important, God's Domain worked differently from other MMOs. If players paid too much attention to their gains and losses during the early stages of the game, they could easily miss other opportunities. Take the promotion to become a Tier 1 class, for example. Level 20 dungeons specifically catered to Tier 1 classes. The only reason Fire Dance and the others had managed to clear level 20 dungeons was mainly due to the excellent equipment they possessed. Otherwise, it would have been extremely difficult to achieve such a feat. Not to mention, there were still the 50-man and 100-man level 20 large-scale team dungeons. Hence, the earlier they completed their Tier 1 promotion, the better their chances were of obtaining the first clear of the 100-man team dungeon. The only benefit of obtaining the first clear of the level 10 3 great dungeons was fame among players. By obtaining the first clear of a level 20 100-man team dungeon, however, not only could they increase their fame, but they could also encounter a great opportunity. "Let's head to the second floor," Shi Feng said in the team chat. Normally, nobody visited the second floor of the Adventurers Association. This place did not receive individual guild players. Instead, this place was exclusive to guild teams. "Sister Aqua, why do you think the guild leader has led us here?" Snow Goose asked curiously. "I don't know." Aqua Rose shook her head. She, too, could not see through their guild leader, Shi Feng. However, it was precisely because of this that she had chosen to join Zero Wing. She then continued, "However, this is where guilds come to take on large-scale quests. I wonder what kind of great quest the guild leader plans to accept?" At this time, Shi Feng sat in front of the VIP counter. With a smile, the beautiful receptionist behind the counter asked, "Lord Viscount, how may I be of service today?" "I wish to take on a guild crusade quest," Shi Feng requested. However, as the Zero Wing Guild is only a 3-star guild, there are only 4 locations available for a crusade. "May I know which location Lord Viscount desires?" The receptionist listed the 4 locations. They were rather remote towns, barren wastelands. However, dark forces occupied each location. Without 2,000 to 3,000 level 30 Tier 1 players, one should not even consider capturing it. Of course, this was only in the case for attacking normally. If it were a crusade, however, the difficulty of capturing the town would significantly decrease. Even so, it was still extremely difficult. If one attempted to capture these towns with only 100 players around level 20, it would be suicide. Creek Town then. Shi Feng was very familiar with the crusade quests available in White River City. He chose Creek Town, which was occupied by the Blood Hand Association, without hesitation. Among the many dark forces in the White River City region, the Blood Hand Association was one of the weakest and smallest powers. It ranked at the very bottom. Taking on any of the other 3 locations, each of which was controlled by lower middle-class dark forces, would be nothing more than suicide for Shi Feng and his team. They would have no chances of successfully capturing the town at all. Okay. A 1-star crusade quest will require a deposit of 30 gold coins. If the quest is not completed within 5 days, then the deposit will not be refunded. Snow Goose, who currently stood behind Shi Feng, widened her delicate mouth in shock when she heard the requirement of a 30 gold deposits. Just what kind of quest was this? To think that they actually needed to pay a deposit before accepting the quest. Moreover, the deposit was even 30 gold coins. Big Sis Aqua, what kind of quest is that? It actually needs 30 gold coins. Even if I sold myself, I still wouldn't earn so much money. Snow Goose said, stunned. Snow Goose's words left everyone speechless. Shi Feng, on the other hand, merely revealed a calm smile as he paid the 30 gold coins deposit gladly. He then said in the team chat, "This is a guild crusade quest. Unless one becomes a true noble of White River City, they can't even accept such a quest. Moreover, 30 gold coins is actually very cheap." Cheap? Everyone was truly speechless this time. At this stage of the game, 30 gold coins was practically the maximum a third-rate guild would possess. If they could not complete this crusade quest, those 30 gold coins would be gone forever. Chapter 319, Windbreaker. After Shi Feng accepted the 1-star guild crusade quest, he led everyone to the Twilight Temple. The Twilight Temple was a main hub for healer classes. Here clerics, oracles, and druids could take on quests that rewarded high-level skills related to their classes. "Guild leader, what are we doing here?" Aqua Rose asked, confused. "We're looking for assistance?" Shi Feng smiled faintly, not bothering to explain further. After entering the main hall of the Twilight Temple, they saw level 180 elite guards crowding the temple. This hall also contained the statue of the Twilight Goddess, below which stood a level 200 priest dressed in red. An oracle advanced to priest after reaching tier 2. To Shi Feng and the others, a level 200 priest was an existence that they could only revere. At this moment, however, this priest dressed in red took the initiative to walk up to Shi Feng and welcome him. "Greetings, Lord Viscount," the priest said, fawning. "Greetings, esteemed Lord Priest. I wish to purchase some water of life. Do you have some here?" Shi Feng asked softly. The water of life was the spring water taken from the fountain of eternal life. It was sacred medicine in God's domain that could heal any wound in an instant. It could even regenerate a person's lost limbs, so the water of life was extremely valuable. To NPCs, the water of life held great importance. The Twilight Temple worshipped the Twilight Goddess. Meanwhile, the fountain of eternal life was a godly relic that the Twilight Goddess had bestowed upon the Twilight Temple. Hence, throughout God's domain, only the Twilight Temple could possibly obtain the water of life. "Lord Viscount, water of life is precious. This is a gift of the Twilight Goddess to we humans, and every drop is a treasure. It is not something a priest like myself can give to others casually, so I beg for Lord Viscount's forgiveness," the priest said, appearing slightly angry. However, a Viscount was a person of relatively high status in White River City. Even if Shi Feng's request angered the priest still had to endure and hold it in. If any other player stood in Shi Feng's place right now, the priest might have thrown them out of the temple already. Naturally, Shi Feng knew this. Although he had guessed that his identity as a Viscount would not get him the water of life, the priest's unwavering refusal still shocked him slightly. Shi Feng then activated the golden stigmata and looked at the priest, asking, "Will this not do?" Suddenly, twinkling golden stars appeared in Shi Feng's dark pupils. His body began to emanate a terrifying aura. In the face of this aura, the priest felt even his soul tremble. The priest was the manager of this twilight temple, so it was only natural that he would possess vast knowledge regarding God's domain. Stigmata were the war god's temple's symbol of supremacy, and they were categorized into 3 different colors: silver, gold, and purple. A person capable of controlling a golden stigmata was definitely a core character of the war god's temple. Is it really not possible? Shi Feng asked again. In truth, he was not confident in obtaining the water of life. If players wished to purchase the water of life from the Twilight Temple, the prerequisite was sufficient status among humans. As to what degree of status, even Shi Feng was unsure. However, characters like Weissman, the controller of a city, could definitely purchase some. Shi Feng was not a city lord, so if he wished to purchase the water of life, he could only try his other identities. If it were not possible to obtain any, he would have to look for other assistants to help him with the crusade quest instead. After he gains sufficient status in the future, he would return and purchase water of life. After some struggling, the priest finally opened his mouth and said, "Lord Viscount, with your esteemed status, you can purchase 1 drop. Okay, I'll take it," Shi Feng replied, slightly excited. However, his excitement confused the members of Zero Wing behind him. Wasn't it just a single drop of water of life? Yet, it actually caused their usually calm and indifferent guild leader to grow excited. Could this water of life possibly be an epic item? "That will be 300 gold, Lord Viscount." The priest carefully took out a small crystal vial from his pocket. Within this vial, there was a single droplet of dark blue liquid. Aqua Rose immediately revealed a shocked expression when she heard the required price of 300 gold. The others were stunned as well. However, Shi Feng was not surprised by this price. Instead, he handed over 300 gold to the priest without hesitation. His actions even seemed a little impatient. Aqua Rose was speechless when she heard the price for a drop of water of life. There was not a single guild in God's domain that could possibly afford such an amount. Hence, when she saw Shi Feng hand over 300 gold to the priest, her disbelief was overwhelming. Although Aqua Rose had long since known that Shi Feng was rich, she never thought his fortune was this vast. No wonder guild leader said that 30 gold was cheap before. Snow Goose finally understood Shi Feng's words back at the Adventurers Association. Indeed, compared to 300 gold, the 30 gold deposit for the Guild Crusade quest was nothing. With 300 gold, one could fully arm a 100-man elite team with mysterious iron equipment. In the end, just how deeply hidden is this guy? Just how much do I not know about Zero Wing? Aqua Rose shifted her gaze to Shi Feng, a complicated feeling possessing her heart. If Lone Tyrant of Dark Star knew about this, he would definitely regret making an enemy out of Zero Wing. Wars between guilds were mainly competitions in financial power. Meanwhile, by showing off its own financial power, Dark Star had simply shown off its slight skill in front of an expert. However, what Aqua Rose did not know was that Dark Star could have caused Shi Feng some significant problems had they really annihilated Zero Wing's core team. After all, Blackie wielded an epic-ranked staff. The others also possessed excellent dark gold items. If Dark Star had managed to obtain these items, the consequences would have been unimaginably dire. After Shi Feng obtained the water of life, he hurried over to a simple and crude-looking house located in the slums of White River City. In this house lived a middle-aged man with only a single arm. Originally, this man had been a powerful Tier 2 sword master. However, during the Great Demon War he had lost one of his arms, and subsequently his strength deteriorated, reverting to an ordinary citizen. This man was Kite. Even before he had lost his arm, Kite had not been very famous in Star Moon Kingdom. After all, he was simply a Tier 2 swordsman, something common. The reason Shi Feng had come for Kite was mainly that of his potential. 5 years after God's domain had officially launched, Kite had another name. Windbreaker. Nobody would have thought that a one-armed man living in the slums of White River City would, after becoming the personal guard of a player, one day grow to become a Tier 5 titled Sword Saint. The more shocking matter was the fact that the owner of this Windbreaker was actually just an independent player with subpar techniques, and this player was simply a lifestyle player. However, due to the presence of this Tier 5 titled Sword Saint, this insignificant, independent player had actually become an existence that nobody dared to provoke casually. The same went for the first-rate guilds at that time. Many first-rate guilds and super guilds had also offered astronomical prices in order to recruit this independent player. Moreover, the prices they offered were much higher than what they would usually offer when recruiting a Tier 5 expert. The reason being, NPCs were different from players. NPCs of the same rank were much more powerful than players, not to mention a Tier 5 Sword Saint that received a title. Kite's strength far surpassed other ordinary Tier 5 Sword Saints. If ranked according to tiers, a title Sword Saint could be considered a Tier 5 class, and only Tier 6 God-ranked players could possibly suppress this Windbreaker. Esteemed Lord Viscount, how may I be of service to you? Kite asked in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing when he saw Shi Feng entering his house. Although he had become a cripple with low status, his bearing was completely different when compared to the priest back at the Twilight Temple. Chapter 320, Personal Guard. When Shi Feng saw Kite's depressing state, Shi Feng wondered just how much determination that independent player, Drunk Xiao, had when he decided to recruit Kite as his personal guard and invest in grooming swordsmen. However, reality had proven that Drunk Xiao certainly had impressive foresight. When choosing a personal guard, players relied on two things: foresight and luck. If a player made the wrong choice, they could only blame themselves for being dull and impatient. Before placing an NPC under their command, players had absolutely no access to said NPC's data. They would have no access even if they took in an NPC as a normal guard. In the case of Anna, Shi Feng could only view her data because she was an assistant provided due to an epic quest. Anna belonged to Shi Feng completely, so she fit under the category of a personal guard. After becoming a Viscount, players were given 2 slots for personal guards and 48 slots for normal guards. These slots were precious, as after signing the contract with an NPC, players were required to pay a considerable fee should they ever wish to dissolve the contract. If it were merely dissolving the contract for normal guards, most players could afford the fee. After all, normal guards were incapable of growth. As a player's strength grew, sooner or later, they would have to replace these normal guards. However, personal guards were a different story. Personal guards could grow with a player. Even if it were Shi Feng, he would not dare dissolve contracts of personal guards casually, as the price was simply too high. Hence, after players became Viscounts, they would be very careful when selecting their personal guards. They absolutely would not waste these 2 slots. However, leaving it empty was also unwise. Even if one accepted personal guards with slightly lower potential, these personal guards could be of great help when properly developed, especially when leveling up. Moreover, the sooner one started nurturing a personal guard, the stronger they could become later on. Also, players could not simply recruit any NPC they wished. For example, players could not recruit NPCs directly affiliated to the various kingdoms, empires, or the several strongest powers of God's domain. In other words, the NPCs must not be affiliated with any powers. In addition, the stronger the NPC was, the harder it was for a player to put them under their command. Hence, thoughts such as recruiting a level 200 Tier 5 NPC should be kept to one's dreams. In the past, Drunk Xiao's decision to accept Kite as his personal guard relied on both foresight and luck. It was not a feat normal people could repeat. In this life, however, Shi Feng had decided that he needed to obtain the NPC named Kite no matter what. Mr. Kite, I have just recently become a Viscount of White River City, and currently, I am trying to recruit guards for myself. I wonder if you would be interested? Shi Feng asked. Kite looked a little excited when he heard Shi Feng's offer. However, When he looked at the empty space where his right arm used to be, he sighed and said, "My lord, you too can see for yourself. I am but a cripple now, so I have no way to serve as one of my lord's guard." I realize Mr. Kite's concerns. I had heard that Mr. Kite became a Tier 2 swordmaster at an early age. During the Great Demon War, you have even managed to injure a Tier 3 demon heavily, though at the cost of your sword arm. Today, I have come to recruit you as my guard, so of course, I have come prepared. Do you know what this is? Shi Feng smiled as he retrieved a small, crystalline bottle. Within the crystalline bottle, there was a single droplet of dark blue liquid. Just by looking through the crystal wall of the bottle, one could already feel the boundless life energy coming from this droplet. Water of life. Kite immediately recognized this liquid, a hint of emotion appearing on his stone-cold face. After all, this liquid was something he had yearned for all this time. Now that it was in front of him, how could he not recognize it? That's right. As long as Mr. Kite agrees to become my personal guard, the water of life in this bottle is yours. Shi Feng smiled. Esteemed Lord Viscount, are you truly willing to use this precious water of life on a mere sword master like me? Kite asked carefully. In reality, Shi Feng's offer was touching. My lord, you should know that, with this droplet alone, even a Tier 3 powerhouse would agree to become your personal guard. Aqua Rose was greatly shocked when she heard Kite's declaration. She never realized the water of life was so precious. A single droplet could actually convince a Tier 3 NPC to serve as a player's personal guard. That was a Tier 3 class. Players revered even Tier 2 classes, let alone Tier 3 classes. If their guild could have a Tier 3 NPC as a guard, they could simply annihilate anyone who provoked them. Unfortunately, Aqua Rose's thoughts were too good to be true. Although the water of life could be enough to recruit a Tier 3 powerhouse, Shi Feng was simply too weak right now. He would not be able to recruit a Tier 3 NPC, even if he wanted to. Of course, I already know that, Mr. Kite. However, I value your potential even more. Based on your firm and unyielding will and the fact that you have not fallen to become a demonkin yet, I believe that you will one day become an apex powerhouse on the continent, Shi Feng affirmed. Shi Feng's words were not without justification. One should never provoke a demon. Shi Feng had simply met with the phantom of a Tier 4 great demon, and as a result, he bore its curse. If Charlin, a Tier 3 divine official, had not dispelled the curse for him, he would have had no choice but to delete and restart a new account. Meanwhile, Kite had fought a real Tier 3 demon, so how could he have avoided receiving its curse? A demon's power was the evilest force that could corrode a human spirit. However, after suffering the demon's curse for so many years, although Kite had lost his powers, he continued to live normally. He had not turned into a demonkin. If Kite had not possessed a firm and unyielding will, the demon's power would have devoured him long ago. Mr. Kite, I wonder if you are willing to become my guard? Shi Feng asked seriously. Since Lord Viscount is willing to accept a cripple like myself, how could I possibly reject my lord's good intentions? From today onwards, my lord will be my only master. I swear allegiance. Kite dropped to a knee in front of Shi Feng, receiving the water of life respectfully. System, do you wish to assign Kite as your personal guard? Shi Feng clicked agree. Following which, Kite's data appeared in Shi Feng's NPC managing interface. Kite, Yifeng's personal guard. Gender, male. Age, 39. Loyalty, 90. Charm, 60. Physique, 40. Wisdom, 81. Growth potential, 26. Class, Tier 1 swordsman. Level, 30. HP, 8000/8000. Attack power, 600 to 720. Defense, 3100. Attributes, Strength 125, Agility 130, Endurance 200, Intelligence 90, Vitality 180. Although Shi Feng had mentally prepared himself, when he looked at Kite's data, his heart could not help but twitch. Setting aside Kite's other attributes, his growth potential was only at 26 points. This number was simply maddening. Shifeng truly wondered how Drunk Xiao had managed to endure and nurture Kite in the past. Common ranked personal guards had 0 to 30 growth potential. Basically, no one wanted such personal guards. Bronze ranked personal guards had 31 to 50 growth potential. These were the lowest ranked personal guard players would usually possess. Mysterious Iron ranked personal guards had 51 to 70 growth potential. Meeting personal guards of such rank was rare. Normally, one required honed foresight and had to carry out long-term observation to find such guards. Secret Silver ranked personal guards had 71 to 80 growth potential. Such personal guards were extremely rare. Normally, players that managed to obtain these NPCs would treat them like their own babies. Fine Gold ranked personal guards had 81 to 90 growth potential. These individuals were as rare as a phoenix's feather. Dark Gold ranked personal guards had 91 to 100 growth potential. If a player managed to recruit such a personal guard, as long as developed properly, the player's strength no longer mattered. As for epic ranked personal guards, which were above Dark Gold rank, Shifeng had never actually seen one before. He also did not know how powerful epic ranked personal guards were. However, it would not be unusual if such a guard transcended the realm of normal men, achieving godhood. Chapter 321, NPC Army. After Kite became Shifeng's personal guard, he opened the crystalline bottle and drank the water of life within. When Aqua Rose saw Kite drink the droplet of water of life, which cost 300 gold, she could not hide her pained expression. As for the other guild members, they, too, gulped at the sight. 300 gold. It was enough to outfit a 20-man team with secret silver equipment fully. Yet, their guild leader spent that 300 gold on an ordinary-looking and crippled NPC. They could not help their envy. However, Shifeng paid no attention to the others' thoughts. In the past, Drunk Xiao had become a famous character throughout God's domain due to his personal guard. Even when countless first-rate guilds and super guilds had offered astronomical prices to purchase this guard, Drunk Xiao refused to sell. Meanwhile, Shifeng had only spent 300 gold to obtain this future Tier 5 titled Sword Saint. How was this not a worthwhile trade? Shortly after Kite drank the water of life, his body suddenly emitted a bright green light. This light originated from the water of life. Not only did it possess frightening healing powers, but it could also remove all abnormal statuses. A few moments later, Kite's body expelled a cloud of dark gas, and following its removal, Kite's originally pale complexion turned rosy red. The right arm that he had lost also began to regenerate at a rate visible to the naked eye. 1 minute later, Kite had fully recovered. Guild leader at this moment, Aqua Rose dared not believe her own eyes. She had long since developed a keen intuition, so she could immediately discover the change in the NPC named Kite. Although Kite's clothing was still worn out, the aura he gave off no longer felt depressing. Rather, it was refreshing. At this moment, he seemed like a caged lion that had broken out of its confinement, releasing a heaven-shocking roar to let everyone know of its return. This is the real him. Shifeng laughed. In the past, Drunk Xiao had gone through great pains for Kite. He had practically bankrupted himself to obtain a droplet of water of life. In this life, however, Shifeng had easily accomplished Drunk Xiao's feats. Moreover, Shifeng had managed to heal Kite while he was still level 30. In the past, Drunk Xiao had only managed to obtain the water of life after Kite passed level 100. Despite having the same growth potential, there would be a huge difference in strength between a personal guard nurtured from level 30 and a personal guard nurtured from level 100. His growth potential is as shocking as expected. Shifeng could not help but mutter happily when he examined Kite's data again. Kite, Yifeng's personal guard. Gender, male. Age, 39. Loyalty, 90. Charm, 75. Physique, 95. Wisdom, 88. Growth potential, 94. Class, Tier 1 Swordsman. Level, 30. HP, 15. 400/15 400. Attack power 830 to 960. Defense 4500. Attributes: Strength 384, Agility 364, Endurance 420, Intelligence 276, Vitality 280. Kite's current attributes were worlds apart from the attributes he had before he drank the water of life. It seems that taking the water of life earlier has also affected his growth potential. Shifeng could recall that Kite's growth potential in the past was 92 points. Now it was 2 points higher. After 90 points, even a difference of 1 point in growth potential would create a significant difference regarding attributes, let alone 2 points. These additional points would be of immense help to Kite's growth in the future. Kite, take these and use them for now. Issuing his instructions, Shifeng retrieved several pieces of level 20 mysterious iron equipment and passed them to Kite. Although they were somewhat incompatible for the level 30 swordsman, they were all Shifeng had at the moment. After all, Zero Wing had yet to start raiding level 20 team dungeons. They had only raided the level 25 man-party dungeons. After Kite equipped the level 20 mysterious iron items, he appeared valiant and extraordinary. His attributes also increased significantly. His HP broke through the 18,000 threshold, his attack power increased past 1,400 points, and defense reached 6,000 points. Kite's defense far surpassed even Zero Wing's chief MT, Cola. Kite was practically a boss monster now. Let's go. We still have to recruit some more people. Shifeng then led everyone to the Mercenary Alliance. The Mercenary Alliance was the best place for players to recruit normal guards. The NPCs of the Mercenary Alliance were all well-trained, and they were far more reliable than the NPCs players recruited randomly from the streets. Normal guards were different from personal guards. Players were required to pay for their services, and the prices varied depending on the strength of the NPC. With Shifeng's current level, the strongest guards he could recruit were level 50 Tier 1 NPCs. A normal level 50 guard cost 5 silver coins per day, and the payment would be due once every 10 days. A level 50 tier guard cost 30 silver coins per day with payment due once every 10 days as well. The difference between a normal guard and a Tier 1 guard was like the difference between a common monster and an elite monster. Thus, the price of a Tier 1 guard was 6 times higher than a normal guard. Some Tier 1 guards that were more powerful would cost even more. After arriving at the Mercenary Alliance, Shifeng signed a contract with 48 level 50 Tier 1 NPCs. Among them, some were melee classes, some were ranged classes, and some were healers. Of the 48 NPCs, there were 6 NPCs in particular that were more powerful than the others. They were Tier 1 advanced guards, and they cost 50 silver coins per day. Shifeng had hired these guards for 1 month, and the fee totaled to 468 gold. Shifeng's financial power completely eclipsed all the guilds in White River City. Afterward, Shifeng led the 48 NPCs and walked through the streets, the group of level 50 Tier 1 guards looking valiant and mighty. Many players even consciously moved out of the way, not daring to block the path of this small army of powerful NPCs. Crap, why are there so many Tier 1 NPCs? Did something happen in White River City? No, look, some of them aren't NPCs but players. Aren't they members of Zero Wing? Where are they heading? The players quickly discovered the problem. This small army of NPCs and the members of Zero Wing were actually together. Moreover, all of these NPCs were level 50 Tier 1 NPCs. With such a large NPC army, who, in White River City, would dare make an enemy of Zero Wing? In the face of so many level 50 Tier 1 NPCs, even Dark Star's army of tens of thousands of players amounted to nothing. The level suppression alone would leave the players of Dark Star completely helpless. Not to mention, these Tier 1 NPCs also possessed many powerful skills in their arsenal. Zero Wing is too amazing. I heard that Zero Wing is going to recruit members again in 3 days. I will definitely have to apply. The number of players gathered on the street continued to increase, and many started recording this majestic scene. This army of 48 NPCs was more imposing than an army of thousands of players. The combat power this small army possessed was no weaker than the total battle power of a starting town. Although nobody knew what relationship this NPC army had with Zero Wing, the fact that Zero Wing could mobilize so many NPCs was already amazing. Meanwhile, the news of this matter spread quickly, creating a sensation on the official forums and increasing Zero Wing's fame once more. The members of Dark Star wore extremely ugly expressions when they discovered about this matter. Deeply afraid that Zero Wing would lead this group of NPCs to attack them, many of Dark Star's members chose to hide in cities or towns. Some chose to remove their guild emblems temporarily and secretly grind monsters. At the same time, the members of World Dominators were similarly frightened by this news, and they were also hiding, not daring to explore and level up. Chapter 322, Crusade against Creek Town. Creek Town was one of the border towns within White River City's jurisdiction. The town was nestled in a desert, and it was so desolate that not even birds would come to lay their eggs. However, such a small town was a popular gathering place for red names and those who walked the path of darkness. Unlike towns, cities like White River City were managed strictly. Hence, red names who had often killed other players for equipment during the initial stages of the game could only find a desolate place like Creek Town to receive quests and level up. Near Creek Town, high-leveled monsters dwelled, ranging from level 15 to level 30, which were perfectly suitable for players at this stage of the game. In Creek Town, red names crowded the streets. Most of these players were above level 15, while only a few were below level 15. The Blood Hand Association, a dark force, managed the town. So, naturally, the NPCs here would not kill these red names. On the contrary, the NPCs welcomed these red names. Red names could also receive better quests depending on their crime value, and through completing these quests, they could raise their reputation among the dark forces they served. Guild Leader, there are over 1,000 players in this town. In addition to the NPCs guarding this place, I don't think we can conquer it successfully. After spending a long time scouting, Aqua Rose had obtained a general grasp on Creek Town's overall combat power. Setting aside the fact that there were over 1,000 red names in this town, there were more than 500 NPCs guarding the town, the lowest of which was level 50. Among them, there was no lack of elite guards. There was even a few level 70 Tier 1 guard captains. If they charged in, the actual number of enemy NPCs might increase further. With only 100 players and 49 guards, they stood no chance at all. Also, if a town were attacked, the NPCs within would not wait for players to close in on them before retaliating. Instead, all of the guards in the town would gather and fight back. Moreover, there was a huge difference between NPCs and monsters. The reason being, unlike monsters, NPCs knew how to coordinate with each other, making them far more difficult to deal with. Furthermore, these red names would definitely try to take advantage of their battle with the NPCs, inconveniencing them at the very least. Moreover, these red names were not easy opponents. The fact that these players that could survive as a red name until now and possessed such a high level indicated that they had strong fighting techniques. Naturally, the equipment they used would be of high quality as well. Killing and plundering was their main occupation in the game, so even if they were not fully equipped with secret silver equipment, at the very least, they would possess bronze equipment or above. If any of these red names were in a guild, they could easily become the elite or even core players of the guild. Moreover, the frequent PKs they took part in allowed them to gain plenty of combat experience, so there was no shortage of experts among these red names. To put it simply, although there were only around 1,000 red names in Creek Town, these 1,000 or so players could easily rival 2,000 elites of Dark Star. Thus, if they wished to conquer Creek Town, the task could only be described with one word: challenging. Of course, we stand no chance against them if we attack normally. However, we have come here with a crusade quest. Shi Feng knew how difficult it was to capture a town. How could a crusade quest possibly be easy? If it were, the system would not reward players with shocking rewards and reputation. These red names were usually the bandits. They were not used to being the victims. This time, however, it was their turn to shed some blood. Fire Dance, how are the preparations coming on your side? Shifeng asked through the team chat. The 48 level 50 tier 1 guards Shifeng had recruited were no pushovers. Although these guards could not be used to kill monsters or raid dungeons, they could defend a town or private residence. More importantly, they could also help players complete large-scale guild quests. If not for this fact, Shifeng would not have recruited so many tier 1 guards. However, even though all 48 were tier 1, they were insufficient to deal with all of the NPCs in Creek Town. Moreover, Shifeng had not intended for them to launch a frontal assault on the guards of Creek Town. Among the 48 tier 1 guards Shifeng had recruited, some were rangers and assassins. Hence, Shifeng had tasked Fire Dance and the others to take along one of these guards to lure the Blood Hand Association's NPCs out of town. After all, the intelligence the tier 1 guards possessed was much lower than players. If Shifeng allowed the tier 1 guards to lure the enemy NPCs, they could easily fail. Yet, if players lured the enemy NPCs, due to the great disparity in attributes, the NPCs could catch up and kill the players. Hence, Shifeng's solution was to have players instructing the tier 1 guards individually. We're all ready. We've grasped most of the basic commands, so we're only waiting for your command now, Fire Dance said with a smile. Good. After I initiate the crusade quest, all of you take action immediately. Remember not to lure the town guards too far. Otherwise, they will run back to town. After Shifeng gave a few reminders, he then walked towards Creek Town. Shifeng stopped a few hundred yards before the town, taking out the crusade order. He then pointed the crusade order at the sky. Suddenly, rays of golden light shot from the crusade order, and in the next moment, a golden magic array appeared above Creek Town. In the evening sky, this magic array was extremely conspicuous, and it quickly attracted the attention of many players inside the town. A short moment later, the magic elements of this array burst open, and one after another, golden ripples spread from this magic array, enveloping the entire region of Creek Town. At this moment, if viewed from the outside, a protective, golden dome appeared, covering Creek Town. Creek Town System Announcement: Zero Wing has started a crusade against Creek Town. Unrelated parties, please leave immediately. Creek Town System Announcement: Zero Wing has started a crusade against Creek Town. Unrelated parties, please leave immediately. Creek Town System Announcement: Zero Wing has started a crusade against Creek Town. Unrelated parties, please leave immediately. The crusade announcement repeated 3 times, and all of the red names in Creek Town were shocked by this notification. There was actually a guild that dared to capture a red name town. Shortly after, all of the players belonging to the dark forces in Creek Town received another message. However, the message this time was from the Blood Hand Association. The message stated that, as long as they could successfully defend the town, all players would receive bountiful rewards. Moreover, players would receive achievement points for each enemy they killed. After the battle was over, players could exchange these achievement points for weapons and equipment. Zero Wing sure is kind. They have actually come to gift us money. Do they think they are amazing? Since they dared to come into our territory and make trouble, we'll annihilate every single one of them. The players of Creek Town's blood boiled, their killing intent rose to new heights. Although Zero Wing shone like the sun in mid-sky in White River City, in their eyes, Zero Wing wasn't worth mentioning. After all, they all had impressive techniques and none of them mingled in White River City, so they had no need to fear Zero Wing's vengeance. Even if Zero Wing tried to take revenge on them, they only needed to hide, and Zero Wing could do nothing to them. The barefooted are not afraid of those who wear shoes. They were the hoodlums of God's domain, so why would they fear Zero Wing? Inside one of the bars in Creek Town, an assassin clothed in black currently drowned himself in alcohol. The man felt like a piece of ice to others. He exuded a chilling intent that made others instinctively distance themselves. Shockingly, this man was actually level 20, and all of his equipment was secret silver equipment. In White River City, this man would definitely be considered a first-rate expert. This black-clothed assassin was stunned when he received the system announcement, the beer bottle in his hand falling to the ground. Zero Wing? Doesn't that mean that Yi Feng might show up as well? The black-clothed assassin's lips curled upward, forming a sinister smile. The last time, I lost to him because of equipment quality. This time, I'm going to take back everything that he owes me. If Shi Feng could see this assassin's appearance, he would recognize this person as none other than Absolute Heaven, the assassin that he killed in the pasts. Chapter 323, Nightmare. To avenge his hatred, Absolute Heaven had worked desperately to improve his techniques and upgrade his equipment. Now, even if Yi Feng were not involved in this sudden assault, he would still give the members of Zero Wing a taste of his new strength. However, just after Absolute Heaven walked out of the bar's entrance, he discovered the golden magic array hovering in the evening sky. This magic array was a result of the Crusade Quest's activation, and it would change the NPCs of Creek Town. The guards that had originally been level 50 immediately fell to level 30, while the level 70 Tier 1 guard captains became level 50, the same level as Shi Feng's normal guards. Although Creek Towns had been weakened, none of these guards delayed in taking action. The moment the warning bell rang, a storm of guards rushed out of the many buildings within the town. In moments, over 2,000 guards surrounded the town. These NPCs belonged to the Blood Hand Association. At this moment, they had all removed their disguises, and the normal guards had revealed themselves as Blood Hand Association members, while the guard captains were Blood Hand Association elites. Blood Hand Association members, elite rank. Level 30. HP 100,000/100,000. Blood Hand Association elites, Tier 1 elite rank. Level 50. 300,000/300,000. Why have all the guards become weaker? What's there to fear? Even if they are weaker, can Zero Wing defeat so many NPCs? Besides, we are here as well. If Zero Wing wants to attack, we'll make them suffer the consequences. When the players of Creek Town discovered that the guards beside them had suddenly grown weaker, worry grew in their hearts. However, they soon rid their minds of this worry. Even during its peak, Zero Wing only had around 8,000 members. Moreover, due to the surge of players that had withdrawn from the guild, they now had less than 5,000. Even if Zero Wing had mobilized all 5,000 of its members, in the face of 2,000 NPCs, charging into the town would be nothing more than suicide. At this stage of the game, players had yet to reach level 30. Furthermore, not a single player had managed to upgrade to a Tier 1 class. So, how could they possibly hope to fight against level 30 and level 50 NPCs? In God's domain, such a massive gap between levels was fatal. Begin! Shi Feng commanded in the team chat. Fire Dance and the others immediately took action, each of them commanding a level 50 Tier 1 guard as they charged towards the Blood Hand Association's army. The guards Fire Dance and the others controlled were Tier 1 rangers and assassins. Regarding movement speed, they were much faster than the Blood Hand Association members. Rangers also possessed ultra-long-ranged attack capabilities, and they could launch their attacks from 100 yards away. Hence, they were perfect for the role of a lure. Within moments, the red names of Creek Town noticed several figures rushing at them with speeds that no players could hope to achieve. In the next moment, these rangers retrieved their longbows, knocking arrows and releasing them. Shoo! The arrows struck their targets, several level 30 Blood Hand Association members, from roughly 90 yards away. Each arrow dealt over -5,000 damage to these level 30 NPCs. If a player received one of these arrows, they would die with a single hit. The Rangers' attack attracted the attention of the Blood Hand Association NPCs. Without hesitation, over 1,000 Blood Hand Association NPCs unsheathed their weapons and charged. Seeing this, the Rangers turned on their heels and fled. Very quickly, they had drawn these Blood Hand Association NPCs away from the city. Weren't we being attacked by players from Zero Wing? Why are there level 50 Tier 1 NPCs as well? The red names were confused. They simply stood where they were, not following the Blood Hand Association NPCs in pursuit of the Tier 1 Rangers. Level 50 Tier 1 NPCs only needed a single hit to kill them. If they did not possess life-saving skills, fighting such an NPC was suicide. Moreover, they were all red names. If they died, they would pay a severe penalty. At the very minimum, they would lose 2 to 3 levels and a majority of their equipment. Naturally, they had to weigh the costs and benefits before they took action. Not to mention, they had never intended to charge with the NPCs since the very beginning. Instead, they had planned to take advantage of the confusion while the Blood Hand Association NPCs and Zero Wing clashed. Now, however, those NPC guards had lured away all of the Blood Hand Association NPCs. At this moment, even they began to wonder whether they should join in the pursuit or not. Just as these red names contemplated their actions, the Blood Hand Association NPCs had distanced themselves several hundred yards from the town. This is bad. The Blood Hand Association NPCs are gone. One of the red names realized the situation and shouted, "We need to go help them. If Zero Wing manages to kite and kill them, we'll be finished." This player's words shook everyone to attention. Unfortunately, these red names were neither a single group nor of a single heart. Most importantly, they all understood that the first person to charge into battle would also be the first person to leave. Even though they had realized how serious their predicament was, none of them were willing to take action first. Instead, they all chose to stay put and do nothing at all. None of these red names had discovered that, at this time, Shifeng had already led the remaining 40 level 50 Tier 1 NPCs in a charge from another direction. When capturing a town, the NPCs were not the most troublesome obstacle. Instead, it was the players residing in said town. If the players and NPCs inside the town were allowed to cooperate, without absolute strength, it would be impossible to capture the town successfully. Hence, the most important thing Shifeng needed to do right now was to get rid of the players. Only then would it be the NPCs' turn to die. After players died, they had to wait half an hour before they could revive at the graveyard. Furthermore, if these red names died, even if they had the determination to continue fighting, they would not have the strength to present a challenge. The penalty they suffered was simply too severe. Although the 40 level 50 Tier 1 guards did not possess as much HP as the Blood Hand Association elites, they still had over 100,000 HP each. Moreover, the opponents they faced right now were not NPCs, but players. It would only take a single attack to kill a player instantly. When all 40 Tier 1 guards charged at the red names of Creek Town, they were like a group of ferocious beasts as they killed everything in their path. Although there were many red names in Creek Town, they were completely unable to defend themselves against these guards. Shield warriors and guardian knights could take 2 hits at most. In the blink of an eye, red names died, one after another, littering the ground with bodies and equipment. In contrast, although the red names attacked continuously, due to the level suppression of over 30 levels, the damage the red names managed to deal was negligible. 1,000 level 20 players were required to take down a single Tier 1 guard, let alone 40 guards. With the 40 guards sharing the damage from the enemy players, their battle recovery alone made up for the HP they lost. Not to mention, among the 40 guards, there were also clerics and other healer classes. A casual heal from one of these NPCs could replenish over 10,000 HP. Within tens of seconds, over 200 red names of Creek Town died, while all 40 guards that Shifeng led still had full HP. The disparity in strength caused the red names to despair. These NPC guards are too strong. We need to retreat and meet up with the Blood Hand Association NPCs. You bastards from Zero Wing are shameless. You actually brought level 50 Tier 1 NPCs to capture a town. If you have the strength to face us, don't use those NPC guards and fight us fairly. The red names cursed Shifeng at the others as they fought the NPCs. Shifeng could only chuckle at their words. Immediately, he instructed the NPC mages to cast their AoE spells. Suddenly, rain of fire descended from the sky. In the next moment, thunderbolts struck down at the red names. When cast by the Tier 1 mages, the Tier 1 AoE spells could display their true might. The red names of Creek Town died in batches. After several AoE spells landed, the battlefield fell quiet. Of all the red names that had resided in Creek Town, only 400 or so remained, while everyone else was dead. This scene not only shocked the players of the town, but Aqua Rose and the others were also stunned. A single wave of AoE spells became a nightmare for the red players of Creek Town. Run! Nobody knew who shouted, but every surviving red name agreed wholeheartedly as they fled in all directions. Let's start the slaughter. A majority of these red names wear mysterious iron equipment. Killing one of them will profit us more than killing a small boss. Such an opportunity will be rare in the future, Shi Feng laughed. Following which, with Aqua Rose in the lead, both players and NPCs chased and killed the fleeing red names. When Shi Feng was the last remaining on the high slope, he suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Now that no one is around, you can come out, right?" Shortly after the battle began, Shi Feng faintly sensed someone spying on them from nearby. Moreover, the gaze that he felt contained a cold, killing intent. However, it was only a feeling, so Shi Feng had not paid too much attention to it. After his team left, however, this feeling became much clearer. He then activated the Golden Stigmata skill, Omniscient Eyes. The skill allowed him to perceive everything within 100 yards, and all stealth effects were useless in the face of this skill. And as expected, Shi Feng discovered an assassin slowly creeping up on him from behind. However, even after Shi Feng spoke, the assassin continued to hide. "Do you think I am playing a trick on you?" Shi Feng unsheathed the abyssal blade and immediately sent a thundering flash behind him. 3 green arcs of lightning streaked across the air. In the next moment, a black figure suddenly appeared and swiftly dodged the attack. It was none other than the assassin that Shi Feng had killed before, Absolute Heaven. At this moment, shock filled Absolute Heaven's chilling gaze. Someone was actually capable of discovering his presence from such a long distance away. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Chapter 324, Times Have Changed. So it's him. After not seeing him for some time, his techniques and equipment have improved quite a lot. No wonder he could get so close to me before my senses picked up on him. Absolute Heaven had left a deep impression on Shi Feng. During the time Shi Feng had searched for the ice blue devil flame, this expert assassin had very nearly killed him. Afterward, Absolute Heaven had ambushed him again when he led Blackie and Lonely Snow to level up. At that time, Shi Feng's life had hung on by a thread. Since Shi Feng started playing God's domain in this life, although he had made plenty of enemies, Absolute Heaven was the only person who had almost taken his life. After such a long time, Absolute Heaven would definitely be much stronger now that he had accustomed himself with the combat style of God's domain. If Absolute Heaven had not been careless and underestimated Black Flame, Shi Feng's alternate identity, by not concealing his killing intent, Absolute Heaven might have successfully ambushed Shi Feng. "Now that I know you're there, you aren't going to escape?" Shi Feng revealed a calm smile as he turned to Absolute Heaven. "Escape?" Absolute Heaven revealed a hint of arrogance on his chilling face. "I admit that you're strong. It is as expected of the guild leader of Zero Wing, Black Flame. According to my estimation, your strength should be on par with Yi Feng. Last time, Yi Feng only managed to kill me because of my own impatience. It was my mistake to use all of my skills on Yi Feng so early in the fight. Otherwise, with his strength, he could not even dream of killing me. Now, although I have revealed myself, do you really think that you can kill me while I still possess all of my skills?" "Indeed, it is as you say. Unless all of your skills are on cooldown, it will not be easy to kill a top-tier assassin like yourself." Shi Feng acknowledged Absolute Heaven's power. However, times had changed. Although Absolute Heaven had improved, Shi Feng had also raised his strength. "Since you're so confident, why don't we make a bet?" A bet? Do you think that you can fool me? Originally, I intended to kill you today to show Yi Feng that I, Absolute Heaven, have returned. Since I can't kill you, you can tell Yi Feng this. When I, Absolute Heaven, wish to kill someone, that person will definitely die. Absolute Heaven laughed coldly. He then turned around to leave. If you want me to pass your message on, sure. However, the condition is that you need to escape. Shi Feng activated the 7 Luminaries ring, using the aura of time skill, Absolute Time. He instantly charged at Absolute Heaven. Absolute Time prevents enemies within a range of 50 by 50 yards from using any skills or tools for 20 seconds. With this skill activated, all of Absolute Heaven's skills were in a similar state as a forced cooldown. Meanwhile, an assassin that could not use skills was like a tiger without claws or fangs. You think I can't escape? Absolute Heaven smiled confidently in reply to Shi Feng's taunt. He then tried to use blind on his opponent. If he could do so, he could escape from this place easily. However, Absolute Heaven immediately discovered that he could not use any of his skills. Suddenly, he started to panic. Nobody understood better than Absolute Heaven just how fragile an assassin was without his skills. However, Absolute Heaven was no ordinary player. He immediately calmed himself, turning around to flee. Absolute Heaven quickly concluded that such a powerful skill had to have a limited duration. It was impossible for the effect to last indefinitely. As long as he could drag the fight out until the duration of this effect was over, he could fly freely like a bird. At this moment, however, Shi Feng had already appeared at Absolute Heaven's back after using silent steps, not giving Absolute Heaven an opportunity to run. Soundlessly, Shi Feng slashed the abyssal blade at Assassin. Absolute Heaven responded swiftly and used his dagger to meet Shi Feng's sword. When the silvery gray abyssal blade collided with Absolute Heaven's dagger, he felt an immense pressure flowing from his dagger to his hand. That pressure then suppressed his entire body, forcing Absolute Heaven to kneel on the ground involuntarily. Such power, as expected from the person who killed Ming Sha. Absolute Heaven silently clicked his tongue. If he had not personally experienced Black Flame's might, he would never have imagined that Black Flame's strength was actually on par with a boss monster. At this moment, Absolute Heaven finally realized why a great expert like Ming Sha had been forced into a constant retreat and could retaliate against Black Flame. Shi Feng brandished his sword over 10 times repeatedly. Each slash was as abrupt as a thunderbolt and as heavy as a mountain. Faced with this brutal assault, Absolute Heaven had no other choice but to block as many attacks as he could. However, although Absolute Heaven could reduce the damage he received by blocking with his dagger, his HP still decreased, frustrating him greatly. Absolute Heaven inwardly cursed Shi Feng for being a despicable and shameless bastard. Shi Feng actually used force to suppress him. Shi Feng had not used any techniques and simply relied on brute force to brandish his sword. Shi Feng's way of battle, which traded a life for a life, prevented Absolute Heaven from displaying any of his techniques. If Absolute Heaven could use his skills, he could easily escape his current predicament. Unfortunately, none of his skills would work. Despite being a powerhouse, Absolute Heaven felt powerless. Just as Shi Feng was about to send Absolute Heaven to his death with a bombardment of attacks, Absolute Heaven suddenly felt that this situation was extremely familiar. It was just like when he had ambushed Yi Feng. Back then, he had used a magic scroll to seal all of Yi Feng's skills and had even frozen his movement, turning Yi Feng into a fangless tiger. At that time, Yi Feng could only escape and had not dared confront him head-on. Meanwhile, his current situation was almost exactly the same as the last time he encountered Yi Feng. Only this time, the roles were reversed. If he had known Black Flame possessed such a skill, he would never have closed in on Black Flame. Worse, he had even wasted time by chatting with his enemy, giving Black Flame ample time to set a trap for him. He had practically sought out his own death. It seems that I'm really going to die this time. With only a thread of his HP remaining, Absolute Heaven could already see his demise. He was currently a red name. If he died, he would lose all of his equipment. his level would also plummet. At that time, he would no longer have the ability to exact revenge on Yifeng. However, just as the abyssal blade was about to collide with Absolute Heaven's body, it suddenly froze in midair. What? You're not gonna kill me? If you wait until I can use my skills again, you won't be able to kill me. Absolute Heaven laughed coldly as he watched Shifeng curiously. As I said before, I want to make a bet with you, but you thought that I only said those words to fool you and kill you. Now that you only have a thread of your HP remaining, it will only take me a casual wave to destroy your weapon, equipment, and level. However, I'll repeat my offer. Are you interested in placing a bet? Shifeng asked, smiling as he returned the abyssal blade to its sheath. It seems that you're really not trying to cheat me. Then was the fight your way of proving that you wish not to kill me, but to make a bet instead? Absolute Heaven asked, greatly confused by Shifeng's actions. He could not figure out just what was going through Shifeng's mind. Of course. Otherwise, why do you think I would even bother fighting you? Does it look like I have too much time on my hands? Shifeng laughed bitterly. Absolute Heaven was suddenly rendered speechless. What? You still don't believe me? Shifeng's expression turned cold. No. I believe you. Tell me, what do you want to bet? At this moment, Absolute Heaven grew interested in the bet Shifeng proposed. Bet your life? Shifeng said straightforwardly. Bet my life? Isn't my life already in your hands? Absolute Heaven nearly cursed at Shifeng. Shifeng shook his head, then slowly he said, you previously mentioned that, as long as you can use your skills, you can escape from me easily. Isn't that right? That's right. Absolute Heaven answered without hesitation. Although Absolute Heaven had already witnessed Shifeng's frightening strength, he was still confident that he could flee from this battle. Simply put, I don't believe you. So, let's make a bet. While you can fully utilize all of your skills, we'll see whether or not you can escape. What do you think? Shifeng asked with a smile. Chapter 325, Life and Death. Are you toying with me? Absolute Heaven glared at Shifeng, trying to figure out just what was going through Shifeng's mind. However, no matter how he examined his opponent, he still could not see through Shifeng, who had currently disguised himself using the demon mask. Absolute Heaven could only see a middle-aged man with a faint smile in front of him. No matter how hard Absolute Heaven racked his mind, he just could not figure out what Shifeng was trying to do. After nearly taking his life, Shifeng suggested gambling his life away. Was there a need for so much trouble? Wouldn't it be easier just to finish him right now? Why would I toy with you? Shifeng laughed. Fine, I'll make the bet. What will happen if I survive? What if I die? For his own pride and honor, Absolute Heaven refused to die. If you escape safely, I'll do one thing for you. If you die, you'll have to do one thing for me. How about it? At this moment, Shifeng finally revealed his true intentions. He had done everything so far all for this single goal. One thing, huh? Absolute Heaven considered it carefully. After giving it some thought, he looked at Shifeng and said, if I ask you to kill Yifeng, will you do it? Absolute Heaven's request caught Shifeng off guard, but soon after, he let out a soft chuckle. In White River City, everybody knew that Black Flame and Yifeng were the two symbols of Zero Wing. Never would Shifeng have imagined that Absolute Heaven's request would be something like this. He had to admit that Absolute Heaven was indeed ruthless. If the public learned that Black Flame had killed Yifeng, it would greatly affect Zero Wing's reputation. At the same time, it would also affect Black Flame and Yifeng's reputations. However, be it Black Flame or Yifeng, only a few core members of Zero Wing knew that both identities belonged to a single person, which was Shifeng himself. Meanwhile, Absolute Heaven requested that he kill himself. The difficulty of this request was indeed quite high. What? Didn't you say that you'll do one thing for me if I win? Absolute Heaven smiled complacently. He then said, my request is so small, yet you hesitate. No, I just didn't think that you would make such a simple request. Originally, I thought you would want to kill me once. After all, I am the guild leader of Zero Wing, and Feng Xianyang of Underworld possess a deep hatred of me. As long as you manage to kill me and pass on the recording to the higher-ups of Underworld, you will receive Underworld's attention. Your position in the organization will soar as well, Shi Feng mentioned. If Black Flame died, the prestige that Zero Wing had managed to accumulate due to his efforts would crumble. At this moment, Absolute Heavens suddenly came to a realization. He had actually forgotten about such a possibility. The loss and humiliation Dark Star had suffered caused Feng Xuanyang's hatred of Zero Wing to soar. The guild he had nurtured with so much effort had actually fallen into such a state. Naturally, he would not let Zero Wing off the hook. Hence, Feng Xianyang put out a bounty to all members of Underworld stating that, as long as anyone from Underworld managed to kill the higher-ups of Zero Wing and cause trouble, the rewards would be bountiful. As long as someone could accomplish this task, they could gain fame, status, and wealth. If one could annihilate Zero Wing, receiving a promotion from outer member to elite member of Underworld would be a simple matter. There were not many elite members in Underworld. They were few and far between, but those who obtained the prestigious title would also become influential in reality. Every day, there were countless outer members in Underworld working as hard as they could to become official members. Only after becoming an official member could one possibly become an elite member. If he, Absolute Heaven, could kill Black Flame, the guild leader of Zero Wing, there might actually have a chance at receiving the promotion to that elite group. Even if it were not possible, at the very least, he could still become an official member. Alright then. I agree to the bet. Let's start after I have fully recovered. Absolute Heaven directly agreed. After a few moments, Absolute Heaven's HP and stamina recovered completely. Shi Feng then took out a gold coin, suggesting, "I'll toss this gold coin into the air. The battle will start the moment the coin reaches maximum altitude and begins to fall. How about it?" Okay. Absolute Heaven was momentarily speechless when he saw Shi Feng use a gold coin as a starting signal. Was he not afraid of losing the gold coin? Currently, Absolute Heaven only had around 20 silver coins in his pockets. Even so, he was considered relatively wealthy. Yet, Shi Feng had actually taken out 5 times that amount and treated it like a toy. Comparisons are indeed odious. Let's start then. Shi Feng tossed the gold coin into the air. The coin soared upward. Only when it was around 4 meters above ground did its speed begin to slow, the coin faintly showing signs of stopping and succumbing to gravity. Absolute Heaven focused his gaze sternly on the coin. The moment it started to fall, he intended to use blind on Shi Feng immediately. He would then activate wind steps and start running towards the town. In such a wide open area, if he attempted to use vanish to enter stealth mode, Shi Feng would discover him easily. However, it would be a different story in town. Although terrain on the way to town was complex, aside from vanish, he possessed other life-saving skills and tools to help him get through this distance. As long as he could reach the town and use vanish, even if Shi Feng possessed excellent senses, it would be impossible to locate him. However, from start to end, Shi Feng had been paying attention to Absolute Heaven. He did not even take a look at the gold coin in midair. The moment the gold coin started to descend, just as Absolute Heaven was about to use blind, Shi Feng instantly vanished. Immediately, he appeared at Absolute Heaven's back, sending a chop towards the assassin. The speed of this attack was astonishing, and Absolute Heaven had no way to dodge. Absolute Heaven suddenly felt an icy feeling coming from behind him. Moreover, the blind that Absolute Heaven had used before had lost its target, becoming ineffective. Without giving it a second thought, Absolute Heaven immediately proceeded with the next part of his plan and activated wind steps. When activating this skill, he would become invincible for nearly 1 second. Absolute Heaven took advantage of this short moment of invincibility to block Shi Feng's attack, negating all damage. Moreover, Absolute Heaven also took advantage of the impact of Shi Feng's attack to send himself flying almost 6 yards away, creating a relatively large gap between Shifeng and himself. Shifeng inwardly praised his opponent as he watched Absolute Heaven's fleeing figure. If Absolute Heaven had not chosen to use wind steps and used block instead, Shifeng's sword would have destroyed at least half of his life. Now, as a result of his accurate judgment, not only had Absolute Heaven managed to use wind steps to defend the attack, but he also managed to place quite some distance between them. Moreover, due to the 40% movement speed buff provided by silent steps, Absolute Heaven managed to widen the gap even further. Seeing this, Shifeng used Wind Blade and chased after Absolute Heaven. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the two shortened greatly. Shifeng's agility was very high. Throughout Star Moon Kingdom, nobody that could surpass him in terms of agility. There were also his equipment's passive skills. Nobody could match Shifeng in terms of speed. At this place, only the level 50 Tier 1 assassin and ranger NPCs had a chance at beating him. Absolute Heaven could not help his shocked. Immediately, he retrieved a magic scroll from his bag. This magic scroll was aqua-colored, and it looked very exquisite. It turned out that it was actually a Tier 1 magic scroll. Absolute Heaven then unrolled the magic scroll and used it on Shifeng. Water binding. Immediately, several jets of water shot out from the magic scroll. The water flew toward Shifeng, intending to wrap around him. Shifeng revealed a calm smile, not faltering at the slightest as he continued charging at Absolute Heaven. The moment the blue jets of water came into contact with Shifeng, they lost all effectiveness and disappeared. It didn't work? A stunned expression appeared on Absolute Heaven's face. That was one of the precious Tier 1 magic scrolls that he possessed. The magic scroll could even entrap a boss monster for a short moment. Yet, it was actually ineffective against Shifeng. Absolute Heaven did not know that before the battle had begun, Shifeng had already activated the aura of space of the 7 luminaries crystal. The aura of space granted Shifeng immunity to all control effects. Based on the strength of a Tier 1 magic scroll, it was still too weak to break through the effect of the 7 luminaries ring. Damn, it seems that I have no choice but to use this thing. Absolute Heaven unwillingly took out a shabby-looking magic scroll from his bag. This was an item that he had obtained by coincidence from an underground ruin. Although the magic scroll looked shabby, the magic power it gave off was frightening. Even an NPC appraiser could not identify what tier the magic scroll was. However, that appraiser estimated that the magic scroll should be Tier 2 or higher. Originally, Absolute Heaven had not intended to use the scroll. After all, he only had one. However, if he did not use it now with his opponent's frightening speed, Shifeng would definitely catch up to him in no time. If that happened, he would be in big trouble. Chapter 326, Recklessly Wasting Resources. While Shifeng and Absolute Heaven were occupied with their bet, a bloody storm swept through Creek Town. Originally, over 1,000 red names had resided in Creek Town. However, after being slaughtered by the 40 NPC guards and Zero Wing's 100-man team, less than 200 red names remained. No longer did these red names possess the arrogance they had before. Instead, they all ran and scattered in all directions. Before the start of Zero Wing's crusade, these red names had always been the ones killing and plundering the equipment of other players. Not only could they earn a fortune by doing so, but they could also enjoy watching the frightened and unwilling expressions of the players they killed. Those times were simply blissful, and their continued success only encouraged them to travel further down the path of being a red name. Now, however, these red names had finally learned what it felt like to be on the other side of the blade and what it felt like to be a powerless weakling. Although many among these red names were experts and elite players, in the end, their techniques were simply insufficient to make up for the huge difference in strength between both sides. After all, no matter how fierce an ant was, it would never be a match against a mighty lion. Since Zero Wing doesn't plan to let us live, we should fight to the bitter end. A Cursemancer appealed to the other red names when he realized that they could no longer escape. Some of the red names considered the Cursmancer's suggestion rational, and many of them decided to cooperate with each other to retaliate against Zero Wing. However, just as they turned around, one of the Tier 1 Elementalist guards launched a flame explosion, instantly killing the Cursemancer who had attempted to rally his allies. Following closely, one Tier 1 Berserker guard used Flame Charge and arrived before 4 red names. The Berserker then used Whirlwind Slash, killing all 4 in a single attack. After the players died, a pile of equipment littered the ground around the 4 players' lifeless bodies. Seeing this, the red names who had originally thought of staying behind immediately changed their minds. Without hesitation, they all turned and fled towards the Blood Hand Association's NPCs who Zero Wing had previously lured away. Although they had the option of retreating from the town, desert-surrounded Creek Town, they would simply become easy targets without any cover. Only by reuniting with the Blood Hand Association's NPCs would they have a chance for survival. If they died right now, they would lose several days' worth of effort. Even if they had already familiarized themselves with the combat style of God's domain, they would still need around 4 days to recover the lost levels. Not to mention, they would also lose a majority of the equipment they owned. These consequences frightened them greatly. Hence, these red names ran desperately towards the Blood Hand Association's NPCs. Unfortunately, the Tier 1 NPC guards Shifeng had hired had very high movement speeds. Aside from assassins, none of the other red names could outrun these Tier 1 NPCs. Moreover, faced with these level 50 NPCs, the stealth of these level 20 assassins was completely useless. They only had a higher chance of escaping due to their high movement speeds. Big Sis Aqua, we have really hit it big this time. The items these red names have dropped are all bronze rank and above, with a majority being mysterious iron rank. If we sell all of these weapons and equipment for credits, we can buy a large house at the city center. Snow Goose exclaimed as she picked up the items dropped by the red names alongside the NPC guards. You little money grubber. If we sell these items for credits, we'll only suffer a loss. God's domain has only recently begun, so both equipment and coins are currently scarce. The various large guilds also face a shortage of equipment. Zero Wing is only getting by because our current member count is low. By the time the construction of the guild residence is complete and we start recruiting members again, the stockpile of items we have in the guild warehouse would run out in the blink of an eye. Now that we have obtained so much equipment, it just so happens that we can use it to meet our urgent needs. Aqua Rose chuckled as she flicked a finger on Snow Goose's forehead. At this moment, a change occurred on one of the high slopes outside of Creek Town. A crimson pillar of light shot into the sky, attracting everyone's attention. Not only was the pillar of light extremely eye-catching, but everyone could also feel a great threat coming from it. The source of this pillar was none other than Absolute Heaven's shabby-looking magic scroll. This is not good. This is the Tier 3 magic scroll, Phantom Beast's Descent. Shifeng recognized the magic scroll instantly. The might of a Tier 3 magic scroll could not be underestimated. Even when Shifeng was at his prime, he would still have suffered greatly if struck by the skill contained within a Tier 3 magic scroll, let alone the current him who was not even a Tier 1 class. Fortunately, the skill contained within Phantom Beast's Descent magic scroll was not a pure attack-type skill. Instead, it was a summoning skill. The Phantom Beast's Descent was capable of summoning a powerful Phantom Beast to fight alongside its summoner. Suddenly, a black magic array in the shape of a 7-pointed star appeared in the sky. Just as Shifeng was about to kill Absolute Heaven, the magic array fired a black ray of light towards Shifeng. Shifeng dared not be careless. Immediately, he activated Defensive Blade. Boom, boom, boom. After 3 consecutive bombardments, a large crater occupied the originally flat slope. If Shifeng had not activated Defensive Blade, becoming immune to 9 ranged attacks or 4 melee attacks, he might have died. In the center of the crater, a giant tiger sat quietly beside Absolute Heaven. This tiger's body resembled a galaxy of stars. The tiger focused its silver eyes on Shifeng as it gnashed its teeth. It released an aura that was even more powerful than a lord-ranked monster. Guild leader Black Flame, the agreement we had before said that, as long as I can escape from you, you promise to do one thing for me. I wonder, is that agreement still valid if I kill you? Absolute Heaven laughed. Naturally. However, you sure are willing to part with such a rarity. Do you even know the value of a Tier 3 magic scroll? Shifeng glanced at the phantom beast the assassin had summoned, inwardly pitying the loss of such a precious item. Tier 0 players could not display the true might of a Tier 3 magic scroll. This was especially true for a summoning scroll. If a Tier 1 player used such a scroll, the summoned phantom beast could easily decide the outcome of a war involving tens of thousands of players. If used by a Tier 2 player, the phantom beast would have no problems eradicating a large-scale town. In Shifeng's previous life, many guilds had willingly spent thousands of gold coins to purchase such a magic scroll. At this moment, however, Absolute Heaven had used such a precious magic scroll on this small battle. This was simply a reckless waste. Of course, I know. However, you are too fast. I know that I won't reach Creek Town if this continues. Compared to dying, I'd rather use it. Absolute Heaven had mourned the use of the scroll as well. However, he no longer wished to experience the humiliation of dying once again. Since I've already used this magic scroll, you can rest in peace now, Guild Leader Black Flame. Go. Get rid of him. Absolute Heaven commanded the Phantom Beast as he pointed at Shifeng. Nebula Tiger, High Lord rank. Level 30. HP 1-800-000/1-800-000. The strength of a phantom beast summoned from a summoning scroll was determined by the summoner's level and tier. Absolute Heaven was currently level 20, so the summoned beast would be level 30, which was 10 levels higher than himself. If Absolute Heaven were a Tier 1 class, then the Nebula Tiger would not be just a High Lord. At the very least, it would be a Great Lord-ranked monster. A Great Lord-ranked monster could only be described using the word horrifying. Hundreds of players of the same level would be no more than ants in front of a Great Lord. When such a monster was under the control of a player, it would become even more frightening and powerful. This was also why Tier 3 summoning scrolls were so precious. A controllable Great Lord-ranked monster could easily decide the outcome of a war involving tens of thousands of players. Chapter 327, Moment of Brilliance. Oh! The Nebula Tiger roared angrily, releasing shockwaves with the sound. The Nebula Tiger's roar echoed throughout Creek Town, causing everyone who heard it to shudder. This was the might of a High Lord-ranked phantom beast. A single roar could send tremors through a person's heart. However, the main reason the Nebula Tiger released this roar was not to shock its enemies. Instead, it was meant for its master. In the next moment, a layer of crimson mist surrounded Absolute Heaven's body. This was the effect of Life Ward, a special skill gained by summon monsters. When this skill activated, it would form a protective shield around the summoner, increasing the summoner's defense. When all was said and done, a summon monster was still a summon monster. If the summoner of the monster died, the monster would also disappear. Hence, all summon monsters would possess skills capable of protecting their masters. When Absolute Heaven saw the effects of Life Ward, his lips immediately curled into a smile. When used, Life Ward created a protective shield capable of absorbing 20,000 damage. Even if an enemy managed to close the distance and engage him in melee combat, they would need to expend a significant amount of effort to exhaust the Life Ward. Furthermore, Absolute Heaven possessed high combat power as well. His opponent might die before he could overcome the Life Ward. Absolute Heaven had originally worried that Shifeng could simply deal with him directly. However, with the Life Ward protecting him, his only fear vanished. Black Flame, your time of death has come. Absolute Heaven started commanding the Nebula Tiger to attack Shifeng. The greatest difference between a summon monster and a normal monster was the player's control. While under a player's control, monsters that had originally possessed powerful attributes would become even more formidable. Not to mention, as a High Lord-ranked monster, the Nebula Tiger possessed quite a number of skills. It would only take an instant for the Nebula Tiger to kill a player. The Nebula Tiger, which was over 3 meters in height, lightly tapped its feet on the ground, crossing the distance of over 10 yards between Shifeng and itself in an instant. So fast, Shifeng was surprised. The Nebula Tiger swiped its claws at Shifeng. Although Shifeng wanted to dodge the attack, his reaction was a step behind, and the attack landed on its target. However, the Nebula Tiger's attack did not manage to deal any damage due to defensive blade. Seeing that its first attack had failed, the Nebula Tiger immediately brandished its claws at Shifeng again. After swiping its claws at Shifeng several times, the defensive blade's effect quickly broke. Just as the Nebula Tiger's fatal swipe was about to reach Shifeng, Shifeng barely managed to activate parry to defend himself. A level 30 High Lord-ranked monster was simply too powerful. Shifeng did not even possess a Tier 1 class yet, so it was impossible for him to stop the attack. Like a cannonball, the tiger's attack launched Shifeng backward. As expected of a great expert like Guild Leader Black Flame, you've even managed to block such an attack. Absolute Heaven could not help but applaud as he watched the exchange between Shifeng and the Nebula Tiger. Absolute Heaven was not making fun of Shifeng at all. Rather, he praised his enemy sincerely. Absolute Heaven himself was certain that, if he were the one receiving the Nebula Tiger's attacks right now, he would have no way of defending himself. Most likely, before he could even use block, the tiger would have killed him already. Yet Shifeng held it off. However, Shifeng also paid a heavy price when he blocked the attack. As Shifeng landed, he was both physically and mentally unstable. He could no longer dodge or defend against another one of the Nebula Tiger's attacks. The huge gap in attributes was not something that could be made up for by solely relying on battle techniques. Previously, Shifeng had used overwhelming destructive force to suppress Absolute Heaven. Now, Shifeng faced a similar crisis. It was already praiseworthy that he managed to survive for so long. Just as the Nebula Tiger pounced at Shifeng once more, a figure suddenly dashed over and stood before Shifeng, blocking the Nebula Tiger's attack and saving Shifeng's life. Absolute Heaven was greatly stunned by this scene. The figure's speed was simply too fast, and before he could catch a clear glimpse, the figure appeared in front of Shifeng. More importantly, this figure blocked a full-powered attack from the Nebula Tiger. It was simply unbelievable. At this moment, Shifeng looked at the tall figure standing proudly before him. Smiling, he muttered, "Just in time." The person that blocked the Nebula Tiger was none other than Kite, Shifeng's personal guard. Kite was a dark gold-ranked personal guard. Moreover, he was even a Tier 1 swordsman who had reached level 30. Naturally, no player could compare to his strength. Originally, Shifeng had not planned to use Kite so soon. However, now that Absolute Heaven had summoned a High Lord-ranked monster, he would meet his own death if he did not deploy Kite. So, it's just an NPC guard. And here I wondered who was so powerful to block the Nebula Tiger's attack. However, do you really believe a level 30 Tier 1 swordsman can defeat my High Lord-ranked Nebula Tiger? Absolute Heaven asked disdainfully. Of course, since he used a summon monster, he would not criticize Shifeng's decision to use an NPC guard. Even so, he was still confident that his Nebula Tiger was stronger than Shifeng's personal guard. Although both were level 30, the Nebula Tiger was far more powerful than a Tier 1 NPC. In his eyes, Shifeng had done nothing more than delay the inevitable. I admit that Kite is not a match for the Nebula Tiger, but he can hold it back for some time. Now, let's find out which will happen first, your death or Kite's. Shifeng revealed a faint smile. He then charged towards Absolute Heaven. When all was said and done, Kite was still a Tier 1 NPC. Although he could not defeat the High Lord-ranked Nebula Tiger, he would have no problems delaying the monster for some time. Otherwise, he would not deserve the rank of Dark Gold. Although the Nebula Tiger tried to chase after Shifeng, Kite once more stopped the monster in its path, annoying the beast greatly. In just a moment, Shifeng swiftly arrived before Absolute Heaven. Absolute Heaven knew that with Kite present, the Nebula Tiger could not do anything to Shifeng. Hence, he commanded, "Get rid of that guard first." Absolute Heaven still possessed the life ward that would absorb 20,000 damage. He did not believe that Shifeng could kill him so easily. Moreover, he did not intend to confront Shifeng directly. After giving his command, Absolute Heaven immediately turned and ran, not giving Shifeng any chance to attack. Absolute Heaven knew that even if the Nebula Tiger failed to kill Shifeng, as long as he could escape and hide inside the town, Shifeng would lose the bet. After the Nebula Tiger switched its targets, Kite's HP started to decrease madly. After all, the Nebula Tiger was a High Lord-ranked monster. Both its attack power and movement speed were terrifying, and even Kite would sometimes fail to block the beast's attack. Whenever he was struck, he would lose close to 3,000 HP. Meanwhile, Kite only had slightly more than 18,000 HP. However, Kite was not an ordinary guard. With a single cross slash, he managed to deal close to minus 10,000 damage. He then followed up with Frozen Slash, Windwalk, and other skills that either reduced the Nebula Tiger's movement speed or increased his own movement speed, making it harder for the Nebula Tiger to hit him. When the tiger used Heaven-Splitting Claw, Kite used Triple Spin Attack, a Tier 1 swordsman skill. When used, the skill made the user invincible for 1.5 seconds while attacking the enemy 3 times. Moreover, 60% of the damage dealt would even be used to recover the user's HP. Unfortunately, Triple Spin Attack had a long cooldown of 1 minute. Kite landed one slash after another on the Nebula Tiger, and every hit dealt over minus 2,000 damage. In the blink of an eye, Kite had recovered all the HP he had lost. Absolute Heaven was baffled by this scene. He had not expected Kite to be so powerful that he could actually contend with the Nebula Tiger. If the Nebula Tiger had not possessed a frightening 1,800,000 HP, Absolute Heaven suspected that Kite might actually succeed in killing the monster. Absolute Heaven came to the conclusion that the Nebula Tiger could not finish off Kite in a short amount of time. Hence, the only way out for him right now was to escape into Creek Town. However, Shifeng no longer gave Absolute Heaven any chances. When only a few yards stood between him and Absolute Heaven, he used Abyssal Bind on the assassin. Knowing that the situation had turned out of his favor, Absolute Heaven used Vanish without hesitation, causing Abyssal Bind to lose its target. Moreover, Vanish allowed him to enter a state of forced stealth for 3 seconds. During this period, even if Absolute Heaven received any damage, he would only break stealth temporarily before automatically re-entering stealth once again. Shifeng simply revealed a smile at his opponent's actions. Shifeng then used Earth Splitter. A sword aura immediately rushed towards the location where Absolute Heaven had stood, the attack revealing Absolute Heaven momentarily before he disappeared again. Although it was only an instant, Shifeng had enough time to lock onto Absolute Heaven's position. Shifeng then used space movement, appearing directly above the assassin. Thunder Flame Explosion. Lighting and fire descended from the skies, landing directly on Absolute Heaven's head. Absolute Heaven responded quickly to the incoming attack and threw himself forward. Simultaneously, Absolute Heaven used Shadow Cloak to negate the damage from Thunderflame Explosion and resist the faint effect. Shifeng was slightly astonished when he saw the skill Absolute Heaven used. He never expected for Absolute Heaven to have learned even Shadow Cloak. It was no wonder why Absolute Heaven was so confident of escaping. Shadow Cloak allowed the user to become immune to all magic damage and control effects for 5 seconds. It was the perfect skill for escaping. However, Shifeng immediately switched the aura of space to the aura of fire, increasing his damage by 30% and decreasing his target's defense by 30%. He then cast Firestorm at the location where Absolute Heaven had disappeared from again. Firestorm. Inflicts 500% damage within a range of 10 by 10 yards for 5 seconds. Although Firestorm would not deal any damage to Absolute Heaven, it could still expose Absolute Heaven. Sure enough, Absolute Heaven's figure appeared once again after the attack landed. Moreover, while Absolute Heaven remained within the effective range of Firestorm, it was impossible for him to re-enter stealth. Shi Feng advanced and charged at Absolute Heaven. Simultaneously, he had activated Purgatory Power, greatly increasing his attack speed and damage. He then used Flame Burst at the escaping Absolute Heaven. Covered in flames, the abyssal blade in Shi Feng's hand was like a miniature sun. Shi Feng brandished his sword 6 times at Absolute Heaven, striking the protective shield repeatedly. Every strike dealt over -4,000 damage. His critical hits dealt close to -9,000 damage. Even though the life ward protecting Absolute Heaven could absorb up to 20,000 damage, in the face of Flame Burst, Shi Feng sliced the protective shield apart like paper. His subsequent attack after breaking the shield struck Absolute Heaven's back. The secret silver equipment Absolute Heaven wore also lost more than half of its durability from the attack. To Absolute Heaven's disbelief, his HP, which had been over 2,000, plummeted to 0. The assassin's body fell to the ground, his weapons and equipment scattered around his body. Although everything seemed to have happened slowly, in reality, it only lasted an instant. The battle stunned the Zero Wing members who watched from a distance. At this moment, no words could describe their feelings. It turned out that a battle between players in God's domain could also be so frightening. It was a battle that shook them to their core. From the appearance of the red pillar of light to the end of the battle, less than 20 seconds had passed. First, there was the confrontation between the High Lord ranked monster and the Tier 1 NPC swordsman, and then there was the chasing battle. The spectating members of Zero Wing had only managed to catch the afterimages of 2 figures running towards town, with one escaping while the other pursued. As the battle continued, the appearance of lightning and fire dazzled the eyes. Finally, after the momentary appearance of a miniature sun, one person lay flat on the ground with items strewn around his lifeless body. On the other side, the battle between the Nebula Tiger and Kite also came to an end. Now that its master was dead, the Nebula Tiger transformed into light particles and disappeared. Only Kite remained, standing there quietly and covered in numerous wounds. Meanwhile, the land surrounding Kite was in a miserable state. Pits and cracks surrounded him. One could just imagine how fierce the battle had been. Chapter 328 Harvest After the Battle. After the battle with Absolute Heaven came to an end, Shi Feng sighed in relief. If not for the 7 Luminaries ring, he might really have let the cunning Absolute Heaven get away. This was how God's domain worked. When players attempted to gain some achievements and make a name for themselves, they were like a boat traveling against the current. Either they advanced forward or were forced backward. Today's glory might very well become tomorrow's laughingstock. Although Absolute Heaven's growth was impressive, there was still a considerable gap between him and Shi Feng. Soon after, Shi Feng looted the items the assassin had dropped. Shi Feng was inwardly astonished when he examined Absolute Heaven's items. The equipment Absolute Heaven dropped was top tier even among secret silver equipment. Meanwhile, the daggers he dropped were fine gold rank. With these items, even among the core members of Zero Wing, Absolute Heaven could still reach the middle ranks. Among the assassins, only Fire Dance and Flying Shadow surpassed Absolute Heaven. Absolute Heaven was a lone wolf. Yet, even without relying on the support of a guild or an organization, he still obtained such quality items for himself. He was already an expert standing at the peak of White River City. If Absolute Heaven were not a solo player, the equipment he had possessed might not have been secret silver, but fine gold rank. If Absolute Heaven had been fully geared with fine gold equipment today, Shi Feng's victory would not have been so easily secured. Big Sis Aqua, is that really our guild leader? Snow Goose asked hesitantly, her big, round eyes focused on the figure standing proudly within the sea of fire. He looks so much more powerful than when he appeared in the video. Guild leader is usually a very ordinary, approachable, and gentle person. But now, even when looking at him from such a distance, I still feel overwhelmed. Naturally, Aqua Rose giggled. This is our guild leader, ordinary yet reliable. Snow Goose had been raiding dungeons all this time, so she had only ever heard and not personally seen any of Shifeng's battles. Now that she had personally witnessed Shifeng fight for the first time, it was only natural that shock filled her heart. After all, a video could only portray so much. Only by personally experiencing something could one truly understand it. Alright, stop daydreaming. Clean up these remaining red players quickly. Over 2,000 NPCs are still chasing Fire Dance and the others, and they could obliterate our team at any moment. The red names of Creek Town had despaired when faced with Shifeng and his NPC entourage. Now that Shifeng had also extinguished the hope presented by Absolute Heaven and the High Lord ranked monster, these red names completely lost their heart to resist. Escape? How were they supposed to escape? With Shifeng's gale-like speed, even if they grew a few more legs, it still would not be enough for them to get away. After these red names lost their fighting spirit, Aqua Rose and the others took little effort to clean up. They took less than a minute to deal with the remaining red names of Creek Town. Meanwhile, the harvest they obtained was sufficient to arm a team of 1,000 players. Throughout this battle, although a few of their members had died and lost a level, when compared to the harvest they obtained, such loss was practically negligible. The items they obtained had easily made up for the total losses Zero Wing had suffered with surplus. Aqua Rose was overjoyed when she examined their harvest. As the manager of Zero Wing's daily affairs, she was very clear about what these items represented. With the addition of this batch of items, after Zero Wing finished recruiting new members, they could arm a large batch of elite players, pushing Zero Wing's combat power to a whole other level. At that time, even if Dark Star declared another war on Zero Wing, they could still deal with it without needing Ouroboros's assistance. Guild leader, we've dealt with all the red names. We can start cooperating with Fire Dance and the others to kill the Blood Hand Association NPCs now, Aqua Rose happily reported through the team chats. But follow the plan and kill those Blood Hand Association NPCs. Be careful not to lure too many at once. Those NPCs are more sensitive than field monsters, Shifeng said. Alright, send me a healer. I need someone revived. I'm a cleric. I'll go. Snow Goose hurriedly shouted in the team chat, excitedly waving her hand. Seeing the girl's reaction, Aqua Rose indulgently said, Fine, off you go then. In any case, the Tier 1 guards will be responsible for killing those NPCs. Our role is to supply support. The Blood Hand Association NPCs were all level 30 and above, while the members of Zero Wing were only around level 20. Among those present, only Shifeng and Blackie possessed 10 ignore levels. Everyone else could only deal minute amounts of damage to these NPCs. The most they could do was use some control skills on these Blood Hand Association NPCs. Although these Blood Hand Association NPCs possessed a certain degree of intelligence, it was only slightly higher than normal field monsters. Otherwise, Fire Dance's group could not have lured them away. What Aqua Rose's group needed to do was to lure the Blood Hand Association NPCs away in small batches and kill them separately. With the strength of 40 level 50 Tier 1 guards, they could easily take care of up to 300 level 30 Blood Hand Association NPCs each time. With a massive difference of 20 levels, the attacks of the Blood Hand Association NPCs would only deal damage in the double digits to a Tier 1 Shield Warrior guard. Meanwhile, a level 50 Tier 1 Shield Warrior possessed over 200,000 HP. Even if dozens of Blood Hand Association NPCs attacked simultaneously, the total damage would only be a tickle to a level 50 Tier 1 Shield Warrior. The Shield Warrior's battle recovery alone could restore most of the HP lost. Not to mention, there were still the Tier 1 healers waiting in the wings. However, NPCs were different from monsters. The NPCs of the Blood Hand Association were very organized when they fought. The warriors that served as meat shields would stand in front, and the mages would attack from behind, coordinating their attacks with the melee fighters. The healers standing at the rear would also spam heals on the tanks. There was even one time where an assassin from the Blood Hand Association had circled and ambushed Aqua Rose's group. If Cola had not reacted quickly and immediately aggroed the NPC assassin, the team would have lost at least one member to the NPC. Compared to everyone else who the NPCs suppressed, Blackie was free and unfettered as he sent spell after spell at the Blood Hand Association. The Mavis's guard Blackie wielded allowed him to ignore the massive level difference completely, and each one of Blackie's attacks could deal around -700 to -800 damage to these level 30 elite NPCs. When Blackie used Stars of Light, the result was simply earth-shaking. A damage of over -1000 appeared above every enemy NPC caught within the skill's range. Moreover, with each successive bombardment, the damage of the Stars of Light increased by 10%. The skill had a duration of 15 seconds, and by the time the 15th bombardment landed, the enemy NPCs were already receiving over -6000 damage each. Some of the attacks even achieved critical hits, dealing over -10,000 damage to the enemy NPCs. These level 30 elite NPCs only had 100,000 HP. They stood no chance against Blackie's Stars of Light. After Stars of Light ended, over 200 level 30 elite NPCs fell to the ground lifelessly. Suddenly, everyone's experience bars started increasing madly. Some even leveled from level 19 to level 20. Even Blackie, who was currently level 23, saw a huge increase in his experience bar. Even though the EXP was shared with over 100 players, each person still obtained a frightening amount. Originally, everyone had only come here to kill these NPCs for the purpose of completing the Crusade quest. Now that they had discovered the wealth of EXP in front of them, everyone started working even more enthusiastically. After killing several waves of NPCs, everyone managed to level up to level 20 or above. Blackie even reached level 24. Everyone's leveling speed was simply frightening. Sister Aqua, at the rate we're leveling, Zero Wing will fully occupy the top 100 spots on the White River City ranking list. Blackie laughed. That's a nice idea. All this time, that leveling madman Lone Tyrant had held the 9th position on the ranking list. Although Guild Leader had killed him once back in the Silverleaf Forest, he had only fallen to 10th place. Seeing that Dark Star is so adamant in challenging us, if we kick Lone Tyrant out of the top 100 of the ranking list, it would be a massive blow to both Lone Tyrant's and Dark Star's reputation. Moreover, we would also elevate Zero Wing's fame and prestige, killing two birds with one stone. Aqua Rose revealed a playful smile when she considered this interesting idea. Okay, let's kick Lone Tyrant out of the ranking list. Chapter 329, You Don't Have a Choice. Shi Feng could not stop his smile when he heard Aqua Rose's words. In actuality, it would be a simple task for Shi Feng to let Zero Wing fully occupy the top 100 spots on the White River City ranking list. The only reason he had not done so yet was that he was afraid of attracting too much attention and the public's enmity. After all, Zero Wing was currently only a small guild. If a small guild like theirs overstepped their bounds, every guild in White River City would most likely team up and retaliate against them. However, Zero Wing was no longer a weak guild. Even if Zero Wing pulled such a huge stunt, it would only shock the other guilds. They would not feel insulted or humiliated. Hence, Shi Feng made no attempt to stop his guild members' actions. The ranking list was the only glory for Lone Tyrant. Even if he had to exceed the level 20 limit for the first clear of the 3 great dungeons, he still had to maintain his position within the top 10 of the ranking list. Lone Tyrant's obsession with the ranking list was apparent. Gentle Snow, on the other hand, was different. To secure the first clear of the 3 great dungeons, Gentle Snow had frozen her experience bar at 99. 99% of level 20. She paid absolutely no attention to the ranking list at all. After all, her title of Snow Goddess had originated not from her high level, but her strength instead. However, Lone Tyrant was not like Gentle Snow. He had relied solely on the ranking list to gain the fame he currently possessed. It was why he worked desperately hard to maintain his spot within the top 10 of the ranking list. Although Shifeng had killed Lone Tyrant once already, robbing him of a level, he had managed to recover the lost EXP quickly. After all, he had large groups of players to help him level up. Currently, he had once again reached level 21, though he still required large amounts of EXP to reach level 22. While Aqua Rose and the others swiftly leveled from killing the NPCs of the Blood Hand Association, the cleric, Snow Goose resurrected Absolute Heaven. At this moment, Absolute Heaven was overcome with disappointment. Not only had he lost most of the items he had on him, but he had also fallen to level 16. He no longer possessed the high spirits he had before. "I've won this bet of ours. Do you have anything to say?" Shifeng asked lightly as he looked at the crestfallen Absolute Heaven. Absolute Heaven glared at Shifeng, clearly irritated, before turning his head away, tacitly agreeing to Shifeng's words. "Hee, it seems that someone is pouting after losing. What an unmanly person," Snow Goose softly muttered contemptuously after discerning the general situation. Absolute Heaven was suddenly livid upon hearing her comment. When all was said and done, he was still a top-tier assassin. Although he was not a well-known expert, he was still a man of his word. Now that a female player ridiculed him, how could he possibly be happy? Reluctantly, Absolute Heaven muttered in a low tone, "I lost. Say it. What do you want me to do? What is up with your attitude? You've clearly lost, yet you still sound like an aggrieved woman. You're making it seem as if our guild leader is a bully," Snow Goose added. "You." Absolute Heaven's complexion alternated between flushed red and pale white, his blood boiling. He very nearly vomited blood out of anger. Never in his life had he been so greatly humiliated before. However, with Shifeng standing beside her, Absolute Heaven simply could not do anything to this infuriating girl. Before he died, he had not been a match for Shifeng. Now that he had fallen to level 16 and lost most of his items, it was impossible for him to escape Shifeng's grasp. At this moment, Shifeng spoke, "All right, Snow Goose. Absolute Heaven is a top-tier expert assassin. If you continue speaking of him this way, his little heart might not handle it. No matter what, you should at least show him some respect." "Oh." Snow Goose smiled and nodded. Absolute Heaven nearly fainted from anger. Seeing Absolute Heaven's ashen complexion, Shifeng smiled faintly and said, "Since you've acknowledged your loss, I'll make it simple. I don't need you to do anything difficult. Just help me collect all the information relating to Underworld in God's domain." "You're insane. That's Underworld you're talking about. If they find out that I leaked important information, they will hunt me down." Absolute Heaven never thought that Shifeng would actually aim for such a thing. "Oh, I didn't think you would really have such information." The assassin's reaction surprised Shifeng. His demand had only been casual. After all, Absolute Heaven was only an outer member of Underworld. How could he possibly possess all the important information relating to the organization? Logically, only those belonging to Underworld's middle management or above should possess the information he was looking for. Absolute Heaven was momentarily stunned. Immediately after, he bellowed, "Black Flame, you deceived me." Absolute Heaven had always thought of joining Underworld's core upper management. Hence, he had collected plenty of information regarding Underworld so that he would have an easier time climbing the ranks of the organization. After becoming an outer member, he had met with Feng Xianyang through South Wolf's introduction. Feng Xianyang even gave him one of the reserved spots for becoming an Underworld guard after learning of his skill. With his new status as an Underworld guard reservist, Absolute Heaven managed to obtain even more information about Underworld in God's domain. Yet Shifeng had played him so easily. "Since you have the information, hand it over to me." Shi Feng was extremely interested in discovering Underworld's situation in God's domain. After all, he had provoked Feng Xianyang. Who knew what Underworld would try in the future? Without knowing anything about his enemy, Shi Feng could not take appropriate measures. However, if he possessed inside information about the organization, the situation would be greatly different. One who knows his own strength and that of the enemy is invincible in battle. If Shi Feng had not possessed his advantage of being a reincarnated person, Dark Star, the guild controlled by Underworld, would have long since eliminated both him and his guild. Hence, Shi Feng had to take preventive measures against Underworld. Only, Shi Feng had not expected this boon to arrive so quickly. Originally, Shi Feng had only intended to toy with Absolute Heaven for a little bit before changing his condition. His actual goal was to have Absolute Heaven report Underworld's movements within the White River City region. Now, however, things had become far simpler. He could obtain all information regarding Underworld in God's domain directly. No. I absolutely will not agree to this. Underworld far surpasses your imagination. You have no idea what you are going up against. I urge you to change your request. This is not just about me. You too would be better off without knowing anything. Why create trouble for yourself? Absolute Heaven said resolutely. It turns out that even a top-tier expert will renege on his word. It seems that I have misjudged you, Shi Feng sighed. Guild leader, I could tell that he was a scoundrel that would break his promises with a single glance. What's the point of wasting your time arguing with him? Let's just do away with him. Kill him every time he revives. After we kill him to level 0, let's see how he can survive in Underworld, Snow Goose suggested, sporting a cheeky grin. Snow Goose's suggestion left the assassin utterly speechless. Kill him every time he revived? Was this girl really a cleric? Could she be a demon disguised as a human instead? Snow Goose, how could you speak like that? As a girl, you should act gently and reserved. Kill him every time he revives? That's simply too cruel. What will you do if you terrify him? Shi Feng could not help but reprimand the cheeky little girl. At most, we'll upload the video recording the previous fight and our dialogue to the forums. It will be fine as long as we reveal this to everyone. You're right, guild leader. Snow Goose applauded cheerfully. As long as the video of the battle went viral, not only would everyone know that Absolute Heaven was a man who broke his promises, but the hidden organization named Underworld would also be exposed to the public eye. Even if Absolute Heaven did not reveal any secrets, Underworld would hunt him down for what little he had already said. Black flame. Raging flames burned in Absolute Heaven's eyes as he looked at Shi Feng. He only wished that he could murder the smiling demon before him right now. Just hand it over. Shi Feng calmly smiled. I have already sealed off all paths of retreat. You don't have a choice. Chapter 330 Shock. Shi Feng's words left Absolute Heaven speechless. At this moment, Absolute Heaven finally understood why Shi Feng would insist on making a bet with him. Shi Feng was clearly capable of killing him with a single hit. Yet, Shi Feng had given him hope of retaliation for this very moment. A terrible thought suddenly emerged in Absolute Heaven's mind. Had Shi Feng planned to deal with Underworld all this time? Before joining Underworld, Absolute Heaven had known that Underworld's background was unfathomably deep. It was an existence that he could not afford to provoke. After joining the organization, that thought had only strengthened. He absolutely could not make an enemy of Underworld. Yet now, Shi Feng dared to consider challenging Underworld. He simply did not know how to differentiate between life and death. It would have been fine if only Shi Feng did not know how to differentiate between life and death. Yet Shi Feng intended to drag him down as well. Moreover, the swordsman left him with no other options. Shi Feng was eviler than a demon. When Absolute Heaven saw that Shi Feng's finger was about to click the upload video button, he lowered his head and helplessly said, "Fine. However, I have a condition. No one can know that I gave you this information. You can rest assured on this point. Since I have asked you to do such a thing for me, I will not make things difficult for you. I won't let anyone but myself look at the information relating to Underworld, Shi Feng assured and nodded. Absolute Heaven's worries were unfounded. After all, Shi Feng was also worried about the situation becoming public, which would, in turn, allow Underworld to take precautionary actions. I'll send you the files tomorrow after I have compiled them, Absolute Heaven said before turning to leave. However, Shi Feng was a step ahead and blocked his retreat. What? Worried that I'll deceive you? You currently have information to use against me. What tricks could I possibly play on you? Absolute Heaven laughed bitterly. You're overthinking things. I'm just returning the items you dropped when you died. As for your levels, with your strength, you should recover quickly. Shi Feng then took out the items he had looted from Absolute Heaven and returned them to their original owner. After some hesitation, Absolute Heaven finally decided to receive the items before leaving. Guild leader, are we really going to start a war with that mysterious organization named Underworld? Snow Goose asked. Based on Absolute Heaven's words, Snow Goose could discern just how terrifying Underworld was. Even a top-tier expert like Absolute Heaven was afraid when talking about it. Furthermore, a powerful guild like Dark Star was just a puppet of Underworld. With Zero Wing's current strength, wouldn't acting against Underworld be akin to smashing an egg against a rock? What, afraid? Shi Feng chuckled. Of course not. Our Zero Wing is invincible. How could we possibly lose to Underworld? Snow Goose's eyes glowed as her fighting spirit soared. She had left Twilight Echo with Aqua Rose to create their own legacy in God's domain. How could they give up so easily because of a single Underworld? Time passed little by little. At this moment, Aqua Rose and the others were still battling against the Blood Hand Association NPCs. Even though it was night in God's domain, spells of war illuminated the sky around Creek Town so brilliantly that it appeared to be day. Although these NPCs provided no loot, the EXP they gave was bountiful. The members of Zero Wing were only able to kill these Blood Hand Association NPCs with such ease due to the assistance of the level 50 Tier 1 guards. In the future, it would not be so easy for them to come across such a valuable opportunity. As more Blood Hand Association NPCs died, the Zero Wing Guild members watched their levels soar. The ranking list of White River City also underwent dramatic changes. Players from Zero Wing continuously appeared within the top 100 of the ranking list. The change had not been obvious at the beginning, as only a few members had entered the 90s. However, as time passed, the EXP growth of Zero Wing never stopped. The guild members who originally ranked within the 90s jumped into the 80s, then jumped again from the 80s to the 70s, their positions ever rising. However, this was still not the most shocking incident. What really shocked people was the fact that the Zero Wing members occupied every rank between 70 and 100. They had forced all others out of the top 100 ranks. Is this real or fake? Aren't the members of Zero Wing too impressive? It was already amazing that they managed to occupy the top 8 positions before. Now, they fully occupy the 70th to the 100th positions. What did these people eat to become so fierce? As expected of the guild that I fancy. If this continues, Zero Wing will sooner or later occupy all 100 spots on the White River City ranking lists. That shouldn't be possible, right? After all, there is still Lone Tyrant who ranks 10th. Although Black Flame had killed him once, he has already managed to recover to level 21. It shouldn't be possible to kick him out of the top 100. Lone Tyrant? So what? Hadn't he been the top player on the White River City ranking list before? In the end, 8 experts from Zero Wing still shoved him aside. Even now, he is still stuck at 9th place. Now that Zero Wing is showing its might, he might not keep his rank for long. Serves him right. Who told Lone Tyrant to behave so arrogantly before? He had dared to ambush and made an enemy of Zero Wing. Now, Zero Wing is merely teaching Lone Tyrant a lesson, letting him know that his pride is worth nothing to Zero Wing. They can surpass him anytime they want to. Everyone was very concerned about the sudden emergence of the Zero Wing members on the ranking list, and they all began to voice their suggestions and opinions. Many felt that this was Zero Wing's retaliation towards Dark Star. The timing of this situation was simply too coincidental, being only a few hours after Dark Star's war with Zero Wing had ended. Moreover, Zero Wing also declared that Dark Star would pay for their actions. However, nobody ever thought that Zero Wing would take action so quickly. If Zero Wing really succeeds, this will become a true legend in God's domain. Not even first-rate guilds have managed to occupy the ranking list of a city. Zero Wing rocks. Go, Zero Wing. Kick Lone Tyrant out of the ranking list. Everyone in White River City highly anticipated the arrival of a legend, creating a huge commotion over this matter. The thought of a single guild monopolizing the entire ranking list had sent shivers down their spines. At that time, if they joined such a guild and wore the six-winged emblem on their chests, they would definitely become the targets of everyone's admiration. On the other hand, while the casual players in White River City were very excited over this matter, the many guilds were not happy at all. It had been an earth-shaking matter when Zero Wing had occupied the top 8 positions on the ranking list. Yet now, Zero Wing was actually trying to occupy the top 100 positions of the ranking list. Just how were they, the other guilds, supposed to continue competing in White River City? Inside the Silverleaf Forest, leading a team of several hundred players, Lone Tyrant was desperately leveling up. "Can someone tell me just what is going on?" Lone Tyrant demanded, irritated. He had spared no effort to raise his own level. Yet now, as if on steroids, the members of Zero Wing leveled at a rate many times faster than himself. Based on the Zero Wing members' current leveling speed, it was only a matter of time before they surpassed him. Unfortunately, nobody could answer Lone Tyrant's question. "You're a bunch of trash. Go, investigate immediately. They must have found a good grinding spot. Once you find them, send someone to eliminate them. I will never allow these people to surpass me." Lone Tyrant commanded the guild members of Dark Star. The only reason he had managed to lead Dark Star to its current status in White River City was that of his previous occupancy of the White River City ranking list's number 1 position. However, due to Blackie and the others, he was no longer the top player in the region. Even so, he still occupied the top 10 in the eyes of the public. If he fell out of the top 100, what else would he have? Aside from his identity as the guild leader of Dark Star, there was nothing special about him. Although Lone Tyrant was quite powerful, he knew that he could not compare with top-tier experts. If not for the massive support from Underworld, Dark Star would not have developed to its present state. Lone Tyrant knew that after the siege on Zero Wing had failed, Underworld started to look down on him. If he lost his only merit as well, based on how Underworld conducted business, he would not keep his position as guild leader for long. Chapter 331, Hidden Warehouse. Considering the events up to this point, Lone Tyrant grew worried. "Hurry, lure more monsters. Those bastards from Zero Wing are dreaming if they think they can surpass me and kick me out of the ranking list. I won't give this position away." Lone Tyrant commanded once more, a bloody glow flashing in his eyes. Soon after, a group of rangers and assassins left to carry out his orders and lure more monsters. The mages of Dark Star also promptly increased their attack rate, using more AoE skills than before. As for Lone Tyrant, who was not in a team with his guild members, he began methodically kill-stealing the low HP monsters, taking the majority of the monsters' EXP for himself rather than sharing with his comrades. This leveling method was extremely extravagant. Even a party of experts continuously grinding monsters could not compare to Lone Tyrant's current leveling speed. Unfortunately, Lone Tyrant did not know that the monsters he and the members of Zero Wing grinded were on entirely different levels. Lone Tyrant only grinded level 20 common monsters at the moment, so he received no bonus EXP for killing them. On the other hand, Zero Wing's 100-man team was killing level 30 elite NPCs originally. These elite NPCs had provided an abundance of EXP. They also gained the bonus EXP rewarded for killing a monster that was 10 levels higher. After splitting the EXP for each NPC killed across 100 players evenly, everyone leveled up far faster than Lone Tyrant. Time flew by quickly. White River City was bustling at that night. As a Saturday, even though it was already daytime in the real world, many players had not logged out and were still having fun in God's domain. However, as it was dangerous to leave the city at night, many players had chosen to visit bars in the city. With nothing better to do, players had started focusing their attention to Zero Wing's ranks. Many also began guessing on whether or not Zero Wing would kick Lone Tyrant out of the ranking list. It had been over an hour since the commotion had begun. Now, instead of occupying up to just the 70th position, Zero Wing occupied up to the 40th position of the ranking list. Bystanders fell speechless when witnessing the leveling speed of this new guild. Originally, many players had simply guessed and joked around. None of them actually thought that Zero Wing could accomplish such a feat. Watching this momentum, however, Zero Wing might really intend to monopolize the top 100 spots on the ranking list. Everyone could not help but grow excited in anticipation. If Zero Wing truly managed to achieve such a feat, then they, as players who preferred to play solo, might have a few things to consider carefully. Should they or should they not join Zero Wing? Inside one of the bars in White River City, the members of the Holy Grail Knights were currently drinking in celebration. Today, they had managed to raid a level 15, 20-man hard mode dungeon, the Bloodfang Fort. They also obtained quite a load of equipment and materials from the raid. Brother Warwolf, that Zero Wing sure is godly, huh? First, they defeated world dominators. After that, they managed to kill Dark Star's Lone Tyrant. Now, they are even planning to kick Lone Tyrant out of the top 10 and monopolize the ranking list. Soon, they might even rule White River City. In reply, Warwolf, the leader of the Holy Grail Knights, shook his head and said, "It's still too early to say. Moreover, the other top 6 guilds aren't here just for show. They won't allow Zero Wing to develop freely. Although, it is true that I have underestimated Zero Wing before." Moments after Warwolf started speaking, a few cloaked players walked into the bar. The equipment these players wore immediately attracted the attention of the others inside the bar. These newcomers were fully geared with secret silver equipment. Moreover, none of them possessed a guild emblem on their chests, signifying that they were all independent players. Meanwhile, the leader of this group was a beautiful female summoner. If Shifeng were here right now, he would definitely notice that this female summoner was none other than Yulan of Underworld. Big Brother Warwolf, long time no see. Yulan walked up to Warwolf and greeted him with a bright smile. It's been a long time indeed. The pure and sweet little girl from the past has grown into a beautiful tigress. Time really is amazing. Warwolf sighed ruefully as he looked at the noble and graceful girl in front of him. Big Brother Warwolf, you jest. Everything I have today is all thanks to you. Yulan smiled faintly. Looking around, she said, "We haven't seen each other for so many years now, and I really wish to have a nice conversation with you. There are too many bystanders here. Why don't we find a room upstairs to catch up? Indeed, it has been many years since we last met. We should really have a nice chat." Warwolf immediately spent 5 silvers to rent a guest room on the 2nd floor. He then walked towards the stairs leading to the bar's 2nd floor. Yulan promptly followed after Warwolf. The other cloaked players that had entered the bar with Yulan also moved to guard the staircase, preventing anyone from going upstairs. At this moment, the entire bar was silent. The other members of the Holy Grail Knights, as well as the other guests in the bar, were still stunned by what they just saw. Their minds were unable to process what had just happened. The leader of an independent team actually knew such a noble and elegant beauty. Moreover, they even rented a private room to have a conversation. The other players' minds went wild with fantasy. A short distance away from Creek Town, Aqua Rose and the other members of Zero Wings still grinded the Blood Hand Association's NPCs relentlessly, their experience bars continuously rising. There were over 2,000 NPCs in Creek Town, and it would not be an easy task to kill every one of them. Although Blackie's Stars of Light skill was very effective against the enemy NPCs, the skill had a long cooldown. As for everyone else, the damage they dealt to the enemy NPCs was practically negligible. In the end, the main source of damage was the level 50 Tier 1 guards. However, there were healers among the Blood Hand Association NPCs, as well as some powerful level 50 Blood Hand Association elites. It was not possible to eliminate all of them within a short time. Seeing that the situation had mostly stabilized, Shifeng said in the team chat, "Cola and Violet, you two come with me. We're going to make a trip to the Blood Hand Association's stronghold. Everyone else, remain here and continue grinding." "Guild leader, you're too biased. I helped you revive that bastard from before. Why are you taking Violet but not me?" Snow Goose pouted. "We'll be going to the Blood Hand Association's stronghold, and nothing good is waiting for us there. Why would you even want to go?" Shifeng laughed bitterly. Shifeng had his own reasons for not bringing anyone else along. How could a crusade quest possibly be so easy? Previously, Fire Dance and the others had merely lured away the NPCs guarding the town. There were still plenty of enemy NPCs waiting for them inside the Blood Hand Association's stronghold. Right now, they were merely going to scout ahead. "Is it very dangerous?" Snow Goose asked, tilting her head slightly. "Of course," Shifeng said seriously with a nod. "Forget it. I can't compare to Violet in terms of survivability, and it would be a pity if I lost my fine gold-ranked staff," Snow Goose said after giving it some thought. Soon after, Shifeng led Cola and Violet Cloud to the Blood Hand Association's stronghold in Creek Town. As the Blood Hand Association's stronghold, the security around the construct was usually very strict. However, now that all of the NPCs had been drawn away, Shifeng's group managed to enter the stronghold without any trouble. The inside of the tower was a resplendent sight. Such a luxurious building in a barren place like Creek Town was unimaginable. "Careful. This is the Blood Hand Association's stronghold. There are definitely a lot of traps here," Shifeng reminded his team. In the past, world dominators had suffered heavy losses to conquer Creek Town. They had dispatched over 6,000 Tier 1 players and returned with less than 1,000. Meanwhile, close to half of those deaths had been because of the hidden traps inside the Blood Hand Association's stronghold. One could just imagine how deadly the traps inside the Blood Hand Association's stronghold were. Although world dominators had paid a steep price, their harvest was equally shocking. It was especially true for the hidden warehouse inside the Blood Hand Association's stronghold. One of the main reasons that many large guilds preferred to capture towns ruled by dark forces was because of the treasures they possessed. Of course, different towns gave varying amounts of treasure. In this case, the Blood Hand Association possessed a significantly large treasury. Even though the loot available was limited due to Crusade Quest, the final sum was still sufficient to move even Shifeng's heart. Otherwise, who would be so foolish as to spend 30 gold coins to take on a Crusade quest? Moreover, only a Viscount or someone of higher status could accept such a quest. Chapter 332, Encountering a Magic Weapon Once Again. Inside of the Blood Hand Association's stronghold, it was like a maze. There were also many level 30 Blood Hand Association knights patrolling the construct. These NPCs wore red leather armor and wielded spears. They also had 200,000 HP. Moreover, these NPCs always moved in groups of 10, and their coordination made them extremely difficult to deal with. If Shifeng and the others recklessly charged into a group of these NPCs, even with a Tier 1 swordsman like Kite protecting them, the result would be the same. These knights would eliminate them in an instant. In fact, even if Shifeng's group were strong enough to fight these Blood Hand Association knights, they would still meet their deaths if they chose to confront these NPCs. This was due to the many hidden traps and mechanisms throughout the stronghold. In the past, world dominators had paid a steep price because of these traps. Naturally, Shi Feng would not behave as recklessly as world dominators had in the past. Hence, he would always detour and bypass any knights they met, avoiding a confrontation with the NPCs at all costs. In any case, the paths in this stronghold all connected in one way or another. As long as one was careful, it was possible to find the Blood Hand Association's hidden warehouse without engaging in combat. Finally, after a long time, Shi Feng's group arrived before a pair of tightly sealed, stone doors. 2 words were etched into the wall next to the doors: Control Room. This was where all of the traps within the Blood Hand Association's stronghold were controlled. As long as they disabled these traps, they would have nothing to worry about as they traveled through the construct. Just after Kola forced open the heavy stone doors, the group immediately discovered an old, one-eyed man dressed in black robes inside the control room. The old man held a redwood staff as he manipulated a magic array. Inca Richter, Tier 1 Elementalist. Level 30. HP 1000/10000000. Thank God it is as I speculated. He's only level 30 and not a level 50 Tier 2 mage. Shi Feng could not help but sigh in relief when he saw Inca Richter's information. If not for the Crusade quest, the old man before them would be near impossible to deal with. Although Inca Richter would only be level 50, as a Tier 2 mage, he could kill a level 50 Tier 1 player as easily as squishing a bug. Guild Leader, it's a level 30 Tier 1 Elementalist. I'm afraid that he might be somewhat difficult to deal with. Should we call for reinforcements? Kola had a clear understanding of his own abilities. Currently, he was only level 22. If it were a level 20 Tier 1 Elementalist, he could tank it. However, it was impossible for him to endure the attacks of a level 30 Tier 1 Elementalist. The tier suppression alone would greatly increase the damage he received, not to mention the level suppression. With the two combined, even as the Chief MT of Zero Wing, he would be cannon fodder at best. Relax, you don't need to tank. Shi Feng smiled. He then looked at his personal guard, Kite, who stood beside him, saying, Kite will be our MT Kola, you'll act as support. You just need to activate your magic resistance aura and use protection blessing on Kite during crucial moments. Kola suddenly remembered that Shi Feng had a personal guard like Kite beside him. Kite had over 18,000 HP compared to Kola. Kite was far more durable as an MT. Although Kite was far inferior to Inca Richter regarding HP, as a level 30 Tier 1 swordsman, Kite's close combat capabilities far surpassed a Tier 1 Elementalist. Kite, you'll tank Inca Richter. Violet, you'll heal Kite. Kola, focus on using protection blessing on Kite when needed, Shi Feng commanded. Without hesitation, Kite charged Inca Richter, slashing his sword at the old man. A damage of over -4,000 appeared above Inca Richter's head. Compared to the High Lord-ranked Nebula Tiger, Inca Richter's defense was much lower. Despicable intruders, I'll turn all of you into my lab rats. Inca Richter used instantaneous movement, dodging Kite's sword techniques. The old man then waved his staff, summoning an aqua-blue magic shield that covered his body. The magic shield was one of the most frequently used defensive spells that elementalists possessed, and it could protect the caster against a considerable amount of damage. Following which, Inca Richter waved his free hand, summoning an ice wall to prevent Kite from advancing. However, Kite was no ordinary guard. Immediately, Kite activated Wind Blade and jumped. Kite effortlessly leaped across the ice wall in his path and arrived before Inca Richter. He then brandished his sword at the Elementalist multiple times in quick succession. After taking a few hits from Kite's sword, the magic shield surrounding Inca Richter's body shattered into particles of light, leaving the caster's feeble body vulnerable to Kite's attacks. Fortunately for the old man, the magic shield had earned him enough time to cast Frozen Circle. White, bone-chilling mist spread out from Inca Richter and assaulted Kite. In response to the spell, Kite abruptly jumped into the air and dodged the Frozen Circle. Inca Richter cursed when he saw the swordsman avoid another spell with such a simple action. In a fit of rage, Inca Richter pointed a finger at Kite, sending multiple fireballs flying at the swordsman who was still suspended in midair. As the fireballs approached him, Kite calmly twisted his body and brandished his sword so fast that only bright afterimages were visible. He sliced the incoming fireballs in half, one after another. The speed of Kite and Inca Richter's exchange was stunning, and any ordinary player would have difficulty following the fight. Standing at a distance, both Cola and Violet Cloud were dumbfounded by the scene before them. This was the first time they had witnessed a fight between NPCs. Never would they have expected that a fight between NPCs could actually be more exciting than a fight between experts. The longer they watched, the more felt ashamed of themselves. Inwardly, they also began to estimate how they would fare if they fought Inca Richter if they were the same level and tier. However, as they continued watching the exchange between Kite and Inca Richter, they soon reached a shocking conclusion. They were not even opponents for Inca Richter. The reason they came to such a conclusion, however, was not because of the great disparity between their HPs. Instead, it was because of the difference in combat techniques. This conclusion left them both speechless. What are you two daydreaming about? They are both high-level NPCs, ordinary monsters cannot compare to them. It's no big deal if your current combat techniques are not a match for theirs. As long as you participate in more battles and accumulate experience, you will surpass Inca Richter sooner or later. Shifeng could not help but console the two. Naturally, he could discern their thoughts. Inca Richter was different from the Blood Hand Association elites battling outside the town. Before the Crusade quest had weakened him, Inca Richter had originally been a Tier 2 NPC. Thus, his combat proficiency was superior to those ordinary NPCs. As for Kite, not only was he a Dark Gold ranked personal guard, but he had also been a Tier 2 swordmaster in the past. His combat techniques were excellent. In truth, Shifeng had also been shocked when he had first witnessed a battle between high-level NPCs. It was especially true for battles involving Tier 3 NPCs or above. Regarding control over personal combat power, these NPCs could actually exhibit more than 70% of their strength. According to the evaluation criteria of God's domain, those capable of exhibiting more than 70% of their personal combat power were considered first-rate experts. These NPCs were far superior to the current top-tier experts. Moreover, even an NPC like Inca Richter was only capable of exhibiting 60% of his personal combat power. Hence, it was natural for Cola and Violet Cloud to be inferior to NPCs like Kite and Inca Richter. Following which, Violet Cloud began healing the Tier 1 swordsman while Shifeng supported Kite from the sides. From time to time, Shifeng would use control skills such as Thunderflame Explosion and Abyssal Bind to restrain Inca Richter. Shifeng also used the 7 Luminaries Ring, swapping between Aura of Time and Aura of Fire. While Aura of Time was activated, Shifeng would cast Absolute Time. While Aura of Fire was activated, Shifeng would use Firestorm. Whenever Inca Richter was about to cast a powerful spell, Shifeng would deftly activate Absolute Time, interrupting Inca Richter's spell and forcing the old man to defend against Kite's sword techniques using his staff. A mage that could not cast spells was like a tiger that without its fangs and claws. In such circumstances, Inca Richter could only endure Shifeng and everyone else's attacks helplessly. Very quickly, Inca Richter's 1 million HP fell rapidly. 90%, 70%, 30%. After more than 10 minutes, Inca Richter's body finally dropped to the floor, transforming into an abundance of EXP. Shifeng reached level 24 with the sudden influx of EXP. Following which, Shifeng turned off all of the traps within the Blood Hand Association's stronghold. Now that there were no more traps, it would be much easier to deal with the enemy NPCs. Suddenly, Cola excitedly ran toward Shifeng's side and asked, "Guild leader, I found a key beside this old man's body. What do you think this is?" A key? Shifeng was slightly puzzled. Logically, none of the Blood Hand Association NPCs should drop any items. Shi Feng received the purple gold key from Kola and examined it. There were complex runes carved onto the body of this key. To Shi Feng's surprise, he could not obtain any information about the key. Everything displayed as unknown. What a strange key. In Shi Feng's memory, there were no records mentioning this key. However, since Inca Richter had dropped it, it should be extraordinary. It seems that we will have to look for an appraiser after we return to White River City. When considering unknown items, Shi Feng suddenly remembered the additional skill of his golden stigmata, Omniscient Eyes. The Omniscient Eyes could obtain all information on any items. This skill was far more amazing than the appraising eyes of appraisers. Let's have a look, then. Shi Feng activated Omniscient Eyes and took a look at the key in his hand once more. This time, the information displayed was no longer unknown. All secrets about the key unveiled before Shi Feng's eyes. It's actually a magic weapon. Shock filled Shi Feng's heart as he investigated the purple gold key in his hand. You're tuning into the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.